Jamie cut his finger off in the wood shop, working on a fun box. We were kick flipping on the blacktop, backlot, our spot to engage in ascension. A lot of space to accommodate convention. A's when your name gets mentioned. On a Friday, you will pay attention to when the sun goes down. 7 days a week.
Hey, what's up? I'm gonna put the stream link in a second. I'm gonna be sleeping, Holmes. I'll tear your weak sauce to shreds late when I be woken, or I mean respectfully dialogue with your erudite interactions, my good man. Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm just gonna give you a little. Well, here, let's just do that right away before you go to sleep. So that song is by my friends I used to be in a band with. They recorded that at home, and I like it. But let me shut that off real quick. All right, so this is my mission regarding. Can you guys see that? I wonder. Let's see. Let's check. Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, big time. Okay, so, well, let me play the clip that this is comment's going to be for, particularly the second one. So this is probably the clip here. Let's play it.
Wesley says that the moral law precedes not only Moses or Enoch, but creation itself. He says it is an eternal law. It comes from forever. Even humanity, being first given to the angels and the expression of God's eternal pre-creation image and will. So he says it's an eternal law. Wesley goes even further, and he says in this beautiful language of the New Testament, applies this directly to this moral law. I cannot spare the law one moment, no more than I can spare Christ. Each is continually sending me to the other, the law to Christ and Christ to the law. The height and the depth of the law constrain me to fly to the love of God in Christ, and the love of God in Christ endears the law to me above gold or precious stones.
So he goes on to say Wesley's understanding of salvation went beyond Luther, from justification and the idea of regeneration. And despite what you may think of Wesley, whatever, you know, I don't fully endorse everything Wesley did, but the law is a tutor to lead us to Christ, who leads us back to the law. No Bible ever. I wonder. I like the comment. He places her under grace, then places her under the law. That he talks about the woman and he's writing in the sand, the woman caught in adultery. So Dizerner says, for he quotes Galatians 2:8, for if I build again those things which I destroyed, I constitute myself a transgressor. Not sure what you're saying. So I won't drown you with quotes from the reformers. Let me put the link in too, by the way, if anybody wants to join just for fun. Real quick here. Looks like nobody's staying around. So Kenny, I thought you were going to come in. I know you're up in Yahoo, but so again, what is it exactly that you're saying? Do you think the whole Mosaic law was supposed to be done away with? Like do not commit adultery? Do you think when God gave the laws at Sinai, do you think they're like, oh wow, we're not supposed to murder or commit adultery? Or like that Sabbath thing that Moses was talking about? What's up with that? That's the only reason anybody has a problem with this. It really is because of the Sabbath. And I quote the this is one of those things where when you talk to people about like proper use of quoting people, and they say, yeah, but that author didn't believe what you believe. It's like, dude, principles. Like there's a principle here. Obviously the moral law didn't get done away with. Now, if you want to argue the Sabbath is like a pseudo moral law, and you know, God cuts the 10 Commandment tablets originally out of the foundation of his throne that comes down on Sinai, made out of blue sapphire, and he literally chips them out of the foundation of his throne. Do you think that was a coincidence that he did it from the foundation of the throne? What is the throne? Exodus 24. Yeah, the Bible doesn't explicitly say this, but just follow the imagery. Like what's under the Queen of England's throne, you know, that rock they say like Jacob slept on, right? It's like, what does it mean that God cut the 10 Commandment tablets that he spoke and wrote himself specifically? Do you think that has any relevance? Like when it says, thy throne, O God, is forever. The foundation of your throne is justice and righteousness. I'm going to judge the world by the law through Christ. He put him inside the ark. You think that's just happenstance? You think God cutting them out and speaking them himself? I will not alter that which I've spoken from my lips. He spoke it on the mountain, spoke all these words saying. And then like blue, the color blue, you should do a study on that. It says in Zechariah 8 that 10 men among every nation will say, our fathers have taught us lies, and they'll grab a hold of the cloak it says in the King James, I think, of the Jew saying, God, we know that God is with you. And when you look at the word there for the hem of the garment, did I put it in there? Yeah, okay, if you want to join, you can join. That's the same thing when they put the when that dude like breaks the Sabbath by picking up sticks and stuff. I'm not going to get into that story, but the point is they're like, what do we do with this guy? And they're like, Moses, what should we do? And Moses is like, I don't know. So he asks God and he's like, kill him, stone him. And then in Numbers 15, they add the tassels, the tzitzits to their garments with a blue tassel, color blue, which is the same thread color that bound the stone. What do you call it? That the priest wore, the high priest wore, with all the stones on it. It was bound to him with like blue thread. But they added the tassel so they wouldn't forget the commandments of God. So when Zechariah talks about that, he's talking about people coming back saying our fathers have taught us lies. And it's talking about the end times there, I would argue. And then there's Jeremiah 31:31. He wrote his laws on your heart. What laws do you think he wrote the ceremonial laws on your heart? Well, you could say that. But it's really simple for me. What is righteousness? Well, righteousness, it's not merely, but the foundation of it would be the commandments of God. As 1 John says, I think 1 John 5, the law is God's love. And people have this cognitive dissonance, this compartmentalizing. It's like, oh, but we're under the commandments of Christ. What does that mean? Are you a Trinitarian? When Jesus talked about the commandments of God and he gave his commandments, what did he quote? What did he say to the Pharisees? He says, you've made void the commandments of God by the traditions of men. And he said, listen to what they teach, but don't do as they do, but hear what they teach from the Moses seat, the Bema seat. Did he ever? So the question is, most good Christians, like Dizerner, obviously, like don't think Jesus. I don't think Dizerner is a dispensationalist. Jesus taught stuff. He came preaching the gospel of the kingdom. And that's what he told the disciples. Teach the nations everything that I've taught you, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. Not to mention the interchangeability of, even in the book of Revelation, the commandments of God. Here's the patience of the saints. Here they keep the commandments of God. Theos in the Greek. It's just God in general. It's not Christ. It's God there. You think they're different than? Well, there is the law of Christ. You know, because we don't have to go to the temple to have our sins forgiven. But sins are just breaking the commandments of God. When Jesus talked about the commandments that he gave, when he gave his commandments, he said, I came speaking my Father's words. So when Wesley had it right, when you come to God, you're repenting from your sins, and you're being regenerated. You're not sinning, you're being transformed into the image of the Son, right? It looks different for different people. But the point is, people who try to make this distinction are being dishonest. There is distinctions that Paul makes. The ceremonial laws, the things added because of sin. This is it's really obvious if you look at all the verses. Ephesians, I did a post on it. Let me look at that really quick. I want to have this on the record here, because a lot of people want to try to, there's a sense that it's just God's law is one thing. And I don't argue that what Moses wrote was something that wasn't the law of God. I'm not saying that. Those was the laws that Moses gave, or the laws that God gave. But the animal sacrifices were added. Feel free to join anytime. The link is in the stream if anybody wants to join. So there is distinctions. There's no getting around that, but that Paul makes, that's why I think Aquinas made these distinctions. Even the earliest church fathers made a slight distinction. I don't have the quotes in front of me here, but regarding ceremony. Because like obviously, I'm not saying they were bad, but they didn't keep doing. I don't think they kept just doing sacrifices. Like you got to ask the question, like what's the temple like when it says in Hebrews like 8-12, basically. You could say we have all like keep the feast of unleavened bread without, with sincerity and truth. I don't take that literally, but you could, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But let me just run through these verses really quick. Because in this sense, Paul makes a distinction. He's not talking about the entire law that God gave. He's talking about the covenant. The new covenant is changed. But you have to ask the question, like when James quotes the 10 Commandments, when you've broken one, you've broken them all. What is it saying? It's talking about justification. This isn't about being justified by the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the 10 Commandments at least define like the base, their principles. They existed before Sinai. And you can look up the scholarship on that. Many different scholars say that understand this because it's taken from God's throne. It's eternal. Like, I don't think there was Sabbath in heaven, but who knows how that would work. But obviously there's some principle there. Like you need a day off, right? But the point is, at the end of the day, there's no verse that says that day isn't holy anymore. And if we're of God, we're going to do that. But I would argue we should. Let's listen to some of these verses. Let's see. I laid a bunch of them out, and there's probably more. Okay, let's see. By the way, that's a clown shoe full of ragu spaghetti sauce and a goldfish that's flopped out of it, splashing ragu onto the shoe, flip-flopping around. If you didn't get that, hopefully you'll get it if you think about it. Let's see, where are those verses? And Kenny, if you're watching, I've really developed my argument about the year length and taking a literal reading of the prophecies, the time prophecies. My hunch, I do think is correct. And I have videos on that. I hope you'll watch it because I can't get anybody to watch it or listen to it, but there's no way that we can take those literally because they never kept those 360-day years, which is the clue that it's not. They're not literal. They're days for a year. Or I'd like to hear an argument against it, but that's another subject here. Now, where are those? That's not it. And that's not it. Let's see. Okay, here it is. All right. So I think most Christians, when they don't realize they're saying it, but they say, when they hear Paul say the curse of the law, set us free from the curse of the law, they really do think, and in a sense you could say this, but it's not the law, the principles of the law. This is obvious. The principles of the law. Do you think God gave them a bad law? What was the curse of the law? What was the conditional covenant? Deuteronomy 32 lays this out. Blessings and cursings I lay before you. Blessings if you choose to obey, curses if you don't. It's a conditional. It was based on, it's a blood covenant. People miss this about Jesus' death. He ratified the covenant. He let them off the hook. But in a sense, it's a human problem, not just an Israel problem. You can say like the whole covenant was given to just Israel, right? But like the 10 Commandments at minimum, like what were the Jews supposed to do before Christ came? Were they supposed to call back the nations to God's ways? Like, what would you say those principles are? It's not killing animals, but God did institute those animals because like he knew what was going to happen, that Jesus would ultimately be rejected. But now here's these distinctions. But certainly they would have said, don't commit adultery to the other nations, knew that. Surely they knew, do not steal and murder and lie. And the Sabbath was established at creation. And we have records of these other countries or, other nations, the earliest ones, having a 7-day week. But here's the distinctions in the law. This is what I'm saying here. the ceremonial shadows were associated with the ministerial, is probably the right word, practices of the earthly sanctuary. The whole Jewish economy was functioning around the temple eventually, right? And the priesthood. And why though? Why were what did they do in the festivals? What were they for? I mean, not all of them necessarily, but the national celebrations were for the events that occurred in their history with God, taking them out of Egypt, calling them out of the world. But like the whole temple and the priesthood and the special events typed what Christ would do once for all. But it was God really implementing in a practical sense, in a teaching sense, that he would be the one to take away their sin. He was saying, by faith, you have to trust me because I'm the only one who can do this work in you, take away your sin. And that was taught in all these things. And then Jesus fulfills them on the holidays, or, some of them. It was all pointing to the different things about Jesus' ministry and then his second coming as well, and the giving of the Holy Spirit. And so that was all leading up to Christ. For who? For the whole world and the whole world's sin issue. And so it was like, that's why dispensationalism is wrong, because there's like this bigger overarching plan of salvation to call back all the nations to God's ways. I think people miss sight of this. So here's what Paul says. So I have to say, the ceremonial shadows were associated with the administrative practices of the earthly sanctuary, the priesthood, the holidays, and the sacrificial system. All of these were the means by which God dwelled with his people in the sanctuary and temple on earth, showing his holiness and the outer separation he has from the people, and that had to do all the washings and being clean and things. And his instrument of teaching the people of their need to have him remove their sins. So here's the verses. For such a high priest became us, who is holy, harmless, undefiled, separate from sinners, and made higher than the heavens, who needed not daily as those high priests to offer up sacrifice, first for his own sins and then for the people's. For this he did once, when he offered up himself. For the law makes men high priests, which have infirmity, but the word of the oath, which was since the law, makes the Son who is consecrated forevermore. So Jesus is the finish, the telescope of the law. He's the end of it, not like putting an end. So like, it's just go ahead and murder now. It's okay because Jesus died for us. That would be stupid. It's talking about those things that were part of the types and shadows of Christ. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my laws on their mind and write them in their hearts. Now he's not writing, how to wash the diverse washings. And I will be to them a God, and they to me people. This is quoted in Hebrews 8. This is Jeremiah 31:31. This is regarding the covenant that Christ did. The Holy Ghost, this signifying that the way into the holiest of all was not yet made manifest, well as the first tabernacle was yet standing, which was a figure for the time then present, in which were offered both gifts and sacrifices that could not make him that did these services perfect, as pertaining to the conscience, which stood only in meats and drinks and divers washings and cardinal ordinances imposed on them until the time of Reformation, which is now. He's saying those things, this right here, Hebrews 9:10, this tells you right here, absolutely, with Colossians 2, that those were shadows and that God intended for when Christ died to take away the sins, that they wouldn't need that anymore. I'm not saying there's not going to be another temple in the eternal kingdom. I'm just saying the sacrificial thing is done. It's done. It's over. Or Paul's a false teacher. And you, being dead in your sins and the uncircumcision of your flesh, hath he quickened together with him, having forgiven you all trespasses, blotting out the handwriting of ordinances. This is very much language that the things that regarding all the sacrificial systems that Moses put in the law and handwritten, put inside the side of the ark. It's the same language. He's talking about that document. And that is a distinction. Because he's not talking about the 10 Commandments. He's talking about the other stuff. Yes, it may have the 10 Commandments in it, but that doesn't really matter. He's making that distinction by speaking of the handwriting of ordinances that was against us, contrary to us, took it out of the way, nailing it to the cross. So that's just the sin debt. That's everything associated with why they needed sacrificial offerings and such for their sins. It was like a way to connect to God and like say, hey, I'm going to trust you to deal with this for me. And so they were doing all those things to teach them about Christ before he came and to deal with their sins. But it was not a permanent way to deal with their sins. So what's nailed to the cross is the covenant, you could say, the old covenant, and all the things associated with it. That was temporary. And spoiled principalities and powers, he made a show of them openly, triumphing over them in it. He demonstrated the wickedness of the rebellion by having them incite him even unto death. Demonstrated God's love. For while we were yet sinners, Christ died for us. And he demonstrated the evilness of sin and the rebellion. There's no doubt about it now. Let no man judge you, therefore, in meat or drink or respective holy days or of the new moon or the Sabbath days, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body is of Christ. The meat, so he's talking about the offerings and their association with the holidays and the new moons and the Sabbath days. Sabbath days, this is like the big crux of the matter. Let me ask you, was the Sabbath added because of sin? No, it was established before. If man never sinned, if man didn't eat of the fruit, the Sabbath would still be there. So he didn't add the sacrifices and then add on the holy days to when they associated the sacrifices, the temple services, which were a temporary thing until Christ comes. Those were added. Those were the things added for provision for sin. By the way, interesting, right? They sinned before the Sinai covenant came, which tells you God's law. There's sins. They had some kind of law that came from God's character, who he is. They were made in his image, for goodness sake. And they disobeyed and brought death into the world. That's a sin. Sin against what? Well, it doesn't say for sure in the Bible, but obviously God is eternal and he's unchanging. And the Sabbath is associated at the very beginning. Declared holy. Would they have known about that? Yes, of course they would. So he's saying, don't let anybody judge you. Here's the key part, but the body is of Christ. What a body you've prepared for me to be what? To be the sacrifice, the one sacrifice for sin, permanent. That is able to deal with the conscience and sin once for all. So the meat and drink offerings in respect to the system of sacrifices and holy days, which were called Sabbaths, like the certain particular days of the holiday, of the celebrations, like the weekly long, whatever, like they weren't just a single day, but those certain high days were Sabbaths, called Sabbaths, ceremonial Sabbaths. And Christ's body is the true offering. The shadows were shadows of Christ's offering, which was his body on the cross, his death. So the shadows were things added to man after the fall to deal with sin. But see, the weekly Sabbath is part of the 10 Commandments, the moral law, and they wasn't added. It was actually pre-fall declared holy every seventh day. It wasn't added for sins to deal with their disobedience, which were added later and was a revealed revelation. He introduces sacrifices right there in the garden, and then he introduces that. We don't have much information about it, but Noah did sacrifices. Other cultures did sacrifices, probably that stem out of that. And then he calls Israel out of Egypt, and then he gives them the tabernacle, and then they eventually make a temple, and he gives them how to build it and how to be clean, how to And then they establish that in the land, in the permanent temple, and God dwells with them in there, in the same sort of thing, built after the pattern which is in the heaven, according to the pattern in heaven, which is where Christ is now. For he is the peace, for he is our peace, who hath made both one, and hath broken down the middle wall of partition between us, having abolished in his flesh the enmity, even the law of commandments contained in ordinances. Commandments contained in ordinances. What are the ordinances? They're what's nailed to the cross, which were shadows of the body, the sacrifice of Christ. Those things associated. The ordinances were the things against us, contrary to us, because they couldn't permanently deal with sin, and they were only there to deal with the sin problem, temporarily, until Christ came. That's the sense that they're against us. They're not bad. They were a good thing, but they were all associated with, which was the thing that wasn't the full revelation of God's dealing with sin. They weren't bad, but they are. If you think that's going to save you now that Christ has come, you've missed the whole purpose of it. And so, look, I heard Charles earlier today say that is what people don't get, and this is a new idea. You know, he was saying my belief is a cult, and most people agree with that. But the funny thing is, it's actually the dispensationalism that's really the new thing on the block. Adventists believe believe covenant theology, only we just are consistent with the Sabbath. And so this is a ruse. Is dispensationalism true, or is covenant theology true? Well, the entire history of the church says that covenant theology is true, and that there's just one way of salvation in Christ. And the whole old system was pointing to that, and it was to Israel first, established with Israel, and now blown wide open to call back every person from every tribe, tongue, and nation. And that's what I hold. That's what Adventists hold. And it is in line with historic Christianity. Dispensationalism is a totally new idea. And so I just find it fascinating that Adventists are a cult because they add all 10 commandments. And they think that the focus of prophecy is on the new covenant period, which the reformers would agree with. And
so is dispensationalism where they think that there's like basically two different gospels? Jesus taught one gospel, and
yeah, that's one
that was
aspect
for
of
a
it.
specific people, not really for everybody.
Right. So there's two separate things, and then they kind of take, and people have their varying disagreements with dispensationalists, but they don't realize why it's so wrong and why it's not historically what Christians have believed. And so my point is just, I get really irritated when people talk so much smack about Adventists when really it's actually it's a reformed, non-Calvinistic reformed covenant theology that simply just adds the Sabbath and stays more, there's added development of theology, which it's not about like whether nobody knew what eschatology was, but I'm more convinced of what I was brought up on than ever, because just everybody else, what they say about it is just like a limited understanding. And, everybody has different parts of it and they have emphasis and things I learned from them, but the whole picture is like, it's just so glaring to me. And people are like, they think the law is a curse. And when they read that from Paul, they don't understand what he's talking about. It's really sad because I don't think they really believe it. They're just inconsistent, but they want to just throw the whole baby out with the bathwater, but nobody operates that way. And so, I mean, it's hard, but nobody can accept this, but it's just like, obviously most Christians are like, no, of course Jesus' teaching is for us. The dispensations are actually just more consistent, and the more severe of dispensationalists are, the more honest they are. And it's just kind of like that Perry the Preacher guy. He's just saying what everybody else says consistently. Like, when people argue with me, they'll say, no, you're trying to put me back under the law. Well, yeah, Perry's just the extreme version of that.
Yeah, I can see how he can be consistent, but it's a good thing. Consistency alone doesn't mean it's true,
Right. And and you know what I've realized recently is what everybody's doing, whether they realize it or not. You'll like be talking with people and they'll be agreeing with you, but like I talked to that guy, he's a hardcore dispensationalist, and like he's really nice, and I think they interpret the Bible pretty well, especially the ones that are extreme. But they'll like agree with me because they want to like use me as a shield to be like, yeah, that's what that verse says, so you shouldn't believe it. And it's like they'll agree with me on all the text, but it's really they're like they want to, because they think they know people won't ultimately end up agreeing with me, and it'll end up pushing them to believe what they believe, like those books aren't for us, like James and Hebrews, and so it's interesting how everybody's kind of doing that, and it's kind of disingenuous, but I catch myself doing it as well. Yeah, you do that with, or I disagree with Calvinism, or like atheists will agree with Calvinists, and like everybody will think that's a good thing because atheists
what
are
exactly
agreeing.
is Calvinism again?
That's where like the tulip, like total depravity, limited atonement, perseverance of the saints, irresistible grace.
Okay.
So like they think God determines everything, right?
Yeah, so he's micromanaging every aspect of our lives. I don't believe that.
I know it's awful. Some of it is, but some of it makes some good points about God's sovereignty, although I think they ultimately don't define it good, but it's not as simple, clean cut as people think. It seems like through church history, people were like, they would argue with somebody and then they would like go too far and too extreme to like prove the other person wrong. And then they take it too far. And I feel like, so I look at the Reformation, and Calvinism was the big names are all Calvinistic in that whole covenant theology, the doctrines of grace, they call them. And it seems to me that they were on the right track to get away from Rome. I just think they went too far with the implications of it and the philosophy. I don't think God is doing, like determining every sin or whatever, essentially. If they're consistent, you have to say that.
Yeah, because they kind of say that they believe that they're all sinners and that their righteousness is as filthy rags. And so it's almost like you have to have God micromanaging everything. Or I don't know.
Yeah, it's
no
hard.
One can be righteous.
Yeah, I don't think that's totally right, although it is kind of true in a sense. And so like I'm not going to mess with that idea because I think it is ultimately true. And like you have to remember like that evil can like lurk in the hearts of man. It is true. Like it comes out all the time in people. But at the same time, when people like, and I was with like Graham Gould, like arguing with him, I'm like, dude, yes, I believe that's a central truth about like coming to Christ, like realizing how you are actually a really despicable sinner. But to pretend like you have to be stuck in that forever as if you're not being transformed, like you have to keep it in the back of your head and understand like your dependency on God or whatever, in my view. But and so I don't totally disagree with it. But at the same time, when they start saying, anytime you say you ought to keep the law, they'll say, and this is back to the subject here, it's like, you don't get it, Jamie. You if you've broken one, you've broken them all. And I always laugh when somebody brings it up to me, because I'm like, I don't believe you're justified by that. I think, but we're called to it. And the verses are, there's so many verses that are clear on this. It's like but so many people think it just means God wants you to like admit you can't possibly keep his commandments or something. And then just, if you don't admit that, you're trash and he'll burn you forever. And it's just like, you know how ridiculous that is, dude? There's like a truth there in it, in the sense, like, that's how you come to God and stuff.
Yeah, it's not like I can be as righteous as God, but his standard for me is much lower, and it's something that I can achieve,
Yeah, I think it's not like you just admit you can't ever keep it, and like nobody really believes that. It's just, and then you say, no, you're supposed to keep it. If you don't, you're a liar and the truth isn't in you. And they're just like, and it's like I don't know, they just like have cognitive dissonance over the verse. It's like over, and that's the other thing I wanted to show in Revelation. Like there's so many times over and over and over, like the dragon, like Revelation 12 is like this overview of like the story of salvation and Christ's birth, and like the time of trouble, down to the time of trouble. And it says, then the dragon was enraged at the woman and went off to make war with the rest of her offspring, those who keep God's commandments and hold fast their testimony of Jesus. It's like, and then Revelation 14, it talks about those who are going to be thrown into the lake of fire. And then it says, here's the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus.
But then they always tease you and say, well, you can't keep all 613. What are you going to start sacrificing animals? You know,
it's like, no, dude. It's like, do you read the Bible? In Revelation 19, this is an interesting one too. It says, it talks about the saints that are like on the sea of glass or whatever. And it's like, and they're wearing white linen. And then it tells you what the white linen is. It defines the symbol. It says, and the white linen is the righteous deeds of the saints. And it literally says they're right. The white linen that the ones in heaven are wearing are the righteous. The white linen stands for the righteous deeds.
Righteous deeds.
Yeah. And then Revelation 22 says, blessed are those that do his commandments, for they shall have right into the city. The New Jerusalem.
Sounds pretty clear to me.
Sounds like
that's one thing I do appreciate about Revelations, is it's pretty clear on that issue, you know.
Yeah, 4 different times. Whenever it talks about the true saints and contrasts them with those thrown to hell, it talks about them keeping God's commandments, and it's theos. It's not the commandments of Christ or something. Like,
but then the Calvinists, they always want to make it so everything's a sin. If you smoke, that's a sin. If you drink, that's a sin. If you cuss, that's a sin. Everything's a sin. You know, just waking up, that's a sin.
Yeah, and I get it. It's kind of just religion or whatever, and it's not like it's just rigidly keeping the commandments. But those are like the foundation. Like, it never changed. That couldn't change. Like, think about how horrible it would be if God could change. Like, we wouldn't have an argument for objective morality. We wouldn't know. Like no, Jesus had to die because of sin and how the law couldn't be. Some basis of God's law and his character can't change. He can't sin, and so Jesus died as some sort of propitiation, because the law is forever defines what sin is against God, and his unchangeable, his immutable, impeccable character. And then we're supposed to be made in his image. So Jesus dies because for God to make a way of salvation, because the law doesn't change. If it could change, then Jesus wouldn't have had to die. It doesn't make, or you're saying Jesus died so God's character wouldn't matter anymore. And that's like, to me, that's like as satanic as it could get. If you think about it, it really is. Like,
when I put it together, when I think of Jesus as a sacrifice, then that's like the conclusion I come up to. I'm like, this doesn't sound right to me. I don't know. I don't really want to argue about that, but I do think Jesus taught water baptism as a way to get forgiveness of sins, like as opposed to blood sacrifice, you know?
Well, I think it's a way of, it's supposed to represent, there's all sorts of typology in it. Let's not argue about that, but what's interesting too is the reformers, like, for the past 300 years, seem to understand this. Like, I'm just saying what they said, and people act like I'm in a cult. And it's like, have you read what they read Wesley, read John Calvin, read Martin Luther. They all
because you are like a work salvationist. Is that it?
Well, no, they just
you want to do work.
Law, they understand that the law doesn't change. It defines sin. Like the law, the 10 Commandments define sin.
Yeah, but you're trying to earn it.
No,
you can't.
I know that's what they say. But it's like there's this cognitive dissonance but nobody thinks you're not supposed to keep the commandments. That's the funny thing. It's like this weird cognitive dissonance, because like at least
they're
9
not
of them
all out there murdering and stealing, but
or saying it's okay. Right.
Yeah, or saying it's okay, right. But they still say, well, you don't have to keep the law. That was abolished.
Yeah, it's weird. And
you can't keep the law. They say it's impossible.
You know what that would mean? You know, it's so funny because it's the Calvinist Osassers that say that the most. You can't keep it. And I stop and I think, well, in a sense it's true. Like, you're not going to keep it perfectly, right? But at the same time, I'm not going to say like any of my sins I had to do. Which ones did you have to do exactly? And if you had to do them exactly, what are you guilty for exactly then?
Because like, we don't have it that way. Because if you can't keep it, that means you had to sin. You had to do that.
Yeah, which means that's extenuating circumstances. What do you call that? Like when somebody is involved in a group crime, or like there's a crime and like there's a kid and some guy was like like abusing him and like grooming that kid for crime or whatever, and they're underage, and like the kid is involved in like a homicide, like that gets taken into account for the sentencing.
Yeah,
Like everybody has an age of accountability for children because they're not capable, or they're not fully capable of understanding the crimes they commit as much as we would think an adult would. And so I forget what you call that,
age of accountability.
Yeah, exactly. And if that's there's a principle there.
And like it's in Emmanuel in Isaiah 7, it says it actually defines the age of accountability right there in that prophecy. It says by the time Emmanuel reaches the age when he's able to choose the good and reject the evil, then by that time, whatever.
There's accountability. There's responsibility, and people, and there's obviously gradations of guilt based on your ability and your cognitive awareness and your experience. And God, obviously, that makes total sense. So we can understand the justice of God. And I also think it's interesting when people don't want to say God is fair. I'm like, you don't think God's judgment is fair? Like, I know what they're saying. They're saying like we deserve hell or whatever, but I don't think. Does anybody really think they deserve hell?
No, of course not.
Because they sure act put off when somebody challenges their. You'd think somebody who really thought they deserved hell, that would be kind of a weird.
I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I used to think, I didn't ask to be here. I didn't ask to be born. It's like the world, you owe me something, just being born gives you owe me something. And it's like, I almost be pissed off if I got to go to hell after this crappy life, it's like, it's not fair at all. This promise of everlasting life. That's why I'm so happy about that, because that's what Jesus came for. He came here to deliver that promise of everlasting life and teach us how to achieve it, which is to do good works and repent and turn away from your evil ways,
Yeah, there's a lot of straw manning that goes on, or like a desire to misrepresent this whole concept. And to me, this is my whole purpose of interacting with Christians, to try to get them to see this, at least that, like, because it's to make sense of it. And it's not very often that people are really using their brain. It seems like it makes it really hard for me not to be ideological, because I'm just so taken aback by the way people try to undermine me because I'm a Seventh-day Adventist or whatever. And it's just like, let's just talk about the text, like what makes sense.
Yeah, and I can relate to that a little bit because I grew up kind of Jehovah's Witness, and so there's always going to be a little soft spot in my heart for them. I think if the Bible was 100% true, then I think Jehovah's Witnesses would be pretty dang close to the truth. I don't know anything about Seventh-day Adventists, so I can't.
They're similar. They're similar. They have a lot of
they seem a little similar.
They come from the same history or whatever.
Yeah.
But Adventists are more mainstream in a few ways, right? With the Trinity but I think Adventists and Jehovah's Witnesses came from the same movement. And then people, I was listening to it's funny how people will talk about it. Like I was listening to this thing from John MacArthur's right-hand guy, Phil something, but he was like literally making fun of like how Ellen White's pictures look like she was crazy. And I was just thinking like, this is like way below him, dude. Like, what is he like this? So it's like, I hate people what they say. It's petty. It's like perpetuating bigotry and like dismissal. It's just like, it seems like a defense mechanism, to be honest. Like,
yeah, it's just ludicrous, basically.
Yeah. It's like, it's sad because I don't really care if people believe in all white. I just think, let's talk about the issues that don't make sense on your view. And so, but whatever. It shows me how much of a filthy menstrual rag I am. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Paul's using that term, because my opinion is that it's been largely, there's a truth to this idea.
Can you bring it up?
When in regard to like being a filthy rag, as far as like being able to justify yourself, like, so I agree with that, but at the same time, I think it's overused. And cool, sweet.
So if the righteousness is a filthy rag, No, I don't know.
Which verse were we looking for?
That's from like I forget. Paul quotes it, doesn't he? Like
Yeah, something.
Hold on.
Was
I'll
it
find
Ephesians 2 or Colossians 2?
Yeah, let's go to Ephesians 2 anyway. Because I was reading that earlier and I was like, wow, this is really clear. Like when you go, I think the beginning of Ephesians. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, CJ?
Ephesians
Paul?
2.
What's up, Yahoo?
I'm guessing you didn't watch my video from earlier today, but dispensationalisms cannot use Ephesians anymore because it's written to a synagogue.
Yeah, I saw it. Why don't you
Along
talk
with the
about that?
Corinthians and the Thessalonians.
Let's see how much CJ is a dispensationalist or not. Let's just put it. Let's lay down the gauntlet here.
You want me to go back?
Yeah. Do the thing. Do what you were talking about in your video.
I
Let
think
me clarify something really quickly, though. I am as far away from the fringes of dispensationalism as you can get while still calling yourself a dispensationalist. Like, for example, I don't believe there is a single verse of the Bible, let alone book, that is only to the Jews. I think that it's all to believers everywhere, all the time.
Well, that's good.
You probably won't be against this, CJ. This is for like the hardcore dispensationalists. Anyways, I think it actually starts in previous chapters, but the same idea really applies here. So he goes to Ephesus, and then he meets up with the holy brethren, and then he went into the synagogue and spoke boldly for the space of 3 months. So in Ephesus, there is a synagogue, and that's where he spent all of his time. So if he's going to write a letter to the Ephesians, he's probably going to write it to the synagogue where he spent most of his time. So yeah. Anyways, something for the dispensationalists to think about. But it says the same thing about Corinth and Thessalonica as well. And you might be able to make a case for Galatia. But anyways, that was like the main point I was making in my videos. And Jamie, I think, wanted to talk about this one, I'm guessing.
Apparently, everybody in Ephesus abandoned him, though, at the end. It's too bad. Didn't he say something like that to Timothy? He was saying, you know that everyone in Ephesus abandoned me, even Phygelus and Hermogenes. Those dudes, they weren't having it.
So it seems in verse. Okay, so I read a bunch of verses earlier that I think where Paul makes some kind of distinction that people then use and say he's saying the whole law. And it's like there's a sense where he talks about the whole law. I'm not denying that as a whole. I'm not denying that God's law is God's law. I'm not denying that. I'm not saying that what Moses wrote down wasn't God's law. I'm not saying that. But Paul makes these distinctions about the commandments contained in ordinances. Here in Ephesians 2, he makes that distinction. And I don't think he has in mind anything but those things associated with the sacrificial system, because because when he talks about it in Hebrews 9:10, he says, diverse washings regarding carnal ordinances and the commandments contained in the ordinances. And so I think he's talking about the things he mentions elsewhere. He says they're added because of sins. And what was added because of sins? What was the sacrificial system and the things that were temporary, in my opinion, to that were types of shadows of Christ's body, which is because he says the body of Christ. I think he's saying, feel free to disagree with me, by the way, but it seems like he's saying, because when he's talking about the law and those who he's talking to, it seems like he's saying those who think they're good with God because they have Moses's law, but they're not accepting the Messiah, or they're not recognizing their need for Messiah and the justification through what he accomplishes. And so I think that's where people get off track. Is he saying, look, those were all just pointing to Christ. They're not going to save you. Like, you got to accept the Messiah and what he was teaching.
So 2:15 is just about the sacrificial laws.
I think so, because those were the things only given to Israel in this.
I mean, I prefer your interpretation of it, but good luck, convincing mainstream Christianity that that's the case.
Well, think about it. In his flesh. What is that talking about? The having abolished in his flesh the enmity. what was the enmity? The sin that was separating people from God. And those things were associated with dealing with their sins as shadows of Christ. And so like, if you don't accept Christ now, who's the fulfillment of those aspects that he does once for all. And it was like this, it was the sin and the things associated with him that were not able to permanently deal with it. Like Christ.
I always thought the enmity or whatever was the wall of partition between the Jews and the Gentiles. You know, there was like this wall of partition, which was the law. And that was the law between the Jews and Gentiles. And so he tore down the law. That means there's no difference between Jews and Gentiles now.
Well, yeah, that's a part of it, because they were given to Judah and
okay, so I guess if those were just the sacrifices were given to the Jews to separate them, and
right?
Circumcision and stuff. Okay,
yeah, because in the sense that I'm not saying that the whole world wasn't in need of the provision God makes for sin. I'm not saying that either, but I am saying that God.
Well, you're saying the Ten Commandments are for the whole world. But
he didn't give the festivals and the temple to everybody and then hold them accountable for it, is what I'm saying. In the same sense.
And
anyway,
that's the difference between Egyptians and Jews. That's basically the only difference.
Right.
The those sacrifices, those feasts, those whatever.
And don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that the whole world didn't need a provision from God for their sin. I'm not saying that. But like, I think we can't say that like God was holding men accountable in and of itself for not, because he made a covenant with the children of Israel, the first covenant, right?
Yeah, they were his inheritance.
Right. And as a means of bringing forth the Messiah who would be able to redeem everyone.
The whole world. Yeah.
But, and so like they would be held responsible for like not, obeying the covenant. But I don't think God's going to judge the other nations in that period for not being a part of the covenant.
I heard it explained like the reason God wasn't going to punish the nations for not doing that stuff was because he allowed them to do whatever they want and allowed them to be led astray by whatever whim they wanted, and so it was like but in the time where he was going to defend them and protect them, he wasn't going to be there. He's like, let your idols protect you. Let your idols protect you. That's what you worshiped. Let them protect you. So the blessing and the cursing was not there for them. They didn't have the blessing or the curse. But
yeah, I think that's probably I don't know. What do you guys think, Yahoo and CJ? I mean, you can disagree with me if you want. There's some kind of difference there, I think. But I do think obviously the nations were guilty. I don't know how God judges that per se, but
he did destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. So, I mean, they were guilty of all kinds of stuff and they didn't have no law or anything. And God punished the crap out of them.
So there was some sense that like, even, like Paul says in Romans, 2 or whatever, 3, he condemns the nations and the Jews who had the law and those who didn't, but who have like the image of God and know better, to some degree. Seems like he says something like to that effect, right? Like that everybody's convicted. The demonstration of the cross and the message, you'll be judged for. I think God judges according to the light you have, but everybody still has a measure of like God's intrinsic, the image of God intrinsically, part of our makeup or whatever, or something like that, right? Yes. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want to disagree with that or whatever, or what do you guys think?
Well, so I do certainly have some disagreement, although not entirely. I think that there's a sense in which God didn't hold the other nations accountable for ceremonial laws. Leviticus 18 tells us quite plainly that the moral laws they are held accountable for, because it describes that Canaan and Egypt are being punished for it. But nowhere do you ever see like Egypt being punished for not keeping a Passover, sort of, until you start to get to the New Testament understanding of these things, right? Because if you believe that Jesus is the fulfillment of these, and that these were always intended to be types and shadows pointing to him, then actually you have a much more severe punishment for not keeping Passover as an Egyptian than you do for not lying or murdering or something like that.
You
what I
understand
mean
that I
by
agree with that, right? That I agree that like they're held accountable for not, crying out for God to make provision for their sin or whatever. Seems like
right.
something like that.
And so when we say now Jesus is the Paschal Lamb, and we're not speaking metaphorically or symbolically, but we're actually saying no, that was actually a type pointing to the true Paschal Lamb. I guess in a sense it's metaphor because he's not really a sheep, but nevertheless, beyond that, he is a form of a literal Paschal Lamb, right? You could make the argument that while the type itself they were never required to keep, what it's ultimately pointing to, they were certainly required to keep. So there is some nuance there. All that actually, though, is somewhat irrelevant to, I think, the greater point I would point out here, which is that I think Ephesians 2:15 and I believe Colossians 2:14 says the same, but it's somewhere in 2, but I'm not sure if it's 14 or not.
Yeah, 14 through 16 or something.
Right. Thank you. I think these are speaking about the legal penalty more than they are ceremonial law. And the reason I brought up the first point before I went to this is because I think the first point demonstrates that the second point must be true. So let me kind of explain that very briefly. I don't want to take too much time, but when Christ atoned for those who believe on him, what that means is that there is forgiveness for sins. Certainly, I think everybody would be in agreement, although I guess I don't know if Farmit would, because I don't know if you accept atonement or not. I think not, regardless. The majority would be in agreement that that's the thing that's been accomplished. That's the effect of Christ's sacrifice, right? Which means if somebody were to, say, commit a murder, it's not now a guaranteed death sentence. And in the divine law, of course, a death sentence is not simply a death on your physical self. It's a death to whatever we might say is your spiritual self. If you're a physicalist, that's just to say that you're dead entirely, your life has been snuffed out. And if you're a dualist, that is to say that the body and soul have been killed. But regardless, what we would both agree on is that you're dead, you're gonzo, you're done, right? Going to hell, in other words. The atonement now offers a way out. It's not that you should murder or anything like that, but it is that if something happens, whether egregious like a murder or a smaller thing like the little white lies you tell your children, there is atonement for those things, right? You no longer have the full legal weight of the law on your throat, right? And so in that sense, we can say that the ordinances have been abolished. In fact, it's interesting. The word ordinance, both in the English and in the Greek, it's dogma in the Greek, refers to a piece of legislation. It doesn't refer to a law in the abstract, like nomos would, or like our own law would. But it actually refers to a piece of legal, a legal document, right? Like I said, a piece of legislation. And again, as does our own English word ordinance. You can say law in a general sense, anything from the law of gravity, or I'm laying down the law and I'm a dad or something like that, right? But ordinance specifically means that some governmental body has come out and they've declared this is the law, and there's a penalty for violating this law. And the same is true in the Greek dogma. So I think when he's saying he's abolished the handwritings and ordinances, that he literally means he's abolished the legal penalty for those who have accepted Christ, which is the only way that forgiveness can occur. It's not a carte blanche to sin, but it's the only way that somebody is able to be liberated from the chains of sin, because ultimately, as James says, to violate one portion is to violate all of it. So if you've existed, you're guilty of death, because if you've existed, you violated some portion of it, especially considering everything that Jesus Christ himself lays out in Matthew chapter 5.
Do you have anything can you expound on that a little bit? What do you think that people inherit sin?
That's a pretty interesting question. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about the concept of inherited sin. I think that humans have a fallen nature. So in a sense, you could say we inherit a sin nature, certainly. I tend to subscribe to the view that our federal head was Adam, and he fell. So in Adam now we are all fallen. Now, how exactly that works as far as like, is a baby a sinner before he's ever committed a sin or before he's aware or stuff like that? I'm not 100% sure I can work those things out in my own mind.
I think you can. I mean, well, the way I do, it's just that I think that we inherited the knowledge of good and evil from Adam and Eve, you know, and so that makes us accountable to sin. And so, but we're not born with the knowledge of good and evil. It develops over time to about the age of 13, the age of accountability.
Yeah, that's actually, I don't think that's an unfair position at all. I think that's,
yeah, I don't think children aren't guilty. We're just born into an environment, and our bodies are mortal, which puts us, you know, makes it more like a proclivity to sin. But we're not guilty until we do our own sin, and like I don't think we have to do sin per se. But I would say so. Like we didn't choose to be born into a sinful world, and that part of me says that's why it makes sense to me to have like a atonement that's you know, sufficient for all or whatever, which, and so in the sense that like the cross being available to every person may like actually kind of works the ledger in the sense of like being would be like just or whatever. Like we're all guilty strictly for what we've done, not in the sense that like we inherit it like guilt. Like you could say we don't inherit guilt. We inherit the nature, like CJ said at the beginning too. Like we're born with proclivities and a mortal body and in a milieu of or a, you know, a culture of sinful, you know, bombardment, and but we're still like guilty for what we do or what we end up doing or whatever. But and so in that sense, I think. But I wanted to say about this verse, I would say I don't have a problem with what you're saying at all. I would just say, see that I think there's more to be said when someone says it's talking about the ceremonial law, but it certainly is, because it says the handwriting of ordinances that was against us. Okay, so how were the handwriting of ordinances? Because it says it's the handwriting of ordinances. Well, what are the ordinances? To me, it's, if you keep reading, he nailed it to the cross. In what sense are ordinances nailed to the cross? Well, they are of the body of Christ in regards to the offerings for sins, you know, in meat and drink offerings. How is that against us? Well, because it's a witness that we need that provision by God, which is a good thing. But it was it demonstrated that we are kept sinning and needing provision for our guilty sins, and the way that the ordinances themselves are nailed to the cross is that Christ's body was nailed to the cross, which is the fullness of God's provision, which is the antitype to the offerings and the perpetual need for, you know, year after year, the thing that would make a connection to us for God to make provision if by faith. But like Paul goes on in Hebrews, right? He says they would have to keep doing their own sacrifices, the priests, because they were in their infirmities, and it was never able to deal with sin permanently. But now that wall of separation has come down. So it's not that the ordinances were bad. It's not that they weren't a good thing, but it seems to me to be saying in Christ's body being the offering on the cross, his body, that permanent, like once for all dealing with sin, in light of that, those ordinances were against us because they couldn't do what Christ's sacrifice does. That seems to me to be what he's saying. Do you have a problem with that?
Only in so much as that I don't think it's the whole story. So I think there's a lot of truth to that. And certainly, for example, Hebrews 8, and really just Hebrews in general, but specifically Hebrews 8, expands on that very thought, right? Where it's like you have this continuous, the fact that you have to have another Paschal lamb next year and another sin offering next sin and another and insert all the different offerings, the Yom Kippur, the Azazel goat, the free will offering, you know, so on and so forth. kind of demonstrates their lack of efficacy in a permanent way. You could kind of compare it to food, right? The very fact that I have to eat another meal demonstrates that one meal was not perfectly satisfactory. It was satisfactory for a time. I was filled at the time, but eventually I'll have to be filled again, right? And you have a similar thing going on here. But the reason I think that we can't say it's the whole story is because the moral law is also very much against humankind because of how strong it is. Now, I want to be very clear when I say this. This absolutely does not make it bad, and it does not mean you shouldn't obey it. That's one of the biggest problems people end up getting into is they think, oh, well, it's an impossible standard, therefore I shouldn't even try. That's not true at all. In fact, very many people have said before when speaking about simple things like attaining perfection in a boxing form or something like that, that attaining for perfection means constant improvement. And so if anything, you should be fighting for it. But when you look at the way the law is set up, let's take, for example, adultery. And we're going to take into account not only that the punishment for adultery is death, but also James 2:10 and the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5. So the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5 says that to even look upon another woman with lust is to commit adultery with her in your own heart. Now, we're all guys here. Let's be very honest.
Lustful
That has
intent,
happened.
he said.
Say again?
He said lustful intent.
Right.
So
now,
that's an action. That's a plan. Intent is in action. It's not just what you see or what you think. There is an action involved. I just wanted to point
there
out.
is a small amount. I'll give you that. But the
like
action
if you flirt
is,
with her, if you flirt with a married woman, then that's basically committing adultery in your heart.
well, I think it's a little stronger than that. I think
okay.
if you were to, so each one of us is probably, I mean, we're guys, so it's impossible for us not to notice certain
Right.
attractive qualities about women.
Yeah, looking at a woman isn't a sin, you know.
Well, but say you continue, right? Like, so let's say, for example, some beautiful woman walks past you and you notice the attractiveness, but rather than leaving it there, you decide to let your mind run wild and stare off, and maybe you're looking at her butt or her boobs or something like that, right? Well, in that action, you have committed, I think, what he means by lustful intent.
I'm FBI.
Yeah, I always think that like
Just
intent
not, just
means
kidding.
like, you know, if you had intent to murder somebody, then you could go to jail for that because that's a plan. It's an intent, you know, and so
There has
it's
to
like,
be evidence for that. You're planning it, right? Because there's no, like,
yeah,
you have thought crimes, but it's all. I think it's just a general obvious thing to, if you're being honest with yourself, that like the whole idea of like what comes out of your mouth is what defiles you because it
Right.
demonstrates where your heart is, and
I
so
agree.
that starts in your decisions in your mind. And so basically, Jesus
Right.
is teaching about
You should
libertarian
clean
free
your
will
mind
here.
first. Yeah, clean your heart first so that the outside can become clean, you know.
Yeah, it's a
Well, but notice
demonstration.
that with
Yeah, go
that
ahead,
though,
CJ.
right? So when you have that kind of that extreme strength to it, and whether or not we could say, you know, you'd say perhaps it stops at a flirtation. I would say I think that the staring in and of itself is already demonstrating the intent.
I know, but then it's like nobody could do that. We're guys.
Well, I think that's
Be
the point,
honest.
though.
Well, let me make his point. I just want to also point out
Okay.
that if staring at a woman leads you to do secret things alone in your room with a man's hand, you're probably a little bit gay.
Okay. I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
Well, but so I actually appreciate, Varmint, that you had said, well, that's impossible then, right? That's exactly the point. And that's why I think the moral law even itself is against us, because you're not physically capable. The way God has designed us to procreate, combined with our fallen nature as creatures who have a proclivity to sin and a free enough will to choose it, renders it virtually impossible. Not literally impossible. It's, you know, you have a physical possibility, but it's virtually impossible that you would actually never violate Matthew 5:28.
I can see. Yeah, I can
So
see
then-
how you feel that way.
Right. And so then what would that mean, right? Well, if I'm correct about that, it means three things. Number one, per James 2:10, you are now guilty of the entire penalty of the law, because he says to violate one portion of it is to violate all of it. And Jesus said that this is violation of the adultery clause. Point number two would mean you are now condemned to death, because what does Leviticus say is the punishment for adultery? Death. And point number three would be death physical. Whether or not you're a dualist is irrelevant to this. Death physical is in some way representative of death spiritual. So by looking upon a woman with lust, you have now been committed to death spiritual. Where's the hope then? The hope is that Jesus Christ has provided atonement for that.
Option C would be that, you never really actually committed a sin. You just thought you were, and you didn't actually make a plan to seduce her, and so you didn't actually commit any sin.
Well, and setting that to the side for a moment, just because I think we have to have in sort of a conversation about what that constitutes. I'd be willing to wager, and this doesn't necessarily mean there's no value in what you're saying, just to be clear, but I would be willing to wager Jamie and Yahoo might be a little bit more inclined to my side than yours. Which is
I agree.
That if our position there is right, then we now have pretty clear evidence that even the moral ordinances are against mankind. And again, that does not mean you should not obey them. Keep your eyes to yourself.
Well, it almost suggests that, like, if I can't keep it, then why even try,
Well, I would say two things to that. The first thing is, I think the inability to keep it is reason to accept Christ and his forgiveness, because that's why you need it. You need it because you will sin. If you could just do it on your own, there'd be no necessity for Christ.
But don't you see where there's no? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll be quick with this. The second thing there I would say is that when the standard is so impossible, one thing you can guarantee is if you're trying to attain it, you'll always be better than you were yesterday, right? So by setting the standard so high, God has made it to where we as believers can be on a literal nonstop path all the way until we're on the other side to holiness, getting better.
That doesn't
and better
follow
and better.
logically, though, because the easier something is, then the more you're going to try to do it. To say it's too hard, that means you're just going to give up. You're not even going to try because it's too hard. Nobody can do it. But if it's easy, that gives you an incentive to do it. We have to have an incentive. Like in your viewpoint, there is no incentive to do good deeds because Jesus said, "I already forgiven you."
1 second.
Well, technically, God didn't say it was too hard, and he didn't say it was easy. He said it is not too hard for you. So it is difficult, but
and that's where the filthy rags comes in. Like in that sense, like you got to see the struggle, you got to see your actual guilt. You got to and this is why I think the idea of uncoupling the commandments from the gospel is folly, because the commandments literally define sin, which is supposed to be the mirror that shows you how filthy you are in need of Christ you are. That is absolutely the case. But at the same time, so I don't really disagree with any principle you were saying at all, but I'm going to push back a little bit just for fun and see where we go with this. Because I'm going to say, yes, I'll say it this way. Well, it is true. The book of the law that Moses wrote is probably talking about, what's in the Bible, the Torah. And so the 10 commandments are in that part. So that's part of it. And so, but I'm going to say it like this. The distinction of the 10 commandments being on stone gives it some separation of distinguishment. Like I think those laws, you could say, well, they represent the Sinai covenant. They're also like kind of the constitution of God's character. And so they existed prior. I think you can make a very good case, although it's not explicit in the text, that those laws were certainly known to be good and bad. And most of them are intrinsic as far as, as being human or whatever. And, you may have, in any given society in history may or may not have fallen into worse or more or less depravity. And that certainly is the case. And so where it would be less apparent to different cultures, and that's for God to judge. But in this verse here, though, I'm going to insist that, well, it's not I'm gonna say it's more looking at it like it is speaking about the handwritten ordinances, which does distinguish it on some level, and he does seem to want to focus it in on the sacrificial system and it being fulfilled. And so in that sense, a ceremonial issue thing being in view. Don't let people judge you regarding not doing these things, which were a shadow of what Christ is, which is the offering nailed to the cross. So it does, and it mentions the things associated with the festivals, which were the means of the old covenant in which God, because he goes on to talk about the wall of separation coming down, which I think that's an indication that the things that were, he's giving the
saying not to
universality.
judge you for doing the Passover. Like, should I not judge? If are you doing the Passover?
Well, he's saying don't let them judge you, like
Yeah,
as
like,
if
should I?
if you need to do these sacrifices when Christ is the sacrifice, his body nailed to the cross.
Well, yeah, but I'm
is
asking
that offering
about the feasts or whatever. Like, if I'm doing the Feast of Unleavened Bread and you're not, or say if I'm doing the Sabbath and you're not, should I judge you and be like, dude, you need to keep the Feast of Unleavened Bread. You need to keep the Sabbath.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with CJ here. I mean, if you cross-reference the blotting out, it all takes you to blotting out your sins. And the things that were nailed to crosses were what you were accused of, so that they would know why you were hanging on a cross. Which is why the cross said, Jesus, King of the Jews, because that's what he was on trial for. So yes, the handwriting of ordinances, which is against you, is going to be like the laws that you've broken, or whatever it is that you're being accused of.
Yeah, but hold on. Let's talk about that, because I hear what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with it. It's certainly talking about, because what's in view. So let me say it. This is the last thing I'll say about it. But the reason, what I don't think you guys are seeing here, is when you put all Paul's language here, it says blotting out the handwriting of ordinances. Now, an ordinance is a dogma.
That's the Numbers 5 cup of jealousy talk.
So are you saying Christ didn't remove the necessity of doing offerings and sacrifices? It says that the body of it.
That's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay.
I do believe that there are no more sacrifices for sin, but for sin being the key word there.
So just to clarify, just to make sure I'm understanding, which I think I am, but like, so for example, the free will offering of the grain offering, you would say that's not necessarily done away with.
Correct.
Sure.
I mean, the very, very few of the sacrifices are actually for sin. Like the Day of Atonement sacrifice and, Numbers, or no, not Numbers, Leviticus, like 2 through 7, maybe, I think, have sacrifices for sin. And most of them are for the priests.
Right.
And then, there's one for the people. They're like, as a whole, like a whole community. And there's one for, I think, individuals. But I mean, I don't know. I think people think that the sin sacrifices happened way more often than they actually did, when in fact there were literally tons of more sacrifices that were not for sin.
I think that's reasonable.
And specifically the Numbers 5:23 and the cup of jealousy.
Well, let's do. Why don't you explain that and go to that, and I'll give you the floor here.
Okay, so it's called the test of adultery, and it is for a man who wants to test his wife because he does not have the 2 or 3 witnesses to accuse her of adultery. So instead of accusing her for adultery, they go to the temple and the priest, and they do this ceremony, if you will. And then if she's guilty of the things that her husband has accused her of, then her thigh will rot away and her belly will swell. And I'm assuming that she's going to die. It causes a curse, and that's usually what a curse is death. When Paul says let them be accursed, it basically means let them be put to death, because that's all they're really going to get. So anyways, the priest writes all of those curses in a book, or on a letter, and then blots them out with bitter water. And at the foot of the cross was the bitter water. Jesus said, "I thirst." He was praying for this cup that he didn't want to drink because he knew how, bad it was going to be. And then in a crucifixion, you actually have to use your legs to push yourself up so that you can breathe, because you're literally hanging from your arms and your chest, and eventually your chest will basically fatigue, and you literally won't be able to breathe anymore. So to be able to breathe, you have to use your thighs to push yourself up so that you can inhale, because your chest cannot relax enough to actually inhale air. And so his thighs gave away, he suffocated, and then they stabbed him in the bowels with a spear, and blood and water came out. So yeah, kind of interesting. But anyways,
so wait a minute.
it's
Jesus is the woman who sinned against her husband.
No, he's taking our place. He's taking the curse for us.
Okay.
Yeah. But like, God is a high priest, and he can get married to us, the church. So I mean, technically we could be the daughter of a high priest, even though we're a male. And it says that the daughter of a priest that commits whoring shall be burned with fire. Well, where are we going if we don't pass the test? We go to a lake of fire. Like, so there's all sorts of analogies used that don't always make the best references. But anyways, I hope I explained that well enough. So anyways,
Yeah, I never heard
think
that was interesting.
I think that the things that are written against us in Colossians just has to be your list of sins. I mean, that's what was written on crosses. That's what all the cross references are for. And then, down here, I think that Paul is telling these former pagans, hey, don't let your former pagan friends judge you for not keeping those pagan holidays and eating all those crazy things you used to eat, and drinking wine that was made in pigskins, and, now you're keeping a Sabbath day when there was no Sabbath day, so I think it's completely backwards to the way most people read it, which is why Paul says they're a shadow of things to come. Like, they're still in the future, it's not that they have come. Like, we need to keep practicing these things because they're a shadow of things to come. So that would be how I read it.
That's pretty interesting. I never heard that before about the numbers with the woman.
Yeah, I actually haven't either, but I think I have a large deal of agreement with it. I've never made that particular connection, but just judging from what you've been explaining here, I don't see any pitfalls in it at all. In fact, I think that's definitely true, especially since the language seems to be nearly identical, like word for word almost.
Yeah, those are definitely proper pictures of what Christ does, like becoming the curse for us. And it's a picture of like the imagery of other passages that talk about, the women. There's the in my understanding, it would be like the apostate woman would be the apostate church, and then the bride would be the remnant or whatever, something like that, something to that effect. And so I think I think where I might diverge from a lot of other Christians would be my concern with so-called Christians. And not pointing at anybody in particular. I'm just saying it seems like the Bible is often, it's talking about believers and fake believers more than it's talking about those who honked for Jesus and those who are just like atheists that, don't know any better or something in some cases. And I'm not saying there's not a separation. And I'm not saying anyone in particular isn't a believer who says they are. I'm not even going there. I'm just saying the imagery of woman and the harlot woman suggests that, because Jesus always talks about, like, they're going to say, the ones that are, some guy in Africa isn't going to be like saying, Lord, Lord, I hunted a monkey, in your name or whatever necessarily, right? It's talking about, the mixed multitude of, those who went out from us or who are going to go out from us or whatever, maybe. So, I'm
curious what they would say about the lukewarm that gets spit out of his mouth.
Right. Yeah.
How do they get spit out? They're never in.
Yeah, it's well, I think CJ would probably I have some interesting things to say about that, but let me go through this one more time and point a couple things out, and then I want to point out, because in verse 16, he says, let no man therefore judge you. So that connects it to the previous thought in the previous two verses. And to me, the language here of the blotting out of handwriting of ordinances, that's clearly talking about, and I think we all agree on that. But to say he merely has in view that the things being blotted out are merely, and I'm not disagreeing, it certainly is talking about the way God is dealing with the sins, which is what the ordinances were dealing with in the old covenant. But he's arguing about the finish of this thought, which are shadows of things to come, but the body is of Christ. It seems like it's saying, it's talking about the thing nailed to the cross, which was his body. And what was it that his body being nailed to the cross was, what were the shadows of that? Well, he says the meat and drink offerings and associated with the holy days in the ceremonial services, the temple service, which is now has stopped because Christ is that sacrifice, in my opinion. I'd be curious if you disagree, like what you would appeal to there, because the question would be like, did God want the temple to be destroyed, or like would it be good if there was still a temple so that all believers would go there still if it was there? I would say God sovereignly intended for the temple to go away when after Jesus becomes the sacrifice. I guess maybe that might be where there's a disagreement, because it just seems to me that Christ fulfilled those shadows on some level. And I'm not, so here's what I'm not disagreeing with, that the entirety of God's law isn't in those there, that isn't in a sense against us in that it condemns us, but it's also, but at the end of the day, I think I would want to say, no, it's not that those things were against us. They're only against us like the law is against us when we think that's all we need, or the law it's against us because it condemns us. But at the end of the day, that's a thing that's saying it's a necessary thing. And so ultimately, like, it's actually for us at the end of the day, but because of our predicament, where it shows us we're in trouble, and that's what its purpose was. But like, ultimately the goal isn't, the end goal wasn't to just show us that we're just crap. It's to show us that we're crap so that we'll come to God, and then God works us, back into right relationship with him. And that's where like Wesley's quote would come in from the very beginning of the stream. Like, he's like, the law's intention, obviously everybody knows what Paul says about it. It shows us, it condemns us. And then, it was occasion for me to fall into even greater sin, knowing, for I would have not known sin if,
that's pretty tough.
So the idea would be, yes, it condemns you, but ultimately that's a good thing because it drives you to Christ. And then from there, it's a work in progress sort of thing, in my opinion. And so, but it does seem to me that you can't say it's not talking about the things that represented Christ's sacrifice, because it connects them so clearly there. I mean, do you guys disagree with that? Like, do you think Paul's saying that you don't think he's trying to make a distinction there at all? Like, he's just saying the entire law is against us and the entire law is nailed to the cross in that sense? Or do you think he's wanting to you don't think he's wanting to separate the ceremonial sacrificial system, which it represented Christ's body on the cross?
I'd prefer it your way.
Do you think I'm wrong there on that? Which part am I wrong about?
Well, I think there's the first element is just that I think it's not like there's a portion of it that is accurate on your view. I just think it's not encompassing enough, right? Because if we can agree that even the moral law is contrary to us, and that's so that we might come to Christ, that's all fine and good. But if it's still contrary to us while we're there, then obviously nothing's been accomplished. So you say, okay, but I don't believe it is while we're there. All right.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? I'm not following that. What you mean by while we're there?
While
you're a Christian,
have come to Christ. Exactly. Thank you, Varmint. While we've become a Christian, now the law now no longer against us then? And the answer I would suspect from you would be, well, no, of course not. So then that begs a question: why? And the answer, I think, if you're going to be consistent, and not consistent is in your view, but consistent as in our view, Christians collectively. It must be that, well, because that legal penalty we've been liberated from, because we had the penalty on our head, but what we've gotten now is a pardon, right? It's kind of like,
yeah. No, I totally agree with that. I would say this literally helps explain what the what's really being said when it talks about the law of liberty or the law of Christ. It's literally just saying the law of God in light of the provision of Christ's sacrifice, which takes away the penalty. So it's talking about God's law without the penalty, which Christ, when it says, so this is another big thing I wanted to connect to this real quick, is that I'm concerned because Christians see that Jesus took the curse of the law, and what people hear is that the law was a curse, in the sense that God's principles are a curse, and they're not wrong in the sense that it's a curse because it condemns you, and Paul talks about that. Yeah, sure, but they literally they're like think the law is a bad something to be like happy that the law is gone, but it's not that the law is gone; it's that the penalties of the law are gone. The law stands and defines sin for eternity because they're from God and who God is.
If there's no penalty, then the law is gone. You can't.
There's no penalty to those who are in Christ Jesus, who walk not according to the flesh, but after the Spirit. Romans 8:1, I would say.
Well, so the law is gone for Christians.
If you're in Christ.
Yeah.
Well,
then
and
there
so
is no law.
So there's 2 points there for each of you that I'd like to point out. For you, Jamie, I think everything you just said is true, but then it without realizing it, I think you are kind of falling a little bit closer to mine and Yahoo's side now, because you're saying, no, certainly that is what Paul is saying. But so then now we got to kind of put the dots together, right? So what we're then saying is Paul is saying the ordinances, that is the penalty, which was contrary to us, has been blotted out, right? He has abolished those things. He's not saying I've abolished simply the sacrifices and stuff like that, which to a certain extent he hasn't, considering that, first off, I will grant that Yahoo has made a different appeal here than I would. But even besides that, we would still say, the Passover and the Sin Atonement and all that is not abolished. If anything, it's more important now than it's ever been.
There was no penalty for not doing the sacrifices, was there?
Well, there was.
Maybe there was. Sorry.
But the sacrifices were the means and the type of God making provision, which were shadows of Christ's body on the cross.
Yeah, they would be cut off from.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify what I mean. So my point is that I was saying all those things because conceptually and the principle is those are things I wanted to just emphasize that those things are true. But regarding the specific context of that those 4 or 5 verses and this whole chapter and this book, is I think he's actually wanting to make a distinction about the things which we don't do anymore, which bring down the separation, that there was between, being part of the first covenant and being a Gentile or whatever. He's kind of arguing that I think what's in view is, yes, all those things I mentioned are true, and I agree with you. But in that verse, he's literally talking about the things that were shadows of Christ in particular. And I don't think you can say the moral or the 10 commandments is like a shorthand of the principle here, but it's saying, look, don't let people judge you because you're not doing offerings anymore, because those things were representing what God has done in its fullness in Jesus when he nailed him to the cross, which were representative of that act that God has now completed in history. And so, those things were done from a more like based principle of sin. I'm not saying it wasn't a sin to not do those things when they were in the old covenant, But now I would say, yes, you need that provision of God in Christ. Everybody does. But he's speaking to the point of the things under the old covenant, which are now completed in Christ. Don't let people judge you for not doing those things, because those things were to represent what Christ has done for like the more deeper issue of sin for the whole world, which, you know, God now requires all men to repent. It winked at the time of ignorance, let's say, but now it's revealed that all men are sinners and need that provision for the entire world that Christ came to do. But in regards to the covenant, which is now the new covenant or the renewed covenant, if you will, there's a more, you know, those attributes that they did pointed to the thing that Christ is now fulfilled. It seems like it's talking about that in specific. Not that those other things I mentioned aren't true, but in that context of the verse, seems like you can make that distinction. But those distinctions of those things encompass, and they were implemented because of, you know, the fact that we are sinners, like in that we're cursed because of our sin. But now Christ has taken away that curse because he became, you know, he who knew no sin became sin for us. And he was, you know, cursed as every man who hangs on a tree. He became the curse of the law, which is, you know, the death penalty for blessings and cursings in Deuteronomy 32. Christ became that for us. His body is that. And all those things he's got in view there were implemented to deal with the sins. And so that's in the way it encompasses that concept, but in the text there, in specific context, it seems like it's wanting to say, hey, Christ's sacrifice, it's connected there, I guess. That's what I'm saying. It probably doesn't make any sense. You probably already knew all that, but I guess I'll have to make a better case for that, I guess. Or, because I don't really disagree with what you're saying, but I think it's muddying the waters to not make some distinction there when he literally says, which were a shadow of things to come, and then the semicolon, but the body is of Christ. What's the body of Christ? Those things that were offerings implemented in that system, which is now broken open to let the wall down to deal with the sins of the world more particularly or universally.
Well, not entirely though, too. And this is the second point that I actually haven't gotten to yet. But if you scroll up a little bit to 2:16, notice the things that he lists, right? It's not simply the holy days, which I think is probably, if it was simply like if he said holy days and sacrifices, I think that might fit better with kind of what you're suggesting, right? But he says, judge you in meat. That's meat and drink is reference to kosher law. So that's you know, the eat
Or
not
could
touch
be
not.
sacrifice.
It certainly could be, but the terminology there seems to imply, because we know there's a dietary law, right?
Yeah.
And
Fair
nowhere
point.
else that I'm aware of, at least. I could be wrong.
So he's talking about the dietary law.
Right. So
I
then,
disagree with that. I don't think it is, but I'll go ahead and finish. That's an interesting. I've never actually considered it that way. That's interesting.
Well, and I think one thing I would ask real quick, and then I'll get to the other portions there, because there's 4 things listed total. But eat and drink is everywhere that I know where that language is used. And again, I could be wrong about this. I don't want to claim I have omnipotent knowledge or anything, right? But everywhere that I know of that kind of phraseology being used, whether New Testament or Old Testament, it's in reference to kosher law, right? I don't know of anywhere where it's used in reference to the Jewish sacrifices. Now, I do know of places where it's referencing the pagans' sacrifices, like when Paul talks about
drinking the drink offerings. Yeah, right.
But that is a reference to kosher law, right? Because kosher law would say you can't eat those things sacrificed to idols because, you know, they're obviously sacrificed to false gods. So even still, that sort of seems to further back up the idea this is in reference to specifically kosher law. But then notice he lists other things too. So we have food and drink. So I would say that's dietary law.
So wait, so you take this as a list, and the meat and drink is not associated with the rest of it. You're saying it's like a list, right? Basically, then. Like one, meat and drinks. Okay, I've never, at least I haven't heard that in a long time. If I have, I never read it that way, or have, at least not for a long time, considered that to be. I thought before you continue, just really quick, I want to point out, I want to look at this in the Greek with somebody who can help with that better than I'm able to. But I think I've heard someone recently say it may be ambiguous to whether or not the or in respect to it could. I think somebody was saying it could mean it could be rendered as the meat and drink in regards to then the list of things which are all associated in the same way in only one other verse, because I did a little bit of a study on it.
The meat and drink at your festivals.
Yeah, like
basically?
let no one therefore judge you regarding meat and drink offerings in respect to the, and then the rest is things associated with the ceremonial implement. Because there's one verse where that's in that form only in the Bible, and it's Hosea 2:11, and they call it the triplet in the Greek, the triplet construction or something, and it's when God talks about. It's the only other place where it's rendered in the same way. It's like, and it's in one of those verses where God's like not happy with their, when it sounds like God's like saying, I don't want your holidays and new moons and sacrifices because you're not being repentant, basically.
Amos 5:25.
Amos, yeah. Or I think it's Amos 2:11, maybe.
Also Isaiah 66.
But wait, let CJ continue. I want to hear what he was going to say. Sorry, CJ. Sorry for that. I just wanted to throw that out there and then see if someone could refute that or change my mind about it maybe. But yeah, keep going there, buddy. I want to hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, so I think that is in reference to the dietary laws, right? And then holy days, of course, is obvious. It's the holidays. Then he says new moons. New moons is a reference to, I think, the fact that if you go back to Leviticus, they have a sort of, it's not really a holiday per se, but they mark the beginning of each new month, right? And so at the beginning of each new month, now you're having this, this marked event, religiously marked event. And there's a reason, of course, for that. It's because the calendar of the Hebrews is significant to keeping everything else in line. You got to make sure that Passover is in the spring. You always want Yom Kippur the 7th month after the Passover, which, by the way, fun fact, March 23rd, the Jewish New Year is going.
Right, I was going to say tomorrow's the New Year's.
Okay, wait. So let me ask a clarifying quick question here. So are you saying? Are you essentially reading all these as like a one, this thing, two, holy new moons, as in like maybe a more general sense of keeping calendrical time month to month, rather than saying the new moons, festivals, and Sabbath days are associated with a system, but they're all actually more like general terms of something less specific? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly. I think he's listing 4 categories of thing that typologically represented Christ, those things being the holy days, the dietary laws, the Hebrew calendar, and the Sabbath itself. Now, those things do have other areas that we need to consider, like, for example, Acts 15, and also certain things that are spoken about that I think reference Sabbath, such as Hebrews 10, forsake not gathering together with the saints. So the issue is not certainly just completely cut and dry here. I think people will misuse it.
So I know days is added from the Greek, but I think it is plural if I recall. So it's Sabbaths. And is there a definite article on it or not? I wonder.
I'm not 100% sure about, to be honest.
Is that what the Christians use to say that they don't need to keep Sabbath?
This verse is probably like, depending on what is intended here, this verse is like the big elephant in the room regarding, because obviously if it means any Sabbath generally speaking, and and then maybe Romans 14 if it means anything with like principally or something, and not something more specific in context. Those are the two looming verses that you can appeal to. But let's just really quick. This guy did like this dissertation that is monstrous. It's like 1,000 pages. He literally went through and even like flew to other countries and got every commentary. Like the vast number of commentaries will say, like the majority of commentaries will include the weekly Sabbath, but there is a reasonable number of commentaries that are more not as ambitious to include the weekly Sabbath, and they'll recognize that it doesn't necessarily include the weekly Sabbath. Some people just don't even, speak to that. And he compiled all of them and did like a 1,000-page PhD dissertation on it. And he concluded that, you have to decide for yourself, but this is the verse. That's why he did his whole dissertation on the verse. But he says that the construction there is very particular. And so maybe we can.
It says you shall work 6 days. So if you do 4 10s and take 3 days off, you're breaking it.
Well, see,
you shall work.
CJ's interpretation would kind of like more of a list. I would say I read it in the sense of, and this is fun, and this is interesting to kind of explore this and see what kind of evidence we can find to support either way. But I read it more like the meat and drink offerings in association with this covenant system of new moons, festivals, and holy days regarding that old covenant thing that Paul seems to kind of be talking about that is fulfilled in Christ, in the sense of they represented what Christ does once and for all. And so the question is it justified to making a list, or is it, or is the new moons, holy days, and Sabbaths, is that like one thing? In other words, that's how I read it. And CJ's making a list.
Is it done away with? That's the thing.
I'm not sure how Greek works, but in Latin, it doesn't matter what order you write the words in. The ending will tell you which words are together. So I can say, I took my blue car to the green dealership and, got it repainted whatever color. And in Latin, it wouldn't matter what order I put those words in. You would know that I was talking about a green car at the blue dealership because green and the car would have the same ending, and then the blue dealership would have the same ending. So I'm not sure if that's how it works in the Greek.
Can you pull up the Septuagint on Amos 2:11 and see what it looks like?
And then I was going to warn you that if you say that this is not inclusive of the weekly Sabbath, I'm pretty sure that this is the same word used in like Isaiah 56, where it says that, the Gentile who keeps my Sabbaths. Like, I'm pretty sure it's plural there too. And
yeah, I think the Sabbaths in that is talking about generally the ones regarding
Sabbath?
that. No.
Oh.
Not necessarily.
That's Amos 2 in the Septuagint.
Did Yahoo say that it is the weekly Sabbath?
I think
I'm pretty sure the same word is used in Isaiah 56, where Adventists go as like showing the sign of
that's
God.
That's the issue. Sometimes like translations emphasize the week.
I knew it was contradictory to his doctrine. I was trying to save him embarrassment.
A lot of people use that to say he abolished the Sabbath, but
the question is there a distinction that you can make sometimes? Sometimes I think it is talking about the weekly Sabbath in general. Sometimes it's just talking about any appointed Sabbath that God has called a Sabbath rest. Because that's just like in a sense, Sabbath is a verb. Sabbath is a noun in certain verses. And sometimes verses that are like the context suggests it's speaking of a more particular Sabbath in context. Other times it's ambiguous.
Right.
Well,
I'm with you because like Hebrews 4 has a similar word in verse 9. It's sabbatismos, but like the MOS in Latin, the MUS is like a we collectively do this thing. So in my interpretation, it says, we keep the Sabbath, the people of God, we keep the Sabbath,
that might be more support for your view of
that
like
means
not making a
and it's I think plural. Let me double check that before I just.
So let me say this, because I don't have any particular verses in mind that help or hurt my position, but I'll say this is a principle, the way I would, the way I would caution people in their interpretation to not make a hard and fast rule. And I'm not saying this in support or in non-support of my view. And so I don't think you can be hard and fast. Certainly, I'd say this is not helpful to my view, but I think it is true that we have to be careful, because it's not like every time it's talking about the weekly Sabbath, it's not always, it's going to be context dependent. And I don't think you can be hard and fast about it. Now, does that mean there is no distinction? I would say no, I don't think so. But I don't think, because it's Sabbatismos, it doesn't have weekly Sabbath in view, or if it doesn't have the definite article, it means any Sabbath without distinction. Context would matter, obviously. So I would be cautious not to insist.
I mean, it doesn't specify, so
Right.
it could be just applied to any Sabbath.
Yeah, right. I think that you have to be careful not to.
So,
I
so
mean,
yeah,
I don't
the
think
exact same Greek word that is right here in Colossians 2:16 is the exact same Greek word in Isaiah 56:5 in the Greek Old Testament.
And Isaiah
what's
66:5 is about the weekly Sabbath, right?
No, it's about my Sabbaths, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it definitely is.
Yeah, that's right. It seems like because he goes on to talk about
Oh,
sacrifice.
sorry, verse 4. My bad. Not 56:5, 56:4. So yeah,
Yeah,
the
so
Sabbaths here is plural.
Let's look at
And
the
it's the
original.
same word that's in Colossians 2.
Is there a definite article on either? And I don't think there is, probably. I think if there's a definite article, it's probably likely that he's talking about the weekly Sabbath, but I don't think that's a hard and fast rule.
Americans,
definite article.
Most Americans work 5 days a week and take 2 days off, so I don't think anybody's in danger of breaking the law.
And it has the same ending as the Sabbath verse, so I would assume that this definite article is going with this word right here.
All of the things listed have a definite article, right? The Sabbaths, the new moons, and holy days, they each have one.
This is Isaiah.
Oh. So it does have a definite article, but it's plural.
Correct. Yeah.
So, yeah. See, I'm not gonna. I wouldn't insist. So does that mean that whenever it's talking about a Sabbath, it just means all Sabbaths? There's no distinction. I don't think so.
Right.
Because there is a.
I know, right?
Sabbaths, he's talking. I think he's probably likely talking about the things associated with all Sabbaths, period. But the question then becomes, does he ever make a distinction about the weekly Sabbath regarding the, I mean, obviously I think so, that he can make that distinction.
All the Sabbaths were a shadow picture of Jesus, and just like the animal sacrifices, you don't have to really do them.
Right. And so except for, I would argue that what were the Sabbath.
You may be right. It doesn't necessarily have to keep all of them. It looks like the same words in Exodus 16, where it's just talking about the Sabbath day. Tomorrow is the Sabbath.
Yeah. So there's no hard and fast rule. So the question is conceptually, though, like we're okay. Let me ask you this. Let me say it this way: if man had never sinned and ate from the tree, okay, let's just hypothetically. So this is the main argument I'd make conceptually, the Adventists make. I would say, if man had never fallen, would there be appointed feast days? Seems like those get added as a means of implementing God's, because they all are dealing with God calling the people out back to himself, making a covenant, because man has fallen and he's going to work out bringing the Messiah to deal with sin, right? And then the Sabbaths are associated with the temple, things they do. Not that God couldn't have holidays, but the point is the holidays are associated intrinsically with the Jewish people, which are like, they're priests.
Those are what distinguish the Jews from the Gentiles.
Only one of the 7 feasts have to deal with sin.
Basically, everything that distinguishes a Jew from a Gentile, you don't have to do, or whatever, I guess.
Right. But like that's true. Like they weren't all they are for events of God calling his people out. But I'm saying, like, calling the Jews out in general, like what was the purpose? To bring forth the Messiah, to have the oracles of God, to call back the nations back to God. That's like the overarching plan. I'm saying this, the association of what God's plan. I'm saying that's part of that line of history, which brings forth the Messiah, and then the Messiah is like fulfilling those feasts as his mission as the Messiah who takes away the sins of the world. Now, I'm saying God didn't implement those things until man was fallen, but he implements the Sabbath before man has even sinned once. So, like, hypothetically, like, you can say from the text that the Sabbath isn't associated with it was established before man's even fallen. So, like, if man never falls, we know the Sabbath is established.
I mean, come on, though. It was given at Mount Sinai.
No, the Sabbath was made holy on the first seventh day.
But it says it was given at Mount Sinai.
You're not getting my point
maybe it
yet.
was made holy on the seventh day, but it wasn't delivered as a commandment to us until Mount Sinai, right?
Well, that wasn't delivered to us. We weren't even born yet.
Well, to humans.
I guess my point is this: if man had never fallen, the Sabbath is just a day that's said to be holy. The question about other Sabbaths, does God, is it a sin to not recognize those days as holy if you don't know about them? I don't know. People don't know about the Sabbath, so it's like. But my question is, I don't know. To me, that makes a lot of sense. That the God makes that day holy before there's even a fall, and he gives it to the first humans.
I
And
wonder.
so the question is, was the second Sabbath holy, and was every Sabbath after that holy?
Yeah, that's an interesting
Seems like
question.
you have to say yes because he declares it holy.
That's the thing. Is like people don't understand what the word holy means. Holy just means it's set apart.
Yeah.
So Sabbath day is set apart from all of the other days because it's the one day out of all of the other days that you don't work, and that's how it is set apart from all of the other days.
Exactly.
Well, it says
If you
God,
rest every day, then the one day that's supposed to be set apart is now included with all of the other days, and now it is no longer set apart, and therefore you've profaned what should be set apart. Like to have set apart, you need to be set apart from something else. It requires at least two groups.
That is interesting, though. Is it instituted at the beginning of time?
Of course it is. If you read it says God rested because he worked, and because he rested on it,
that's what Exodus says. But Deuteronomy, let's just say, if you only had the book of Deuteronomy, you would have a different story. It would say the reason he instituted it was because they were slaves in Egypt and they had to work 7 days a week.
I don't get this argument. Like, it seems to me, if man had continued to recognize the day as for what God declares it to be, like no one would have forgotten that God is creator, that Yahweh created everything.
Yeah, the 7 day week would be natural.
So it memorializes creation. It's a type of God being the the liberator, the savior, and the creator. And so like all that, whether it was commanded or not,
they had a 7 day week.
It is holy, is what I would say. It is set apart because of what God said about it and what he did on that day and set it apart. So to me, that alone, like there's nothing in the Bible that says it's not set apart.
Well, okay, there's a verse in John 5:17 that says, to me, it says God didn't rest on the seventh day. It says that my Father continues working to this very day, and I work. And he was talking about the Sabbath. He says, my Father never stopped working in John 5:17. It was really a curious verse to me.
Can somebody deal with this and explain to him? This is the kind of contradiction.
What are your thoughts on
that?
Yeah, I'm going to shut up for a while.
Moedim appears in Genesis 1:14, and that is the word that Yah uses for his feast days. He says, these are my Moedim, my set apart times. And so in Genesis 1, God set up the firmament and the stars and the sun and the moon to be a gigantic clock in the sky to tell us when his appointed times are. That would be my answer. It was established at creation that we would be doing these things because he built the entire sky around it.
No doubt. That's implied. So
yeah, that's a good.
But I would say, so this is how I think the best way to understand this is, and I don't think this proves we should or shouldn't keep the feast, but I would say this: Moedim just means at its base, just like Sabbath, you could say at its base means to rest, and then it's associated with a particular appointed rest day, and then it becomes used as like a title, if you will, and rather than just a verb. It's a noun. It becomes a noun in a particular proper noun or something, right? And the same thing with Moedim. I would say, this is where like you have to like kind of just use your head and be open to changing your mind about this or that in either direction. But like Moedim probably at base means appointed times, and then God associates, and I think that does hint at God. There's a reason.
Yeah,
I don't think the word Moedim was strictly meant to represent God's particular. I think the word can be used to say it's for appointed times, and that's a hint. I don't think God. I think he intended to know what he was going to do.
If we can, I think we should. and
But
Sabbath.
the question is, I don't think you can then say, therefore, the feasts were instituted because it uses the word Moedim when God sets up the
Can
stars
you
in the
go to
heaven.
John 5:17 real quick too? And you guys
But
explain to me what where am I wrong? Tell me what I'm wrong about. Like,
well, my point is
I,
like hold on. The Passover literally doesn't exist until there's like echoes of it. You could say like when Abraham like makes bread for like when the three come to the tent or whatever. But like we can't. I don't think we can say Moedim. That means the feast existed before the event that happens in history that institutes it as a holiday. I mean, can we? I'd like to hear a case for that.
Okay, I'm just going to point out in John 5 here that Jesus healed this man and told him to go to the temple and make the offering that Moses commanded. So if you think he's going to change his mind after his death, I have to question why you believe in a changing God. And Dirty, the whole thing is about healing on the Sabbath day. So yes,
I know.
good work on the Sabbath day is fine, but doing your regular, ordinary paying job and doing it for work is not what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. But
Which
he
is
does
why
say my father
It's like if I said on
worketh.
my day off, I told you on my day off, I never stop, feeding the poor, and then I'm like giving a guy a sandwich out the window or something, and it's the Sabbath day. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
am I saying? Does that mean I'm saying you can break the Sabbath? Well, you could read it that way if you're an idiot,
Well,
but it's like I'm working through history to redeem mankind. Generally over history. He's not saying.
it's
I
just the
never
way
said take
Exodus.
the day off or to honor the Sabbath
Right,
day and
but
don't
it's
work
just the
on it.
way Exodus phrases it. Exodus says that the reason God gave the Sabbath is because he rested and became refreshed. It's like, dude, God's not a man that he should
Well,
become
yeah, that
tired
happened
and need to be
one time because
resting.
he had just started creation and nothing had gone to,
I know, and it's like, and it says, well,
the
since God
proverbial
rested,
fan.
that means we have to rest.
Okay,
But it's
let
like,
me
well,
let me
yeah,
say
but God created the
yeah.
universe in 6
So
days. So does that mean I have to create the universe in 6 days? I can't do everything
let
God
me
did.
encourage you with something that I think works, and it's made a lot of sense to me in my thinking
Yeah,
on
nothing was
scripture.
dying or in pain or sickness. Like what was there to do? He had done it all. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
like the idea of the
Dirty,
Sabbath
hold on,
was
hold on,
But
hold
so
on.
that
Let
the
me tell you.
people
Let
who
me
were
since
give you
slaves
some
we've
in
advice.
messed things
Egypt,
up a bit. I don't know if you've noticed or not.
like
Let me
Adam and
get.
Eve weren't working 7 days a week. They could do what they pleased. It
Yeah, it's
was
establishing something,
instituted
right?
for the people coming out of Egypt. They were slaves.
I
They had to
mean,
work 7 days a
technically they
week.
didn't even have to work. They had to tend.
Read
Well,
Exodus
yeah, but
16 too. By the
They
way, it says, "How
started
long were
tending
you?"
the garden, and then they were cursed to work the ground.
Look, you guys, the Sabbath. We can see that.
well,
Like,
yeah, but they could make their own
hold on.
schedule. They didn't have to work 6
So
days or 7 days. Sorry, go
look,
ahead, Jamie.
so if you believe by the Bible, we know that there's like, I think it's the this what's the oldest civilization they say that had cities or whatever, like Babylon, which is older, way
Sumerian?
older than, yeah, like they have in the Acadia or whatever, has a 7-day week, and it has a
Yeah.
form of a Sabbath. So if that didn't come, if they're having a similar week based on no astronomical sort of cycle, because you really can't. People try to say it's like a fourth of a month, but that's really not true at all. Like there's no real sense to trying to make a 7-day cycle out of a month, because it's not even. It's a day or two off from a
Yeah, so you're saying
an
how could the
equal amount.
Sumerians know that there was 7-day week? I mean,
Well, right. The implication would be that
they're
God
ancestors of Noah.
still. Okay, no. Here's my point. Then if it's true that it is true that they had that culture way before the Bible was written down had a 7-day week, and even even the one of the day has like a Sabbath thing, and they had concepts that are similar to Sabbath but kind of polluted or
Yeah, well,
distorted.
they were sons of Noah. They knew the
Right. That's my
creation
point.
story.
So the question is, it's either the case that God established it and then they corrupted it, and that's
Well,
why
they
we have a
knew God
record.
created the universe in 6 days, and on 7th day it was complete or whatever.
Hold on, yeah, let me get my thought out. So my
My
point is
only
this.
question.
Well, let me get this thought out. If to me, I'm gonna say, just like old cultures that are older than the Bible being written down did animal sacrifices and sacrifice children. So to me, if God didn't invent animal sacrifice in the garden with the first family, then that means the Hebrew Bible, it's a polemic
Like
against.
he's borrowing it from them.
He's borrowing it from them and
Yeah,
making up a
exactly.
story.
We're not
and
going
that's
to
a
go there.
problem.
Let's not
That's a problem.
entertain.
Yeah, you're making my point for me.
Don't feed the troll. We're having such good
Don't
No,
feed
conversation.
the
my
troll,
point
dude.
is
Give me
they
food.
corrupted it from God, and they had a corrupted version of it, and because it was started in the beginning. And so I would just say to any believer that wants to try to wriggle out of the idea that God instituted a Sabbath at the beginning, you got to explain that. It only
Yeah,
makes sense.
You're giving
the
me
Bible's true.
ammunition.
So
I
now
can
lost my train
explain
of thought.
it, Jamie.
Well, that would only mean that sacrifices were instituted at creation.
Well, it
because
would
that's
only mean
what he did was
sacrifices
with
were
Adam
not
and Eve was
commanded
he
by
sacrificed an animal and then clothed them in its skin.
Yeah, or it could mean that God never commanded animal sacrifices, just like Jeremiah said, and Amos,
goodness.
and Isaiah,
Okay,
and David,
so
and Jesus,
like with the Sabbath thing, like
and Stephen.
didn't even like Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon like obey Yah for a while? Like after he got turned into a cow
Yeah,
or a werewolf, whatever
yeah.
dirty things. But here nor there, he eventually repented, and if I'm mistaken, correct me. But in my mind, he was doing what Daniel told him to do, and so he would
Probably
have
did a bunch of
been
sacrifices.
following the law and all that good stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, so
Yeah.
just because some pagans
And-
have the Sabbath doesn't mean that we aren't viewing a point in history when they were like, you know what, Israel does have it right. We should be doing what they're doing, because that did happen a couple
Right.
times in history.
Yeah, right. I'm just
true.
saying the evidence of that being so old and having a version, and even I believe they had a day that is like in Semitic language, has a form of like Sabbath, the word Sabbath in it. And so it's clearly, if it's not a corrupted version
like,
of the original, then God.
What is
then
it,
the
like
Bible
80%
literally
of the
stole it.
languages, if you look at Saturday, it's some
Mhm.
form of Shabbat or Sabbath. Or
Oh yeah.
that effect, yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys. I mean, most people work 5 days a week and take 2 days off. So, do you think any of them
They
are
don't take 2
violating?
days off. You're lying.
You don't
Sunday
think-
they're mowing grass, and Saturday they're
Well, yeah.
you
I
know,
mean,
going shopping and
they're not doing business,
making everybody else work. Like, yeah,
They're
no.
They're not at their job where they're forced to work.
See that so you're demonstrating to me what most people try to pin on me and like say I don't understand, like how the law is done away with and it's about love and like I don't even really disagree with that. The problem is when people are saying that, like, I don't get it. They're saying they're basically saying that no, that law that the Jews had from God, that was like a crappy thing, and it was just like a screw them over sort of thing. And now God fixed all that, and it's like, no, I think that doesn't make any sense. Like, obviously, if the only thing that makes sense is that God gave them good, just laws that flow out from His character. That was His intention. We screwed up by sinning, and Christ came to sort that mess out. And so to act like most people are thinking like, oh, that old law, that old filthy Jew law, that was just a boon. It was a boon. God was like setting them up for failure.
I know, and
that
it's
is the bad, stupid way to look at it.
I hate that.
That's dumb. They messed it up. We messed it up.
The law is a light that guides your path.
Right.
How
exactly.
can a light be a curse? A light is only a curse to somebody who's trying to commit crimes in the dark. That's who the curse is to. That's what a light.
Oh, let me make my point regarding what you were saying that I wanted to. So my whole point was going to be like, I think you're actually demonstrating what they're trying to pin on me when they do that. Like, you're saying like, well, people keep the Sabbath like incidentally because they get 2 days off. Well, it's like, no, you don't. Keeping it is like, or guarding it is like recognizing that God declared it holy, like according to the light you have, like honoring God as the having a respect.
So you
and,
just
like,
got to be real
God.
enthusiastic about God.
No,
Saturday.
but like the fact that you incidentally take the day off, but you go and like trample the Sabbath by not considering God and thinking of His ways is incidental.
Oh.
That God's not happy because you like.
I just don't think.
Grab the seat, pinch the buttons off the.
I thought the
the
Sabbath was
Davenport.
just to take at least one day off of work a week. You know, you're forced
Yeah, or
into
God will
this
burn you
labor.
forever, right? Or God will throw you in hell because you.
Well,
you
no, I
you didn't
mean,
do the
but
thing.
that's
Like,
the point of it. You're supposed to take one day off of work a week because God loves you, and it's for your benefit. You
yeah,
know?
if you work your beast of burden to death, there's all
Yeah,
sorts
you
of.
can't work your beast or your slave or anybody.
Yeah, like
You know?
if you came over, I would unhitch you from the
But
mill
we as Americans, we
on Sabbath.
one up
So
God,
good.
and we say, well, we'll do 5 days a week and take 2 off. We're one upping the commandment. We're all resting. Nobody's
Yeah, we're
in
showing God how it
hardcore
really should
slavery
be.
7 days a week, so
I mean,
we're all fine.
I'll dig in the couch for some change and go down and get a Slurpee and then like play my video games or whatever.
Dude,
but I mean, I'm taking the day
I
off, so I'm
think you're
good. I'm
within the
good.
law if you do that.
Sure, you know,
I
God just
think you
wants.
are.
Yeah, God doesn't care if you're constantly like, daydreaming about like making love to 5 Chinese women with huge
You don't
number
have
1
to be
Asian big
like
boob queen. As
concentrating
long as you
on the
don't do it,
Bible
God's
all
just
day
fine
on
with it.
Saturday.
Yeah,
All
if you're
right.
just
Can I
go
pull
ahead.
a dirty? I'm
Yeah, do
gonna I'm gonna butcher some scripture.
Okay, good.
I'm kidding, dirty. I really do love you. I really do.
CJ, I want to hear your thoughts on this too. When he's done.
So Deuteronomy 5 is kind of like Exodus 20, only he's like talking to the second generation that are getting ready to go inherit the land. All the first generations died out. And so you get down to verse 29, and God is like, oh, that there were such a heart in them that they would fear me and keep all my commandments always, that it might be well with them and their children forever. So I am in 100% agreement with this verse. However, the verse that comes before, I think, has been either mistranslated, or maybe we have a different understanding of what it is that they're trying to say. Because the whole point of the chapter leading up to this is that they heard the words of the 10 Commandments, and instead of continuing listening, they basically plugged their ears, told God to stop talking, and then made Moses go listen for them. And the whole thing is that God was trying to keep them from putting some man in between them and God. And then that's exactly what they do. And for some reason, it's translated as, where is it? That they all that they have spoken, or they have spoken well unto everything that they've said. I don't know. It's a weird translation. And so in my mind, when I read this verse, God's basically saying, hey, look, you've made your point crystal clear that you don't want to do things my way. You want to put this man in between me and you. So fine, we're going to do it your way, because you're obviously not going to listen to me. And then he's criticizing them that they don't have the right heart in them, because they only want to listen to the 10 Commandments and then make somebody else go listen for them, rather than just having a heart that would keep all of his commandments, which is the whole point of making Moses go up the mountain, because the people didn't want to listen to all of his commandments.
About what they said, and he says, "Oh, I wish that they had this."
See, I don't think that you can come to that conclusion with this verse. And then whenever you go to
that there was
to
such a heart in them
Hebrews,
that they would fear me always, like they are.
yeah, but
now.
whenever you go to Hebrews, at the sound of a trumpet, the voice of words, which voice that they heard entreated, the words shouted, should not be spoken to them anymore. And if you check it out in other ones, it's like they begged that no word should be spoken to them. Like they literally begged God to stop talking.
Yeah.
But
God was happy. He was like, I'm glad because you fear me, and I wish that you would fear me always like this.
I don't know. I don't see it that way. But anyways, the entire point of the story is that he wanted them to hear the whole law, and they didn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
And then whenever we go to Ezekiel, whenever we're talking about the Holy Spirit and the new heart, he's talking about removing the heart of stone and giving them a heart of flesh. Well, the flesh of Moses wrote the Torah, and the flesh of Jesus walked out the Torah. So, I mean, I would submit that he's removing the 10 Commandments, that stony heart that doesn't even want to listen to 10 words before, plugging your ears and begging God to stop talking. And he's going to give you a heart of flesh that seeks after his entire law. That would be my argument.
Okay. So not just the 10 Commandments, but his entire law. The 10 Commandments is the heart of stone. And Jesus.
Yeah, let me respond to that. I would say I don't think he just wants you to keep the 10 Commandments and nothing else. I don't think of it that way, but I would say the like this is where like the distinction thing comes in. I'm not saying what most people say, but there's a sense that they're saying what I'm saying more than what you're saying. And then there's a sense they're more like saying what you're saying, not what I'm saying. Because like if you want to look at it from my tradition or whatever, like Adventists don't think you should just keep the 10 Commandments. It's just like, for one, that's like obviously a place to start with people, but like Adventists keep the food laws.
Right, yeah.
And like other stuff, they don't reject the other stuff as like bad. Although I've seen Adventists who don't understand very well kind of argue from like a shorthand position, and they say stuff that like that seems like they're saying what Moses wrote wasn't from God or something, but that would be a misunderstanding, like, because but like it comes down to what I would brought up earlier. It's like I don't see how you can. It doesn't make sense to think certain things were implemented for all of mankind before the covenant is made, because some of those things are like associated with the Jewish economy, the geography of that particular area of the promised land and the way it was implemented. Like, God didn't like see fit to have them like make sure that you're giving the other nations and telling them that they need to be keeping my Hebrew calendar, and like, there's no record historically of like, them. They would bring people into the covenant or whatever, it seems like, which is good, obviously. And see, that's, I'm not saying that those things were bad at all, or that God wouldn't want people to keep them. But I think in the new covenant, there is these distinctions being made. And like, when you look at the rules for how to keep some of the feasts, and how you were to recognize when to start the month, like, you can't start the month the same way. I mean, you can in some sense, but like, it's very particular, like, seasonally in Judea, and sighting the moon in Judea. And it seems like there's not a lot of indications that that's something for outside of those in the covenant, but it seems like the 10 Commandments you can like establish prior to the Hebrew nation, like in principle. And so in that alone, I'd say it shouldn't be, the distinction shouldn't be thrown out. And as far as the stone, I wanted to speak to that stone thing really quick and hear what you think. I would say, I think the whole idea, like Miles was dissing Adventists in one of his videos, and he was like, oh, in Joshua 9, they end up like finding the law again, and then they like have it chiseled on stone. So I guess Adventists should say that's forever then, but they don't. And it's like, it's not it being on stone per se by itself that means it's eternal. It's like a concept. It's like, so when he says your heart of stone, I think it's interesting that they were written on stone, and that suggests something in the context, but the heart of stone would be like their rigidness, their stiff, their you can, like, when it talks about that language, like about being bad, people go, no, but the laws of stone are bad. He's going to give you a heart of flesh because that law was bad on stone. And it's like, no. The idea of it being on stone is like this rigid, permanent thing, which it was certainly under the old covenant, because it was conditional and it brought a death sentence, right? Which is just and holy and all that. But I'm saying, like, what laws was he going to write on your heart? You could argue just the principles of all the laws, obviously, right? But I would say, so I think you got to be careful making too much of a connection with the stone thing. Like, I don't think it's saying.
Well, Deuteronomy does say that the 10 Commandments were all that God gave to the Hebrews at Mount Sinai, and the rest of the laws were given 40 years later on the plains of Moab. And so everything in between,
it's all from God, certainly.
It leaves out. It's not in there.
They're all the law of God. It's all the law of God.
I know, but Leviticus, all those, the tabernacle, Deuteronomy leaves that out. It doesn't even mention it. It says that it specifically
it's like
says
a constitution. It all flows out of that.
At Mount Sinai, and then 40 years later on the plains of Moab is when they got the remainder of the law. So it's denying. It's
all Torah. It's all God's law.
It's denying the whole everything in between Sinai and the plains of Moab 40 years later. It's denying every law in there. The animal sacrifices, all that
whatever.
stuff.
Well, okay.
It's just not.
Yahoo, I want to ask you this, Yahoo. Would you say that because I want to understand the position better and think better about it myself. I would just say, do you think that like, for instance, I can imagine the 10 Commandments. We don't have the tablets, right? But like God writing out his finger on those, it was probably, but like when we read the laws of the other laws, like the Levitical laws, they're clearly like, seems like would God have do you think God, let me ask you this, did you think God dictated every letter of the Torah like as we have it today? And you know what I mean? Like it seems like I believe God gave all those rules and principles, but like I don't think God like gave it as a revelation. Like there's like every letter of the Torah, all 613 laws are like in under God's throne in heaven, right? Like
I don't know. Have you seen Chuck Missler's presentation on the Torah? It's pretty
like
compelling.
every 49th letter and all 7th letter.
Have you
and all
seen
that.
Dirty
Yeah.
Farman's
That's
presentation on the
interesting.
Torah?
I wonder
It's
which
pretty hard
version
to say that God didn't tell him letter by letter, but yet there's all of that in there.
Do you think that
So,
every letter?
I
of
don't
the
know.
Bible
Maybe not letter by letter, but like I mean,
I'm not sure how to work that out in my mind because like there's like we
Yeah.
have like the Septuagint, we have only have like the Masoretic, which is like we can't trace that back very far, right? Like
I gotta ask you guys: did Jesus abolish eye for an eye?
no,
No.
Dirty. He did
No.
not abolish.
We use eye for an eye, dude. That's
He
literally
abolished
like
the incorrect misunderstanding of eye for an eye and the incorrect
yeah, we talked
usage
about
of it.
this
All right,
on that Torah portion.
he
like,
didn't abolish eye for an eye.
Okay. Are you saying like when someone rips you off, like in a business transaction, you go to court, like we
I'm
should be
saying if
like,
somebody
take all my
smacks-
money, bro. Take
If
all my
somebody
money. Here's my
smacks
other
you on the
ass cheek.
cheek, I'm asking, should I smack him back?
No.
So eye for an eye.
But if someone undermines your business,
So he did
which is a
abolish eye for an
corporation,
eye.
you don't say, here, take my house too.
Well, he said if somebody sues you for your shirt, then give him also your jacket. So I mean, he did say that.
What do you guys think, CJ? What do you make of that?
Don't resist the evil one.
Said don't sue your brother for like, don't be like I would
he said
take that to be
if
like
your brother sues you for your shirt, then give him your jacket too.
Right. Okay. It's interesting.
Eye
point.
for an eye in the Hebrew Bible is not a personal law, it's a legal law. Eye for an eye that Jesus is responding to is a personal vendetta. So they're non-comparable. If you were to say eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, in the context of Moses is talking about the legal system. So the legal system can only take one eye for an eye.
Yeah, so it's a limitation rather
equal
than
balance. It's fair. CJ, give an example of way somebody might use.
Right.
Come up with a good example of a way somebody would use today's law in improperly, like they were probably doing it to kind of illustrate it. Would you?
Yeah, actually, it'd be pretty easy. So in let's say, for example, we all lived in Texas, and in Texas, the penalty for unprovoked murder is death. So if I went out and just shot somebody who had killed, say, Jamie, and I just went out and I killed that person, that would be at best vigilante justice and at worst murder. Either way, I'm going to prison, right? But that's not the Texas legal system saying that they now disavow death for murder. They're just saying that the law is meant for the individual, is meant for the government, excuse me, not for the individual. The individual doesn't have the right to take the law into their own hands like that. And actually, probably something that you could say a little bit more fits the point a little bit further, right? Is we might say that if you steal something, you have to pay it back in full, right? That's a pretty common penalty you'll get for theft, on top of course, your
Actually, stealing, you have to pay back more than you stole.
like 5 times more, I think, something like that.
Well, in the Bible, yeah, but I think in modern law,
gotcha.
If you have a fine, it'll tend to be.
Sorry, don't mind the Pharisee over here.
Oh no, that's totally fine. But now imagine though that I said, "Oh, this person stole from me," or even I just perceive this person stole from me because I have a misunderstanding of contract law or something like that, and then I went and extracted that money from them personally, right? That would be an example of abusing the system, because the system is speaking about the government extracting that as a legal penalty. It's not talking about an individual extracting that as a means of personal revenge. And if you don't think that's a legitimate distinction, then I would just suggest that you're essentially saying, and I don't think anybody here would say it's not a legitimate distinction, to be fair, but just in case somebody would say that, then you're essentially saying that murder is okay so long as the person you're killing is a murderer, because the state can do it, so why can't I, right? But
well, like eye for an eye, it kind of means like, if you knock out your brother's eye, then he doesn't get to knock out your eye. You have to pay the fine that is equal to the amount for an eye. So it's not like used in a literal sense either. Like if you cut his finger off, he gets to cut your finger off. No, you have to pay the fine for his finger. However much a finger is worth, you just decide that. Right.
Well, and that's actually true too, right? That's exactly right. The penalty, lex talionis, is not, now some legal systems do. Don't get me wrong. Like the modern Saudi Arabian system can be pretty brutal sometimes. But as far as like Mosaic law is concerned, there are certain laws where it's a literal eye for eye, like life for life, for example. If you take a life, your life is taken. But there are other things where it's a more figurative eye for eye. So, for example, Deuteronomy 22's rape law. You don't rape the rapist, you kill the rapist, right? So it's not literally an eye for an eye, but it's essentially the text is saying that it's the equivalent, and so therefore you get that death penalty.
Right.
So, but
Jesus is saying, you heard of eye for an eye, and where did you hear it from? I heard it from Exodus. That's the only place I ever heard it. Well, and he said, but I say turn the other cheek. It's like the opposite.
So that the reason that you have that understanding is partially because you're not a Jew. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the rabbis, they actually turned, and you can actually find this reflected in the Talmud, which is nearly 300 to 400 years after Jesus, but it was still a thing during the Second Temple period as well.
Yeah,
they turned eye for an eye into a personal, a justification for personal vengeance, right?
Yeah.
The text says eye for eye, so therefore, and that was never its intention. In fact, its intention was always meant to restrict people.
Vengeance belongs to God,
Exactly. In fact, that's something he says directly, right? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
All the time.
Yeah, it's very true. So then, and also bear in mind too that Moses is also, eye for eye sounds harsh to modern sensibilities, but it's actually very progressive for the time, because you're living in a time when, think about.
Yeah, but whatever it is, Jesus said you can't do it anymore.
But he's speaking again specifically in that Jewish context, though, of no, it's not the personal vengeance, because this is obvious.
If I looked in the Bible and found the rules for eye for an eye, am I allowed to follow that, or do I got to cross that out?
You got to take it in context.
Yes, you should actually. In fact, you'd be unrighteous if you didn't. But as a personal individual, no, of course not. Right, and that's the big thing. I think we got, look at the context of either text, right?
Jesus said cross it out. Just take me as some real dumb dummy and explain it to me. Jesus said don't do it.
All right.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to explain to you, right?
Let's say Dirty accidentally cuts off my hand, and Dirty has a slave or a servant that has pledged his life to Dirty. And Dirty is like, hey, you know what, brother? I'm sorry I cut off your hand. Why don't you take my lifelong servant, and he will be your hand for you. Anything you need, he'll be right there. Okay? So you have now tried restoring the situation between me and you.
Yeah.
And if I decide in my heart, you know what? I'm not going to settle for anything less than Dirty's hand. And I take Dirty to court and I make them cut off Dirty's hand because I'm not going to seek restitution with my brother whenever he's trying to make an honest restitution with me. It shows that my heart is in the wrong place because I'm in for revenge and not for restitution.
Yeah.
So whether I'm quote unquote following the law or not, I'm still breaking the law because my heart's in the wrong place and I'm using it for the wrong reason.
Well, Jesus used it in the example. He said, if someone slaps you on the cheek, then you give them the other cheek. But eye for an eye, he's defining eye for an eye. Eye for an eye would mean if he smacks me on the cheek, then I get to smack him back. That's what eye for an eye. That's the whole spirit of the law, eye for an eye.
Right. So
Jesus is
Actually,
without
defining it.
realizing it, though,
talking
you've
about
actually
injury,
refuted
and
your
I
own
think you'd
position.
have to argue that a slap is causing injury. Like the eye for
Well,
eye context is injury.
Well, hang on though, because even and that's not actually a bad point. But even besides that, what I think you got to realize, Varmint, is that it's that context there is specifically geared towards an individual, right? What does he say? He says, "But I say unto you, if one strikes you, offer him the other cheek. If one bids you 1 mile, go 2." What's that? What's the context there? He's talking about you, the individual.
yeah, if somebody
right?
mistreats you.
Right. But now go back to Exodus. What's that talking about in context?
It's talking about if somebody mistreats you, you get to do it back, or they have to pay you back for it.
No, see, that's not accurate. What it's talking about in I'll give an example. Exodus 21. If men
It
strive
says
and
if
hurt a
you
woman with
accidentally
child,
hit a woman and accidentally kill the baby, then you got to pay life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth.
right?
If you, even if it's an
the
accident,
context
you
is
still have to.
plainly different, though. That's the thing you got to pay attention to. If men strive and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall be surely punished, according as the woman's husband shall lay on him, and shall pay the judges, or shall pay as the judges determine. If any mischief shall follow, then thou shalt give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Notice the context here. We're talking about punishment. What does punishment? Humans individually don't punish others in a civilized society. Governments do. We're talking about the judges. They shall pay as the judges determine. The judges are not individuals, it's government, right? So Exodus 21 and elsewhere where the lex talionis is used is speaking about governmental law. This is the way the nation of Israel is to operate. But that's not what Jesus is talking about. He's saying, if a man strikes you, offer him the other cheek. That's not something the state does. That's something a person does.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
well, I don't know. When he
it's
said no, because when he said if somebody forces you to go a mile, you got to go 2 miles. And the whole context of that was the state forced the Jews to walk a mile. If an officer saw a Jew standing there, he said, "Hey, pick up all my gear, my shield, and I want you to carry that for a mile." You know, it's
right,
like
but the state's
forced
not the
labor
person being addressed there. The guy
by the
walking the
state.
mile is. That's an individual. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but it's still by the state.
Right, but that's it again. That's a completely different
I
emphasis.
mean, there's just
in
Jesus said, "You heard of eye for an eye." That's in Exodus. So Jesus is saying you can't do that. I say you have to turn the other cheek, and that's the spirit of the law. It says, "Do not resist the evil one." You know, whoever that is, doesn't matter if it's the state, if it's your neighbor.
Okay, but again, I feel like you're not getting the context of who's being specifically addressed by the speaker, right? Jesus is
Everyone, anyone who's ever heard of eye for an eye, and there's only one place I've ever heard of eye for an eye.
That way. So either Jesus just doesn't understand the concept of statehood and war,
well, yeah, Jesus,
or he's making a separation between statehood and individuals.
No, he's making a separation between eye for an eye and God's law. He's saying eye for an eye was never part of God's law.
Let me ask you a question. If your understanding of what Jesus is saying is correct, do you think it is wrong for Poland to retaliate with armed forces when the Nazis invade in 1939? Is that wrong?
I don't know, man. I don't have all the information about that.
Well, it happened in real life history. Sorry, I'm just talking about.
Yeah, well, I probably wouldn't. No, you don't want to hear my. We'd probably get banned off of YouTube.
Well, it's a pretty simple question.
What happened in Germany in World War II? Yeah, we shouldn't talk about that.
Well, no disrespect, but I think you're avoiding the question because you very obviously know the answer, right? Obviously, Poland has a right to defend itself if it's invaded.
Yeah, but they were doing some real evil stuff to the Germans who lived in Poland at that time. And so it was like Germany had to defend its people, you know.
Well, let's just take that then. I don't agree with that, but let's just take that. You're saying Germany had a right to defend its people.
Yeah.
So you're saying that your understanding of eye for an eye fails because the state does have an obligation to defend its citizens.
Yeah, but it's like eye for an eye is like vengeance. There's a certain point where it's just vengeance.
Thank you.
You know,
Exactly.
If you smack me,
the point.
then I
You
get to
just proved the
smack you
point.
back, and that's like vengeance. You know, you should just let him offer up your other cheek. Let him smack you a bunch of times.
Right. If you smack me, that's vengeance.
It's
But
the
if the
reason
state
why is because
punishes me,
we
that's
have
not.
the
That's
promise
justice.
of everlasting life, and so there's a reason why we don't need to smack them back, because we know there's going to be a judgment on Judgment Day, and God's going to take vengeance.
Right. But again, that's you're still though you're still misrepresenting the point. You just demonstrated that you thought the point that I'm making was true, even though you don't realize it. The
I
state,
guess, you know.
right? The state has the right to enact justice. You, the individual, do not have the
Don't,
right to
yeah.
enact personal revenge.
Or do you? I mean, I don't know. All right, so Jesus didn't abolish eye for an eye.
No, he simply clarified what exactly it meant.
He just said
saying
you
it's
can't
not-
do it anymore.
He's saying you can't have personal vengeance.
All right. So I guess, I mean, yeah, well, I guess I'm done, man. That's all I got. If Jesus didn't abolish eye for an eye, then he didn't abolish any God's laws, you know?
Well, I don't think any of us think he did abolish any of God's laws. I
He
think
abolished animal sacrifice. For whatever reason, you don't have to do animal sacrifices. So he abolished the heck out of it, dude.
See, that's just a misunderstanding of what's believed, though. But even besides that, I don't even necessarily want to get into that because
Yeah, I know. I guess it's irrelevant anyways, because since we don't have to do it, so either way. But
I'm going to continue to say it the way I say it, although I appreciate the distinction that makes sense to make. That is what never changes is the principles of God and the necessity of our need for God to do what he's doing for us. And I think that's where you can make a distinction of dispensation, or like, because it's always by grace through faith, but we don't kill animals anymore. But it's not the killing of animals that did anything. It was the faith and trust in God that he is making provision for the sins that you need to be made into the right relationship with him. And that will continue until the end of time. As far as now, you can make a case that it's at least temporary until the end of the age or whatever, because it's not one jot or tittle. But I would say you still need God's provision for sin, and you always have if you were born after the fall. Even before, you could argue, and you could even argue after the adoption takes place and we have new bodies. But to me, I think there's going to be something different. What do you make of that? Would you say, what do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, first, let me just say real quickly, I don't know. I guess I'd have to have you restate that a little bit because I'm not 100% sure that I caught it. But just to briefly explain the difference between fulfillment and abolishing. So the law says that I need to, if I have a child, I don't have a child at the moment, but if I have a child, the law says that I have to take care of that child, right? So the way I take care of an infant is by making sure that they're not left out of my sight in a dangerous fashion, or making sure that I'm feeding them, milk and formula and stuff like that. Making sure that they are not, falling asleep in some unhealthy way or staying in the crib so long that it starts to deform their head or something along those lines, right? Those are different things that I have to do when caring for an infant. Now, when that infant becomes a toddler, some of those things have been fulfilled. The toddler is now old enough that he can kind of by his own free volition lay on the bed if he wants to. Now, of course, I can still tell him, get up, it's time to go to school or something along those lines, but he's not literally incapable of getting up, right? Now he gets even older. Certain other elements have been fulfilled such that I might be able to leave him alone for a certain period of time. Like if he's 12, 13, 14 years old, I'm sure all of us were left alone by our parents for long periods of time as preteens or young teens, right? So the law still remains. You must take care of your child, but it's been fulfilled when certain elements have been passed by, and now the means by which you accomplish that has changed, right? So I think that's an important distinction, because it's not an abolition of the law; it's simply a completion of it, and therefore the means by which you follow it has been changed. And there's other examples you could give besides that, but
Well, what do you think? What do you think dogma means then? What do you think it's trying to make that distinction? Like, because that's kind of how we tend to use the term dogma, in the sense of like, it's not that the idea of dogma is bad per se. And
Yeah, I don't think there's a negative connotation back then on dogma,
but
like there is now.
Well, like when he says, like that's an interesting question, right? Because
Yeah,
you're
because if
saying
we go to Ephesians
ahead.
2 and Colossians 2, dogma is the word that we were arguing over for ordinances. And then it's in the beginning and end of Colossians 2, it's talking about, dogma being compared to the teachings of men.
Yeah, because I've heard. So let me throw this point out there. I want to see what you guys say to this. So I think I've heard, like, and I've talked to different people who are have slight disagreements with me on this issue, like with those verses, right? So I've heard people argue that like the body of Christ is speaking to like the body of believers. I think it's associating Jesus' body with the sacrifice being nailed to the cross. That seems to make more sense to me, but I think that's an interesting interpretation. So for example, I've heard some Hebrewites want to argue that it's not even talking about God's appointed ordinances in Colossians 2, and I think that's a mistake. I think there's other ways to interpret it, but I don't think it's actually suggest. I think there's another verse where it talks about you observe days and weeks and this and that, and it may be not talking about them continuing the old covenant system. I think that verse, I forget what verse it is, that it's in like Colossians, or it's in what is it? One of the other letters of Paul, that's people usually appeal to do away with the law, in an inappropriate way. But I don't think Colossians 2 has in view pagan practices as far as when it talks about the ordinances that were against us. I think that's associated, like you described, Yahoo. Like you seem to agree with that. It has something to do with the ordinances of God there, however you interpreted it. So the question is, what you just said though, dogmas is often associated with man's, presumably meaning, traditions of men, not the commandments of God sort of idea. But so what do you make of that? Does that suggest that we shouldn't understand it talking about the ordinances in the law? Seems to me it's undeniable that it's speaking about the ordinances that Moses wrote down. Do you agree with that?
I think either way you take it, you should come to the conclusion that it's not getting rid of those things, because just for the simple fact you'd be breaking the Deuteronomy 13 test.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate going there. Like, it really is that simple.
It's okay. I think that's maybe where I disagree with you. I think
every Christian for the last 2,000 years interpreted Paul to be saying that you don't have to do the Sabbath. That's why we do it on Sunday. It's not even important on Saturday.
That's not true, actually.
Yeah, because I've shown plenty of times before that there's still sacrifices after Jesus. And there's still laws preventing Jesus from being a priest on earth. And, so like, yeah, I can't get my head wrapped around how, everything ended at the cross or everything ended at, Pentecost, but then we still see all of these things, even in Acts 19, Paul is still trying to keep the feast of Pentecost. It doesn't make any sense whenever you say these things all ended, but then we see examples of them over and over again.
Well, to be fair, Paul didn't do the feast for 14 years, didn't he? He left Jerusalem and never went back for 14 years.
Well, let's explore that, because I think we may all have a slightly different view on this. So Dirty Varmint's Insane's view, and then CJ seems like, in a weird way, you agree with Yahweh, but in another weird way, you're like a more extreme version of my disagreement with Yahoo. But yet, you seem to want to not make the distinctions that I'm making. Yet at the same time, you don't keep the Sabbath. So like, how can we talk about that or think about that or explore that?
Well, I think that the reason me and Yahoo appear to have such similarity is because if you trace back Hebrew roots and Reformed thought, they are essentially in their core beliefs the same. It's only some of the details that start to change. So, for example, Reformed thought tends to have emphasis on the so-called Christian feasts, whereas Hebrew roots, of course, has emphasis on the biblical feast. Reformed thought tends to have more emphasis on what is known as the Lord's Day, whereas Hebrew roots tends to put emphasis on the Sabbath. I personally, being on top of being a Reformed person, also a Messianic Jew, am in a interesting position where I actually end up seeing the value in both. But both Easter and Passover are relatively significant in my point of view. Both the Sabbath and Sunday are significant in my point of view. But that's the
wait, CJ, I have to butt in really fast. Sorry to do this to you again, but what do you make? What if you say? Because I've been thinking about this like privately. You're like living in my head rent free, and I'm thinking. Like I've noticed that people often, before they start keeping the actual true Sabbath, they often take your position, but then they end up saying, this doesn't make sense. And so I was thinking about that, and I think you make better arguments than a lot of people do who are in that position that I've seen over time. But it seems like people either give up the Sabbath or they end up just keeping the regular Sabbath. But at first they say like what you're saying. But I don't want to just throw you in that group and think of you as just on that journey and you haven't thought it through. But I would say, what if I told my wife, honey, I'm still married to you. I still acknowledge you, but I sleep with this other lady too, but I'm still married to you. Why doesn't that work?
That would be a legitimate point, if not for, well, let me put it this way. If the arguments that are presented by the classical tradition are wrong, then that would be a good point. But if they're correct, then I don't think it would, right? Because, so for example, take the first day Sabbatarianism, which it's important to note. This notion that Christians don't have to keep a Sabbath is very, 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 very new, like the last 150 years new. Throughout most of history, everybody believed that Christians kept Sabbath. The difference was there was first day Sabbatarians and seventh day Sabbatarians. Some thought the Lord's Day had now been essentially the Christian Sabbath, and others were of the position that there is no such change or necessity for change, which is part of the reason why I get very frustrated with a lot of modern arguers, right? People will talk about, there's no evidence in the New Testament of Christians keeping Sabbath, or the Sabbath law isn't repeated and stuff like that. It's like, well,
do you keep the Sabbath, CJ?
They broke bread. They broke bread on Sunday, therefore, and they took up an offering, so therefore, doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. Exactly. So, they ate bread once.
Wait. Before we go on, since it's my show and I'm going to be selfish, I want to hear what Yahweh makes of what I was saying. Like, there's a sense where it seems like people end up concluding something like this, or they kind of feel like this about it, let's say, like regarding keeping both days. The question would be, for me, it would be something like, if you're saying it doesn't really matter which day, so we'll keep both, you're really saying the Sabbath is done away with, but we can just like keep it for fun or whatever. And I'm exaggerating when I say it that way, but like in a sense, like if you're saying, it seems like people conclude something like, well, if you're saying you can do both, and so I'm just going to make everybody happy, you're essentially admitting that it doesn't actually matter which day. But then it also seems like, and so that's like, you're basically just might as well just keep Sunday or not, or none. And then, but then if you're saying, or the other way around, is it that you could be missing the point if you're like being rigid about it and you're missing like the purpose of it. And so if you're saying just one, that'd be the other extreme. It seems to me there's like a tension here with like the purpose of it, but then at the end of the day, like, look, is it a commandment of God? Is it a sin to not keep the Sabbath?
Yes.
I would say yes.
Absolutely, 100%.
Don't miss the point either. There's kind of both things going on. Like, I keep the Sabbath because it's holy, and because I honor God as the creator and it's one of his commandments. But at the same time, if that's all the way you look at it and operate under it, you're kind of missing the point. So what do you
Exactly.
think? Do you agree with CJ? We should just keep both and it doesn't really matter. Is that keeping the Sabbath or not? Can you call that? Could you? Because it seems to me the first Christians, if Sunday keeping goes all the way back to like the New Testament period and just maybe isn't recorded very clearly, but Christians were truly like had that attitude, like it doesn't really matter. It seems to me it's like it's one or the other. Like they kept the Sabbath because it was a commandment, and they're obliged to keep the commandments of God, and then maybe they got together on Sundays too because Jesus rose from the dead. But for some reason, it seems to me they weren't just keeping both from the beginning if they were, because it doesn't really matter. That's where I kind of think that doesn't make sense. So what do you make of that?
I think you would be hard pressed to prove scripturally that the Lord's Day is the first day of the week. A lot of the times in scripture when it's talking about the first day of the week, it may not necessarily be talking about the first day of the week. Specifically right here, and you can see that day has been inserted here. And there is a Greek word for day. So if they wanted to say first day of the week, there's a Greek word for day, there's a Greek word for week, and there's a Greek word for first that they could have used to write that out. But instead, what are they using?
CJ, I want CJ to respond to this because I think he's looked into this.
So, and then you can see that it's after unleavened bread.
I'm not bossing you around, CJ. You can do whatever you want to, by the way.
And this is the first of the Sabbatons. And then whenever you continue on, he's telling them, hey, like, I'm going to do everything I can to get out of here and be in Jerusalem for Pentecost. So is this the first day of the week, or is this the first Sabbath in the 7 Sabbath count up to Pentecost?
How does it speak of Jesus' day he rose from the dead? How does it speak of that day there?
That one
Sunday?
it's similar. It really is, but it depends on how you.
Because I'm thoroughly convinced he rose on the day after the Sabbath.
Sunday morning, right?
Yeah. Sometime in the 24-hour period called the Sabbath was over when he rose from the dead.
Yes. I
would disagree, but yeah, it would depend on how you do your count.
Are we all Sabbath? Who is the Sabbath keeper on the panel? CJ, you Sabbath? You keep Sabbath? Everybody should go through
wait, Yahoo,
if they keep the Sabbath and what hours they keep.
So wait, Yahoo, you think you agree with Chris Lucas then that he died on Wednesday and then rose on Saturday? Is that what you think? Is that your position?
Yeah, that would be my understanding. So yeah, it does use the exact same phrase for what we consider the first day of the week. So yeah, it's really kind of up in the air. And then like they wanted to get the body off of the cross before the Sabbath, but then like
the whole thing with the sun
does anointing it with spices count as work? I don't know. I think that if you do follow this story of the women coming and you follow the women, there's one verse where they buy spices before the Sabbath, and there's another verse where they buy spices after the Sabbath. So
I think it's just a literary
in my mind, you need to have the Wednesday so that the Thursday will be the Sabbath of the first day of unleavened bread, and then you'll have the weekly Sabbath, and that's the only way you can get a by day on that Friday before the weekly Sabbath.
You guys all keep
and then
the sundown Saturday.
Potentially,
right?
They could be arriving on the actual first day of the week to anoint the body.
Oh, sorry, sundown Friday to sundown
Saturday. So
CJ,
yeah, I don't know. I'm not really dogmatic on it.
So it seems to me when you actually follow the narrative, the question there's an issue with like Adventists have tended to say that it's a high Sabbath suggests that it was on one of the Sabbaths fell on the Sabbath, but I kind of understand that that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah,
although I
in
think
my mind, a high Sabbath is just like the first day of unleavened bread. That's a high Sabbath.
it's just a
Because
Sabbath
it's
of the
a
feasts, right?
it's a Sabbath day that is because of a feast day. It's not just because it's the weekly Sabbath and it's a feast.
Are
It's
you going to
just,
do unleavened bread, Jamie?
Okay, hold on. I want to explore this for a second. So I'm looking into that right now, because I know Adventists are kind of alone on that. You know, my inkling at right now is that the emphasis has been mistaken in assuming that means that. But I have a inkling that it is the case that the Sabbath happens to fall on a weekly Sabbath, but it's not necessarily called a high Sabbath for that reason, as far historically speaking. Like, it's just what you just described. But I'm not sure about that. It's just my hunch. But CJ, it seems like Mike Banner brought this up, and you were saying his arguments regarding like this issue with he was counting according to the feasts and this, you know, the distance between the feasts or whatever, and you were making an argument saying otherwise. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about particularly in regards to Acts 7?
I think so, yeah. Or what he was talking about with the count, doing the count to the next feast. You were saying, I remember you making an argument that didn't work for some reason. I forget. Does that ring a bell?
Well, it's somewhat vague, so a couple things are coming to mind. There's me and Mike have talked about the same thing, which Yahoo just brought up, but we've also talked about whether or not Jesus had a 3.5-year ministry, and we've also talked about when everything happens on the Passion Week, because Mike extended it to a much longer period of time than I would have. Basically, like, I think he was saying like the Last Supper was like a full week before everything took place or something like that. I have to remember because I'm not 100% sure. But so there's a couple things I think
it has to do with the 10th, and yeah, making it earlier, and then that makes it so he dies on the Wednesday. What would your argument be against that idea that he dies on a Wednesday?
My argument would be rather simple, to be honest. I think that Scripture says that he was, well, there's a couple things, actually.
Does the preparation day seem like it's talking about the weekly Sabbath or something?
Yeah, it seems to me like Scripture says he's crucified on Nisan 14th, the Passover day. That we would certainly all agree on, right? And then it says that he's crucified the day before the Sabbath day. Now, this is kind of an important point here because they call them Yom Tov, certain days in the, so when you have let me just explain some context. When you have a Jewish holiday that spans multiple days, so Pesach and Shavuot and Sukkot and also Hanukkah, it's not every single day that is celebrated as a big holiday. There's your big holidays, your Yom Tov, and then there's the little holiday days. They call them Chol HaMoed. And Chol HaMoed means the mundane of the festival. It's like a smaller festival within the greater festival so that society doesn't come to a complete halt. So typically how this will be observed is the first day is a Yom Tov, and the second day is a Yom Tov, and the interceding days are Chol HaMoed, right? So they're all holidays. They're all part of the holiday, but your big festivals take place on the first and second day. The only exception to this is Sukkot. They take place on the first and second day, and then your kind of small mini Labor Day-esque days are going to be those interceding days. So in the case of Passover, of course, that's days 2 through 6, right? Of course, there is a little bit of special asterisk with each individual one. Like, for example, in Passover, you have the Festival of First Fruits and stuff like that. But nevertheless, what that means for our purposes then is the high Sabbath would actually be that Friday. And then the other Sabbath would end up being that Saturday, right? So if he's crucified on the Passover day, the day that's kicking off the 7-day festival, that's the first Yom Tov of the holiday. So if he's then taken down before the Sabbath, the only other thing it could be is either the weekly Sabbath or the second Yom Tov, which is the last day of the festival. And that, of course, isn't possible because that would mean he'd be on the cross for 6 days. Which actually, come to think of it, that might have been what Mike was arguing. So if he's crucified on Nisan the 14th and he has to be taken down before the Sabbath, that would to me suggest that he's crucified on Nisan the 14th, a Friday, before the weekly Sabbath. And then when it says 3 days and 3 nights, it's been well known for quite some time that the Jewish idiom 3 days and 3 nights does not actually require a 72-hour period. It simply requires basically that you will be included in 3 separate days, and that those days be allowed to have their cycle. So if you're crucified on Friday before evening, right? Because remember, Jewish holidays start at evening. So you have the crucifixion on a day, the evening on a night, the Saturday on a day, the evening on a night, and then do it a third time over, but don't necessarily go into the third night. By a Jewish reckoning, that fits the idiom of 3 days and 3 nights because it's just an idiom. It's not actually literally saying 72 hours. But nevertheless, I think that that's the biggest argument is just the fact that the text actually says it's on the Passover day, but before the Sabbath. So that just leaves you, in my opinion, with the one option of Friday. The other thing that I think is very important about it too is, tradition doesn't prove anything. I think that people are wary of tradition, and they should be. But tradition is just a fancy way of saying history, right? And the history is, or the quote tradition, is unanimous on the matter that Jesus was crucified on Friday. I, for one, think it's very bizarre that we would say in the year 2023, nearly 2,000 years removed from the event, that all of the earliest historians were wrong on this basic historical fact, but somehow we figured it out. You know what I mean? Like, that just to me seems very weird. And I find I have that same problem with the secularists all the time. They'll say, like, for example, I was just reading today about people saying, because I'm doing my Chag Sameach on Halloween is my next episode. And people were making the argument, well, the reason why Halloween was celebrated on November the 1st, because Halloween is Hallows Eve, right? All Hallows Day is actually November the 1st, is because they were trying to copy this Celtic holiday of Samhain. And on top of the fact that that's just historically ridiculous, all of the earliest historians who are around the day change, because Halloween used to be on May 13th, say that the reason that was done has absolutely they don't actually mention Samhain at all because they don't even know it exists. They're like completely ignorant to the existence of Halloween. Some of them even live on the British Isles, like Bede the Venerable, right? But they have no idea that this exists, and yet when they explain the reasons for this change, they do have a reason for it taking place, and it has a lot to do with the dedication of a temple on May 13th. And May 13th became more associated with Mary than it did with the martyrs. And so they wanted to move the martyr holiday, which is Halloween, to a different day. And, shameless plug, you're going to have to see my Halloween episode for all that. But the point is, go to the History Channel, and now it's like, okay, St. Bede, and I don't care if you call him saint or not, because that's a Catholic invention, but nevertheless, that's how history knows him. St. Bede says, hey, I lived during the time of this change. This is why it happened. And we're going to say, no. He knew the people who changed it, and he lived during the time. But he doesn't actually know what's going on. It's really these guys over here who don't even believe God exists and who can't even tell me whether or not a boy is a boy and a girl is a girl. But they teach at Cal Berkeley. So therefore, they're the ones who really figured it out. You know what I mean? It's just like it's just ridiculous. I don't. And I'm not saying that that's every Wednesday proponent. because obviously in that case, I'm talking about a particular individual, right? But I think the Wednesday proponents fall into a similar problem where it's like we're going to discount the historians who were closest to the matter, some of which even knew the apostles personally. And we're going to say, no, they were wrong, but we today, so far removed from the historical context and all that kind of stuff, we figured it out, right? It just seems weird to me. It seems very bizarre. It seems almost like treating our ancestors as if they were a bunch of idiots. And I don't think that they were. And then the last thing, too, I would point out is I don't think the timeline works with Wednesday. You'll notice Wednesday advocates always put the crucifixion at like the year 30 or 31 or something like that. I just don't think the chronology works there. There's a reason they do that. It's because they need that Wednesday to fall, first off, in between 26 and 36, because those are the start years and end years of Pontius Pilate's reign in Judea. Secondly, they need that Wednesday to be on Nisan the 14th, right? And so you just work the Jewish calendar backwards and you'll find Nisan the 14th, and when it lands on a Wednesday around those years, and you get a limited number of options, right? And this is a problem that me and you, of course, have as well, whereas we disagree here. But I think if you look chronologically, the 14th year of Tiberius is when John the Baptist is when he starts his ministry. That has been universally understood as 28 or 29 AD. There are some people who want to change that. I don't think that it is even remotely tenable to try and change that, because they'll say he started his reign in 12, but nobody actually recognized his reign as starting in 12. There is a co-regency between 12 and 14, but it would be really, really weird if the Hebrews, who aren't even Romans, were the only people on the entire planet, and not just the Hebrews, but specifically the Hebrews who wrote the Bible, because none of the rest of the Hebrews seem to do this. It'd be really weird if the Hebrews who wrote the Bible were the only people who counted Tiberius's reign as starting at 12 and nobody else did, right? That's just very bizarre. So,
well, wait. Let me respond to that, because I haven't studied it really close, but the way Luke says it seems like he's saying from the perspective of somebody who lives there. And if it's true that he literally was governing over him 2 years before he is officially given, because the guy's sick, but he's co-regent, and then he's literally governing the city that Luke lives in, he would be, the way he says it, it seems to me like it seems, now obviously I'm biased, but it seems like that's at least as plausible, if not more plausible, if you're actually living there and that guy's been actually the governor ruling over that jurisdiction for 2 years before the official takes the throne. You would, because he says the 14th year of Tiberius, and that would be from the perspective of that guy governing the city you live in. What? Tell me why that's problematic. Well, so it doesn't seem untenable, I guess. I mean, it seems like, because from his perspective, that guy's been ruling over where he lives as the ruler, like as as far as he's concerned, he is the he is the king or whatever. Like, and then historians all over the history would be just like looking at the dates; they wouldn't be like experiencing the guy actually being the ruler or whatever. That's how I've thought about it. But you're saying it's untenable. I'm just curious if I'm not thinking of something.
Well, the biggest reason that it becomes untenable is because you think about the people in Rome, right? They're the closest to the situation. So they would know that if anybody was counting Tiberius's reign as starting in 12 rather than 14, which, to be fair, he did begin the co-regency in 12. That's not a point of dispute, right? But if they were actually tracing that to be the start of his reign, those individuals there would be the first people to know it and realize it, but none of them ever do. They all say, no, Tiberius's reign starts when he becomes full regent in 14 AD. But then even besides that, not only do the people closest to it never give him a start date of 12, but you go to people who are writing in Asia Minor, modern day Turkey, or people who are writing in Syria, or people who are writing in Egypt, and they all say the same. The historians on this matter are universally suggesting that his reign starts in 14 and not when his co-regency starts. So in order to say that Luke is attributing Tiberius's reign to start at 12, what you have to suggest is that Luke is the only extant historian ever to actually pinpoint Tiberius's reign as being 12 AD, unless there's just one that we've missed or one ends up coming to light later, right?
Well, it suggests that he's getting his sources from people that lived in Judea during the time Tiberius was governor over their area, which to me is actually evidence that it's from the
Tiberius is the
perspective of,
governor, though, right? He's
right. He's acting as from, if you lived in Judea, he would be the guy sending, who would be ruling the area. So like the decrees or whatever, and whatever you call it, he's literally the guy who's calling the shots. If you live in Judea, he is emperor to you. So it makes sense to me that all historians from, all history, whether during that time or after that time, would be looking at records that said Tiberius became the emperor in in the year 14, not 12. But if you lived in Judea or you were someone in Judea during that period, you would, from your perspective, he would be as good as the emperor, because he's the one. If co-regent means over Judea, he would be the guy. He would be like essentially like the guy who was emperor. But it makes that, to me, that makes sense. Is there a problem with that? I mean, that actually makes perfect sense to me. Like everybody would say that, because that is when Augustus actually dies, right? But like if you're in Judea, it would be 2 years earlier that, like, to you, Tiberius would be governor from your perspective. Is there a problem with that? I mean, I get what you're saying. It just seems like that's not a reason to think it's untenable. I don't know. Go ahead. I won't say any more about it. Go ahead. Continue, man. Go ahead.
Well, I guess the first thing I would say on that is just that I think that that is a little bit of ad hoc reasoning. Ad hoc doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. Ad hoc isn't a fallacy, but it is always something that it's questionable. Right. Because
let me say one more thing. Read it, because it seems like he says in the 14th year of Tiberius's reign, like presumably in Judea. Isn't that true? That it's 2 years earlier in Judea that he's ruling over Judea, or does it say he is the governor, or he is the emperor? I mean, how does it say it?
Well, it just says the 14th year of Tiberius's reign, so I don't think it's speaking specifically about over Judea per se, as much as just over the Roman Empire in total. Right. But the reason I say it's ad hoc is because you already have what at this point amounts to a presupposition. Now, obviously, before you get to here, it's not a presupposition because you're actively working through it. But by the time you get here, it becomes a presupposition, which doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong, but nevertheless. And you're basically saying, well, how can I make this work with the presupposition that I hold? Now, again, ad hoc reasoning is not necessarily fallacious, but it is questionable at the bare minimum. It would be equivalent to when me and you have Daniel 9 conversations. If you were to bring up evidence that says, like, let's say I accepted your view on the Shemitah cycles, but if I were to say, well, I could see how those Shemitah cycles could, and then I explain how that could be true, but nevertheless my view could still hold true, right? It's not that I'm necessarily wrong. It's just that reasoning is ad hoc. It's after the fact, right? Technically, it's post hoc, but ad hoc and post hoc are very, very, very close.
Wait. Tell me again how you're being post hoc, because that's what I want to hear. You're saying, like, okay. I want to explore that a little bit, because it, like, to just be totally blunt, it seems to me like at first, like if you're reading about Tiberius's reign, so like I don't build off of that. It just happens to be the fact that most people say it's the 14th, and so that makes it 29, and so that would be detrimental to my view. And then you like do research, and then like, oh, what do you know? He actually was ruling over that area 2 years earlier, and that actually ends up fitting my timeline, which seems to me to actually be because he was actually reigning over Judea 2 years earlier. So it seems like to me, if you're not building off of that, and then that happens to be the case, and then that to me, that's not ad hoc. It's like, that's like actually a point in that view's favor, because it looked like my timeline was wrong. Oh, by the way, he actually started ruling over the Judea 2 years earlier. Oh, what do you know? That fits perfectly, and he actually was ruling over it. And so I'm just telling you, like, you can keep making your case. It seems like it feels like to me like that's suggestive that view is right. But I mean, I could be wrong.
Well, personally, I think it's kind of a textbook view of ad hoc, right? Because essentially what's being said is, so the 14th year of Tiberius is traditionally listed as 28 or 29, depending on when exactly he started his reign, which we don't necessarily know what time of the year he started. So it could be 28, could be 29.
It depends how he's rendering it in Jewish.
Right.
And even then, it's like, is it spring or is it the first month of the 7th month and that sort of thing, right? Spring or fall.
So that seems to be a problem for the view. And then where it becomes ad hoc is it starts to say, okay, but technically, if we start to count co-regencies, it is possible that the 14 years could fit into my timeline as well, the my in that case being yours, right? So I say it's not necessarily fallacious, but it's after the fact reasoning. It's saying, okay, I have this view, I have something that seems to contradict this view. Now let's see if it's possible for this view that I have to fit with my presupposed view. And again, ad hoc does not necessarily mean that it's fallacious or that it's wrong, but it does bring into question the validity of the logic, right? And that applies to everybody. Everybody's going to have something that's ad hoc.
Yeah, I just received it. I mean, I would say, yeah, I mean, is it ad hoc when we say, well, that can't be right because that doesn't fit the Bible timeline? It's like, well, we're building our case from what we receive. And so I would just say it certainly could be either, like all okay, on it in and of itself, both are to me, in my mind, when I try to step back, not be biased, and just say, what are the potentials here according to this historical thing about his reign? And I would say they're equally valid in and of themselves, because they're both could be absolutely just true. Like, he was ruling over the area that's being written about in 12, but it's also true that he wasn't officially the leader, the emperor, until 14. And so I would just say, by them in and of themselves, they're both completely viable as potentially valid. If Luke said in the 14th year of Tiberius being Caesar, that would be, I think that would pretty much exclude my view. But if it's in the 14th year of Tiberius's reign, and then that seems ambiguous as far as whether it's saying his official, it leaves the door open for either. That's how I would say. But yeah, continue.
You then run into a second problem, though, right? Which is the co-regency is not over Judea; it's over the Roman Empire. So why is it that Pliny the Younger, for example, or Josephus, who's even a Hebrew, they also seem to list for the 14th year of Tiberius, or not the 14th year in particular, but his start date at 14, but they're not actually in Rome. Pliny is in Turkey, and Josephus is in Israel, right? So when you were saying, like, yeah, but it seems like the person who you're getting the orders from would be Tiberius. So if you're not closest to the situation, maybe you would think that it was Tiberius. But then we have records from historians who aren't actually in Italy. And they likewise, one of them even happens to be a Hebrew from Israel, Josephus, right? But he also doesn't have this understanding of Tiberius's reign as starting in 12 AD. So, and this is why I say Luke has to be the lone figure who is suggesting that Tiberius's reign is starting in 12, and he's doing so off of technicality, which, when you consider the fact that he's not writing his history for super heady types, but he's actually writing it for lay people, it just seems like a really bizarre choice, right?
Okay. So yeah, I look, technically speaking, he was not emperor until 14. That is true. Now I'm just saying that the way Luke states it, and the facts on the ground are, so he, like I said, if he said in the 14th year Tiberius was in charge of the region Judea, that would be suggestive that he means 12. It would be 12. If he said in the official 14th year of the ascendancy to Tiberius, over the empire, that would be unambiguous to it's got to be 14. But the way he states it, it seems open-ended. In other words, it's ambiguous, but yeah, it seems to me what you're saying is, in this will hopefully be the last thing I say, but I'll give you the last word. I would just say I could see where you're coming from. I just think that I would just say it's I'll just leave it alone. I'm just gonna say it seems like he states it in such a way where it could be either. That's all I'll say. That's my final word on it. Unless you prod me in some way that stimulates me to say something else, but I think we've said it all. I think you're just partial and I hate you. Just kidding.
Well, at least you're honest.
No, I'm not. That was a lie, actually.
No, I know, right? I appreciate.
Dude, you're just simping for your view, dude. You just dude. Look, Jesus was born in Tishri 1 and 3 BC. Just maybe it's both.
Well, actually,
I don't know.
what's interesting is that I personally detach those two. I am less convinced of my position that Jesus died on Friday, April 3rd of 33 than I am that he was born on December 25th. The December 25th position I am supremely confident in. I could be convinced that he did not die. In fact, another totally viable date, even considering my Friday view, would be April 7th, 30 AD. But you'd have to kind of mess around with some of the dates there in a way which I don't personally think is viable at the moment, but I could be convinced that they are.
I'm not convinced that we can know for sure what day of the week was on what date and what year, because now explain to me again why this isn't the case, because I can explain it very well, but I feel like what was explained to me was open-ended and fair. If it's true that the Jews had to cite the moon to start the date or to start a new month, how can we know what day for certain? Like, what if there was because they, like, if it's true that they start the month and then that the holidays are a certain number of days into a new month, how can we know, how can we be sure any given year there wasn't a delay on sighting of the moon, which would affect, we can't just trace it back like as if every year they sighted the moon the same amount of this, 1 or 2 days after the month prior. How can we can't just go backwards that way from year to year and backwards into time based on the way they sight the moon, because that would affect, it wouldn't be just like they didn't just have a calendar that counts so many days every year and then you can figure out every day from every year, because if it's true, right? Isn't there an issue there?
I don't
can't
think so. I think you can just backwards count it. But even besides that, you can't actually start from certain set points. One of the things that's incredibly convenient for trying to map out Jesus's life and the life of the early church is the Julian calendar change that took place in, I believe, 49 BC, if I remember correctly. Because the Julian calendar only falls behind the solar calendar once every 182 years, which means it wouldn't actually fall behind the solar calendar by a day until all of the apostles were long gone, the temple was destroyed, and even at that point, Luke and Mark and Ignatius have passed away.
So I'm starting to like I'm figuring out a way to like try to display what I'm saying. Like, it is true that you could make a graph where you have a true solar year as we can calculate it now, and then you can see as they add months, an extra month, and then they have 12 months, and the year has got more day, 384, and then the 12-month year has 354. they add just 30 days. So the 13th month is always 30 days longer than a 12-month year. But the thing is, it's plus or minus 1 day. So let me say it this way and then see what you say. Because like when I'm looking at this data that I collected, I don't know if you've seen anything I've said about it, but so here's my understanding. This is from Maimonides. I'll put it on the screen actually, because I want to, maybe you can help me like grasp this better. Because I'm saying like it's totally swamped that we can understand certain things. We can put it seems like we can put markers down in certain years based on data we have, but I don't think you can trace it back because of this reason right here. I'm trying to find the slide here. Hold on. Like Maimonides mentions like the 8th and the 9th month. It's something like this. I'm trying to find the slide so I can show you, but it's like, so I think in the latter 8th and 9th month, they would cite the moon. And then because according to scripture, certain holidays, I don't think it's all of them, but like the latter holidays in the year, or the 8th and 9th month, for instance, it says that those months would have the 8th month, I think, if maybe it's 7th and the 8th, I can't remember because I don't have the slide in front of me, but it says that month can have 30 or 29 or 30 days. And then the month, I know it's the month after that one. And it's not it's like the 7th or 8th and 9th months or whatever. It's 2 of them in a row. One of them can have 29 or 30. And then the next one has either 30 or 29. And that's because they would adjust after sighting the moon and then they would calculate it to make sure those particular certain holidays as mandated by scripture would not fall on a weekly Sabbath. And if according to the sighting of the moon, they would add a day to that month, the first one, or take away a day on the next month after that, so that because they would calculate after sighting the moon to make sure that the certain holiday doesn't fall on the weekly Sabbath. And so those 2 months in a row would have one less or one more according to that procedure. And so you have plus or minus 1 day according to that, which is based off sighting the moon. And it seems to me if we don't have records from every year, we can't be sure when they did or didn't make that adjustment, which would shift the week according to that particular year into the next year. So do you get what I'm saying? Does that make any sense, what I'm saying? Like if that's true, wouldn't that be the case? Because unless we had records of when they had to do that or not, wouldn't that cause an issue there?
Well, so there's a couple things. First off, the one holiday being spoken of is Yom Kippur. The Jewish calendar is set up in such a way that Yom Kippur will never land on the Sabbath. Or excuse me, it's not that it'll never land on the Sabbath, it's that it'll never land the day after or before the Sabbath. The reason for the day after is because they don't want a 2-day long fast. And the reason why they don't want it the day before is because you can't prepare the food for the day to come on a Sabbath.
Because then you'd have like 2 days that were like where you couldn't do stuff or whatever, right?
Yeah,
too many days.
So they want to avoid having a 2-day long fast.
Just tell me real quick. Tell me really quick. That's not the case with every holiday. It's just those certain holidays, right? Or that one. But this was an issue. Okay, cool. I wanted to make sure. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
So, sorry, 1 second. I just put a piece of candy in my mouth.
It seems like that would, if we don't have record of what years they had to do that, like, and if it's based on, and that also has to do with when the month starts. I'm starting to formulate an argument, I guess, that is the case. That would, if we don't have record of how that happened in any given year, that seems like that would affect the cycle, wouldn't it? Or potentially, anyway, if we had limited data on. I don't know.
So no, and there's a couple reasons why. The first reason is the cycle the Jews are using today is the same as the one, potentially with some alterations, but the same as the one they would have been using back then. And there's 2 ways that we could know this. The first is that it has been the case for a long time that they had the calendar set up in a very particular way so that the Yom Kippur would not be before or after the Sabbath. And the second reason being it takes a very, very, very short period of time if you don't have adjustments for the Jewish calendar to get thrown completely off of the solar cycle. It'd take about 3 years for you to start celebrating, for example, Passover in the winter.
I did the math. Every 36 years, you'd be on the opposite side of the year because it would drift 5 days behind every year.
Exactly. Now,
If you just kept 360 every year, but why not? If it was just 360 every year and then you started your calendar over, you'd drift 5 days of essentially, or 5 1/4 or whatever.
Well, and even worse if you don't do a roundup, right? Because if it's 354, which is what happens when you don't round up or add the extra month of Dar 2, then you're losing 11 days. So let's say the earliest that the Jewish calendar can start, it's going to start March 23rd this year, but the earliest it can start is March 10th. So, well, 33 days, technically March 10th is the winter, but it's very spring-like in Israel, and it's even very spring-like here, right? But take 11-day cycles, that's 33 days. Well, now you're up on the 5th of February. After 3 years, you're in the 5th of February. That is winter. That is winter, right? Like real life for sure, snow on the ground, depending on where you live, winter. So they would have to be adjusting even during the time of the Second Temple and before. Otherwise, the calendar just outright would not work. And the way that they accomplish both things, the way that they accomplish keeping their calendar in line with the solar calendar, as well as the way they make sure that Yom Kippur does not land on a day preceding or succeeding the Sabbath, is the same method, and it's called the Metonic cycle. And it's 7 leap years, 7 leap months added to those years, or excuse me, 1 leap month added to each of those years. So in 7 years, you have a leap month added to the year in a 19-year span, right? And that span, you do it once. It's like every 1st year, 3rd year, 7th year, 8th year. And there's a specific pattern it has to follow to make sure it fits perfectly. And you need that in order to accomplish both of those things, right? So that first lets us know that there has to be some level of consistency with the Jewish calendar. The other thing, though, is, there's 2 other things, actually. So the second other thing is, since the Julian calendar lines up perfectly with our modern Gregorian calendar for the period between 49 BC and 134 AD, if you are in that time frame, you can say, okay, March, say 25th, for example, of 25 AD is the same as March 25th on our calendar, right? Which means if you can find a point of syncretism between the Julian calendar and the Hebrew calendar in that time frame, you can now have a perfect understanding of how the Jewish calendar is going to operate within that time frame. So you don't just have to rely on counting backwards. In other words, let's say you have direct evidence, for example, that December 25th, 5 BC was Kislev 25th, which is the first day of Hanukkah, which we do, by the way, have that direct evidence. You now have a point of syncretism, and you can count just using your Hebrew calendar, and you'll always be landing on the right date in your Gregorian calendar, because now you've lined all 3 calendars up with each other: Gregorian, Julian, and Hebrew, right? And the last thing that makes this important is, when you're talking about what day was Jesus crucified, you're actually not talking about on their calendar, you're talking about on our calendar, right? So when we say he's crucified on a Friday, we're actually saying he's crucified on a Friday according to what we understand now, not necessarily what we understand then. It just so happens to be a happy coincidence that those 2 things would be the same thing, which I don't really think it's coincidence at all. I think it's providence. But regardless, and to give you an example of this, if you were to look up Isaac Newton's birthday, it says December 25th. That's not what Isaac Newton thought, though. Isaac Newton was under the impression, or excuse me, it says January 4th, I think. Regardless, I can't remember which it is. It's either January 4th or December 25th. But one of the days is the day he would have known he was born on. And the other day, the day that's recorded in history, is the day that we would consider him being born on by our Gregorian standards. So it's just to demonstrate, and it kind of sucks that I can't remember which one it actually is. I think it's December 25th is the day that we consider him to be born on. But nevertheless, he was not actually, he wouldn't have known he was a Christmas baby, right? So these things I think give us a very solid ground to say, no, we actually have a really solid understanding of the days of this time, as long as we can find those points of syncretism and line them up with the math that we already have. And I think we can. I think we can do that fairly well. And the last point I'll add is this. There are numerous historians who have listed just as much from that time. So, like, for example, when it comes to the birthday of Jesus, Hippolytus of Rome is writing his commentary on Daniel in about 200. So he is still about 167 years removed from the crucifixion, and that would therefore make him at least 200 years removed from Jesus' birth. So he's a pretty far distance away, but compared to 2,000 years, we can say peanuts for sure, right? And he lists Jesus' birthday as December 25th. Well, he is close enough that he should be able to account for these errors, right? Or Eusebius, for example, lists the crucifixion day as April 3rd, 33 AD. He doesn't obviously have the time frame of AD because that whole system hasn't been come up with yet. But nevertheless, and he's writing that in give or take 330 in his ecclesiastical histories, right? So now you have a fourth potential area of syncretism, right? You have the ability to count backwards. You have synchronizing a calendar that has not yet fallen out of its solar loop that we can fit perfectly with our own calendar to the Hebrew calendar. And you also now have this ability to look back at historians who have listed these dates on their own calendars such that we can correspond them to our calendar. And you start finding all these different points of syncretism, and it allows you to become very confident for certain dates as to when certain things took place. Just as an example of that, Tisha B'Av, which I believe is Tishrei 9th, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember what B'Av means, but nevertheless, it's the, I'll have to go back and look at that. I'm kind of tired right now, but nevertheless, it's the day that the temple was destroyed. And we know the exact date on the Hebrew calendar that the temple was destroyed, because we can record it in three different ways. We can record it as far as going backwards, we can record what the Jews told us, and we can record what the Romans told us. And it links up perfectly so that we can know the exact date that the temple was burned down, at least on the Hebrew calendar. So that's a very long-winded explanation, but nevertheless.
Yeah, all that I agree with. I think we can. It just seems like it's regarding the days of the week. That's the part I'm thinking. That's not necessarily the case. I'm trying to. So let me. I hear what you're saying, and I don't see any problem with that. I would just say, like I'm gonna make this, and I'll just show you another time after I make it and kind of have it better plotted out. But it seems to me is what you get. Say that year, this line in the middle. And I'll just say it and then I'll close it out here. But in other words, the 13th month, if I make a graph and I put the days, like I'm going to put a graph with the vertical, the X being or the Y being the, I guess it'd be X axis being the amount of days above and below a true solar year. The years where they had 12 months, you'd be like you said, right? You'd be about 11 days behind. And then, so let's say a true solar year is our 0. And then you'd be whatever it is. It's actually 11 plus or minus 1 day, depending on whether they had to add a day in the 7th and 8th month or take one away. So it's plus or minus 1 day of 354. And then the 13th month is just 30 days longer, but it may or may not have that day added or subtracted from those 2 months to keep it from being. And then I would say, so because of the plus or minus, let's just say it was always 354, you'd be 11 days behind. And then the way I saw the most likely way they did it was I show it in one of my videos, but where I do a 19 blocks and then I put 12 It's basically like 12, 12, 13, 12, 12, 13, 12, 13, 12, 12, 13, 12, 13, 12, 12, 13. And then when it starts over, you never have more you never have 3 years in a row with 12 months. And then you can space it out that way. And sometimes you have a 13th month after just 1 year of 12 months. You know what I'm saying? So like that's when you do 7 out of the 19 and you space it as evenly as possible, you never have a span of 3 years that doesn't have a 13th month. In other words, sometimes it's more often than that. But if you space it out evenly, which most commentators suggest they did that, because there doesn't seem to be any other reason to pattern it differently. You wouldn't like bunch them all at one end, right? You know, there's no indication of that. And I did a little bit of research on that. But so you'd be 11 days behind, and then if it was a 12-month year after that, you'd be 22 days behind a solar year. But then when you have the 13th month, it adds 30 days. So you'd be 22 days behind after 2 years, the solar year. But then when you add that extra month, you'd be 8 days past the true solar year, and you never have 13 months in a row. So then the next year, so now you'd be 8 months or 8 days over, and then the next year would be 12, and that's 11 days under, right? So now you'd just be 3 days under. And then if you added if it was another 12-month year, you'd be 14 days behind. But then the next year you'd add a 13th of 30 days. Now you'd be 16 days over. Then you'd do a 12, right? A 12-month year, and you'd subtract 11. So now you'd be 1 day over a true solar year. You know what I mean? So you'd get this basically this curvy line that never deviated more than 11 days or more than 22 days off, in other words. And that's why you get the range, right, of our date to a Jewish date, right? Does that make sense? Does that sound right to you?
I think so.
You know what I mean? Because if you never had more than 2 years that were 11 days behind, approximately, you never have more than 2 years in a row, assuming you started, your year, depending on where you start, right? But you'd never get more than 22 days behind any given point, and you only go over on the 13-month years. You have more days, and so it's actually like constant. It's like no more than 22 days below, and then up to 18 past, and then you'd fluctuate, but never always within those bounds. And it'd be like a squiggly line if you graphed it, and it would just fluctuate closer and further from year to year, never going more than 18 above or 22 below, presuming from a particular starting point, right? But that's how I figured it. And so, but the thing is, in a given year, my point is just this, the last thing I'll say, just something to think about, and I'd love to hear you kind of help me think this through or whatever. But the way I've understood it is, it seems to me that is true. You would never be more than 22 days off. That's why we have a range that they can give us, right, from year to year. But in the ancient times, it seems like if within a single year, each month is starts, right, by the moon, and then the holidays are so many days once the month starts. If we don't know every year if it took 2 days to hit the moon, you know what I mean? Like within each year, it's based on the moon, but from over years, it stays in line because of the adjustments year to year with a regular solar calendar. But within any given year, without record of how many days after that first month started it takes to start the next month, and the holidays are based on the 10th day of that month, that would leave without record of which day of the week it was for any given month within any given year. It seems like my point is, you can't be sure within a given year what day of the week a given holiday is going to fall on, if it is true that each month is started by sighting of the moon. Once you have the moon sighted, it's going to be this so many days into the month, because that's how it's given, right? Do you see the point I'm making? I feel like that's still the case, that within a year, like, I'm not saying that they're not getting off year to year because of their adjustments, but within 1 year, if the moon took 2 days to sight instead of 1, and we don't have record, or we don't have a flag to plant on, with enough information for a given year, and we don't know if they added them, how many days it took to sight the moon because of weather or whatever, some other record, right? That seems still like within a given year, without enough data, you couldn't be certain. I'm still suggesting that that's the case. Maybe I missed something. We can stop there, though. I guess that's my point. Maybe I'm wrong. You can help me later. I know you're tired.
Well, yeah, I guess I'd have to probably just think about it a little longer. I don't think I'm seeing the point, but it could.
I'll try to illustrate it better.
Well, it's also partially just because, it is about 5 o'clock in the morning, so I could just be not working at full capacity.
Yeah, I certainly agree that we can correlate years. We just, if it's true that, and I think there's some disagreement, like they don't know for sure, like prior to 200-ish AD, like if they planned how much of the year they planted out once they sighted the moon for the year, like the new year or whatever. And then there's even discrepancies about like which passages they're talking about, like the religious New Year, like this when God made Nisan the first month, the religious calendar, you could call it, or whatever, the spring calendar, or if it's the like Sukkot, right? Sukkot is the first month of the religious of the civil calendar, sort of thing, you could call it, right? Is that right?
Well, I mean, in modern Judaism, yeah, but
Day of Trumpets, not
Sukkot. Day of Trumpets. That's what I meant. That's what I mean. Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah, same time.
Because I think CJ, you think, so isn't the argument against your rendering of like with the priesthood and all that, and John the Baptist's dad and all that, like that, because I remember your presentation. And I've seen other ones too, and I'm still trying to learn it better. But isn't it the case, like some people make a case that, like because of Jesus, the idea that the prophet dies on the day they're born or whatever, and then if that's true, like people say that that's the issue with why your sources would say, it's December 20th, something like that, right? Like basing it on, because I think it is true. There's actually a historical fact about this idea about people say it's because they want to like make it nice and tidy to count the years or whatever, right? Or something people theorize. But I think isn't it the case that like that is with Jesus, that might be true, that like, what is that? How does that go? The prophets like being born and then they die on the day they were born or something? What is that whole thing?
There's this really weird ancient idea that a prophet would be born and he would be born on and die on the same day, and for some other renditions it's that he'd be conceived on and die on the same day. And it's a superstition, but the superstition,
don't people use that against your view somehow, something like that?
Yeah, they use it against because certain people in the ancient world who took my view held that position, and so the argument basically goes that they only listed December 25th as the birth date of Jesus because that was 9 months after the day he was killed, and the day that he was killed should be the same as the day he was conceived.
Because it's 3 months, because it's 9 months, and then there's the issues with the priesthood thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. So basically, what they're saying is this is a superstition, and it doesn't really. The fact that certain historians at the time would have said this is nothing more than a superstition and therefore can't be relied on. The problem with that is, in my view at least, and I will have to probably hop off here relatively soon, but
hey CJ, just make sure you watch the video I posted, because it's just an excerpt from that guy. I found the thing where he does a really thorough presentation. I put the link in the description, but it says Jesus was almost certainly born on September 11th. Did you watch it?
Yeah. And of course I do still strongly disagree. But nevertheless, I do want to get more information on it, right? Because I have to
watch the whole thing in the description. It's in the description. He goes through a bunch of different things. I'd love to go over it with you and see what you say about it.
Well, and so to real quickly say though, the argument against that superstition argument is the reasoning of December 25th seems to be somewhat post hoc. And the reason that I can say that's the case is because the church agreed date of Jesus's crucifixion was April 3rd, but their agreed date of his birth was December 25th. And you can just do the math for yourself. Those aren't the same date. If you do your 9 months, right? Your 9 months would put you at January 3rd, which is not one of the suggested dates. And so you have a collection of contradictions where these guys are actually trying to fit Jesus's birth and death dates into their superstitions, but it doesn't fit nicely, right? So Hippolytus, in other words, when he says Jesus is born on March 25th because that's the day he was crucified, well, he's actually wrong. That's not the day that he was crucified. And Hippolytus, even to some extent, even knows this, but he's trying to argue, no, that April 3rd date must be wrong because we know that a prophet must be conceived and die on the same day. But of course, that's just not nonsense. So it's like they're trying to fit these two dates, which seem to contradict their presuppositions, into their presuppositions, and it's just not working. But the only reason I think, this is where my argument comes in, the only reason I think they want to do that in the first place is because they have these two contradicting dates according to their presuppositions. The dates themselves aren't contradictory, but they contradict their presuppositions, right? Jesus, I think, really was executed on what we would call April the 3rd and born on December the 25th.
Isn't that the day after the Hanukkah issue thing? I thought it was the Hanukkah thing was September or December 24, something to do with that.
No, Hanukkah is Kislev 25 on the Jewish calendar. So
you got to, CJ, you got to help me get my mind around, because okay, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying about the within a year thing and the days being off, and I don't have my head wrapped around it, but like it seems to me the whole notion of trying to pin a date on our Julian calendar after the fact and correlate it, like as if you could just line up two, long several years all the way through history and just have our calendar cycling and then think that would line up is a solid thing with their year. I think that's a lost cause. I don't think you can know that. You can't make a chain of time on both calendars and then just align them like two chains that are stiff. You know what I'm saying? Like two set things, because their year, we don't know if it was plus or minus a day. So I think that whole thing is just a lost cause. So if you can show me why that's not the case, that's where I'm going to be stuck on that. But I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm giving you it seems like people aren't recognizing that. And there's a few scholars that are essentially saying what I'm trying to describe. And people on all sides are saying, no, you can do that correlation. I think you can't. I don't think you could just make it like we can on our calendar and then assume theirs is the same rigid thing. It doesn't have a given set of days, and from year to year, so many exact days we can know. Even if we knew them, which years had 13 months for sure, you still wouldn't know for sure. Seems like. So that whole thing, it seems like a lost cause. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I see what you mean. I don't agree with it, but I would just
okay.
That is not. If that's a bullet that you wish to shoot to try and take down the view I'm presenting, it will end up blowing back on yours also. Because if I can't take Kislev 25 and line it up with December 25, then likewise you can't take September 11th and line it up to Tishrei the 1st. Right?
Yeah. Right. Agreed.
So I would just say, even if, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong, but I would just.
No, I'm not trying to shoot down your view at all. I'm just saying this idea, and yeah, it's true about September 11th too. The question for me would be, we could know if it was well, yeah, that would be an issue, I would say. But my point is, I'm just asking the question: can we even? I wasn't looking to shoot down any particular view. I was just thinking, it seems like in principle that. I mean, do you disagree that the plus or minus a day doesn't affect the dating from year to year? Like, if it is true that they add or subtract a day, wouldn't we have to know what years they added or subtracted a day to know the date? Unless we have a historical thing that tells us what holiday it was or something. It just seems like basically true.
I don't think so necessarily. I think that because we have that metonic cycle, we can still be pretty certain. Now, maybe you'd have to, just for the sake of honesty, say, okay, I guess I'm not 100% sure. Like I can't prove it mathematically, right? But I think you could be as reasonably convinced as is possible.
Yeah, it just seems
that-
like it would have to fall into the range, because we know that the years they only get so far off. We just don't know how many days above or below the true year on any particular year it was, with to any degree of it, down to the day, I guess is what I'm saying. But yes, that's a good point about the September 11 thing too. It would be the case with that.
Yeah, well, and another one of the things too that I would point out is, if this turned out to be true, it would only mean I'd have to slightly argue my position as far as the Hanukkah being relevant to the birth is concerned, because I would have to move from, hey, I can show you exactly where December 25th and Kislev 25 lined up, to there would be a point where these two lined up, because the majority of the Hanukkah argument would still be the typology of Hanukkah to Jesus' birth and its status as an 8-day holiday, which allows Jesus to be born the first day and circumcised the 8th day, both of which are important points, and both of which would be the Yom Tovs of the holiday, right? So, in other words, what you would do at that point is you'd have to doctor the argument from, we can find the year because these two would be the same.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it
and-
necessarily. Actually, let me point out real fast. The reason I was just thinking of this through was more in the effect of knowing for sure what day of the week it is. It would just limit the way you could reverse engineer with the calendar, for the given day. But there's other things you could correlate it to find a particular holiday on the Jewish calendar. That could still be the case for either of either two views. I was more, to me, going down the road of declaring what day of the week it was without the historical data that tells us, like in the case with Jesus' death or whatever. I think the text suggests what day of the week it was that year, and likewise with these other issues. So it was really just about knowing any given day of the week on a date on the Jewish calendar for a given year for certain, without enough data. That's really the point. It wasn't really anything else. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry. So yeah, you what you were saying seems to be the case. With the right kind of data, you could know a date on a given year, what something happened. Certainly, what yours doesn't affect your view about December 25th. It's more about what year Jesus died on, and saying, well, it can't be that year because the day of the week fell on that day. That year, it was this day on that Jewish day. I don't think you could say what day of the week it is based on the data we have, but you can certainly, if there's enough data in the text that says that it necessitates that, we know he died on Passover, and it says what day of the week it was in other passages related, and we can connect it, that you can figure it out. But you can't get there by reverse engineering a calendar rigidly backwards, I think, is the issue there. I don't know. Hopefully we can figure it out, and you can show me why it's not the case. Because Chris seems to think, I've tried to argue this with Chris about, because you have told me before, we know he died on Friday, and I tend to agree that he died on a Friday, and we know that only 30 and 33 work or whatever. I don't think that's true. I think that is, we can't know for sure which year a given date was on the day of the week. That is the point, I guess, is what I think. And I've read people, because Chris insists, because of the Naval Observatory, that 31, it falls on a Wednesday. But on the data I've looked at from even scholars, I've seen what you've said too. Like, it's got to be 30 or 33. That's the thing I always read. And that rendering doesn't put Wednesday on the right day in 31 either. So on that rendering, I've seen that people insist we know the days, and it could only be 30 and 33 for Friday. And even that's questionable about 30, if I recall, based on that. But they make arguments for why it could be the case based on some other factor. But 31 on either one of those, either with taking that factor, which I can't recall at the moment, that suggests 33 is more likely, which I recall reading. Even if you take that other thing into account and do that adjustment, it's still either way 31 doesn't have the Wednesday date either. But then other people say no, because of this data, the 31 it's only can be a Wednesday. And so people like there's all sorts of like even seemingly scholarship, seemingly good work with lots of detail and sightings and reasons say different things, and people insist on all this stuff. I've concluded that suggests it just depends on your data and what you're not taking into account that can affect it. And so it's so complicated, but the fact of the matter is, I think this is where I'm starting to conclude that we have to be willing to say it's not a sure thing for various factors. So yeah, I would have left too. I don't know how to articulate it better than that. It's so complicated, but anyways, hey man, last final words. I'll give it to you, buddy. What are your thoughts? Do you think, are you confident that it's the 31 AD or whatever year you think it is, that it must be a Wednesday? Have you seen anything that suggests it?
I guess I'm basing everything off of the women buying spices and the preparation day being the preparation day for the Passover lamb and not the preparation day for the weekly Sabbath.
Okay.
I am not I'm not well versed in the astronomical stuffs, so I would have to look up, what the new moon was, when the full moon was, whether or not the days of the weeks changed, all that good stuff.
Did you get what I was saying, Dirty, at all? Did you understand?
Yeah. I mean, I've been listening the whole time, but I've been kind of arguing.
If the month has to start by the sighting of the moon, and the sighting of the moon, there could be various factors of why they couldn't sight the moon.
Has to be the crescent.
I disagree that it has to be the sighting of the moon because
it could be gone for 3 days.
You saw no form.
Yeah, it could be gone for 3 days. So how are you going to know when the new month is? It has to be the crescent. Otherwise,
no. There's no way it's the crescent. To get to the full moon takes 14 point something days. If you are waiting 3 days from the new moon so that you can see the crescent, and then you wait 15 more days because that's what you need to get to the 15th day of the month, you're now 17 or 18 days past the new moon, which puts you well past the full moon, which means that you don't have a full moon.
When you count the crescent,
there's no way to get the crescent.
If you start day 1 of the month,
full moon, it's not possible.
Yes, it is. If you start the full the new month on the crescent, then on the 15th day of the month will be the full moon every single time.
The crescent is 3 days into the phases, and it takes 14 days and a little bit, the decimal, to get to the full moon.
So the full moon is on the 15th.
So there's no way that you can start a process 3 days in, add 14 days, and then end up with a full moon because you're past 15.
No, once you see
it's
the
not
crescent,
possible. It's math.
Once you see the crescent, and if that's the first day of the month, then
if you
every
look
single
at
time,
the Babylonian,
the 15th
wait, guys,
every time, no matter what.
Think logically here. Yes, certain holidays would like Passover, right? The 14th, and that would be a full moon, and it would light up the evening festivities or whatever, right? So there's a purpose for that, right? As presumably, but here's the thing: you would start. There does seem to be, the fact of the matter is the cycle of the moon is not based on a set mini 24-hour period. So is what that means. In other words, a lunation cycle is 29.5 days. So
that's how the Jews did it. They sighted the moon and they needed 2 witnesses. So they had to have 2 witnesses go back to the village and tell everybody they sighted the moon. It was all legal and it was documented. They sighted the moon.
When they came out of Egypt, all of the crops were destroyed by the locusts and the hail. There was no crops. So none of the signs that they used to figure out what the time of the year was has to do with the signs on Earth. The signs on Earth are confirmations that what you're seeing in the sky is correct.
God told them to observe the month of Abib as the first month of the year, and that's what they did for
Yes,
2,000
if you're
years.
going to look at
And
the
they
moon and
cited the
look
first
for a set
crescent.
apart sign that's different from all of the other moon phases, what
If the
moon phase
moon's
would you
not
pick
there,
out
then you
that's
can't
different
cite
from
it.
all
You
of the other
can't
moon phases?
determine when the new
Okay, wait,
month
You
wait,
is.
wait.
walk by
If it's
faith, not by
gone,
sight. You
no.
walk
Okay,
If
by
so
the moon
guys,
faith,
is
not by
gone,
sight.
then you cannot tell
Okay,
when the new moon
look.
is.
Let's just think about this logically for a second. I know.
David knew exactly when the moon was. First
Okay, but
Samuel 20 verse 5.
yeah,
David
but
knew exactly when the new moon was, and then he even waited 3 days because the Jews would often have 3 days because
so
they
what
didn't
do you
know
say?
whether it was the new moon or the crescent. They kept
Okay, but
both.
what does that mean then? So okay, so here's the issues I see it.
That
I'm not.
even David knew when the new moon was.
So are
When
you
the moon
saying
was
He
that? So
gone,
didn't
you're
that's
saying
the
they
he
didn't
new
didn't
have to?
moon.
cite the
Okay,
moon.
If the moon
why
is
did?
gone, how can it be new if it's
Let me
gone?
hold
It's not
on.
there. You can't see it.
Let me. You gotta let me talk, and
I
I'll
mean,
try
if
not
it's
to talk
gone,
too much.
the moon's gone. There's nothing
Here's
new
the.
about it. You have to see the
Hold
crescent.
on,
That's the new part.
dude. Let me run my channel. Okay, I want to hear what you have to say. I want to just not keep fighting back and forth.
Okay, sorry.
It seems like okay is what it's. So here's what I'll assert. And Yahoo, you tell me if you see a problem here. Okay, if you're saying so, the problem is you can't just say every year has X amount of days in it. That's certainly not the case because it's not just there's 360 days in a year.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not true.
certainly that
Right.
is
You
not
agree
how
with
they
that, right?
figured. That's not how they
Right.
figured the year. Correct.
Okay, right. So it seems to me also, I'll assert and tell me if you agree, that a month started when they cited us, whatever they cited, it was that started the new month. And then we know that so many days later, there's the full moon, like 14 or 15 days, right? Is that true? Can you agree to that?
It cited is sort of weird because you can't cite something that's not there. But yeah,
Exactly.
I guess.
Okay. So let me ask it this way then. And I'm not taking you down a trail to dunk on you. I'm just being logical
Right.
here.
I want to clarify for the audience.
Yes. Okay. So it seems like one thing we know is true is that a lunation cycle is 29.5 days. The issue with that is you can't just say you cite the moon from Israel and then every 30 days a new month starts. It's about 30 days, but if it is the case, which it seems I have read in many places and I don't see anybody arguing with it, that from one certain sighting of the moon to the exact same time that cycle starts over is not a exact increment of 24 hours later. So the next
Right, and
sighting of
you
the thing
can
would be
even see
off.
that in the way that he gives the commandments.
Right.
He wouldn't tell you it's the day after the Sabbath if there was a strict 360 degree or 360 day calendar, because he would just say
you would know
the
10
feast
years
is
from
on
now.
the 24th of the month. He wouldn't tell you that you need to meet these certain conditions before the feast day is there. He wouldn't
Yeah,
tell you to
because
look for something if it was on a specific day. And so we know that the cycle is weird just for that very reason.
That's why within a given year, I'm suggesting that we don't know on, like, if we lined up our calendar, which is just a cycle, like I know what day 27 years from now on the 3rd of November in 27 years, it's going to be a certain day of the week. And then I can say, assuming we keep the same calendar, right, that every 4th year we'll add an extra day in February, right, has an extra day to make that leap year, because we have a portion of a day, right, because it's 365.2524 days per cycle of the sun going around, right, of going around the sun. And so or whatever, sorry, I'm tired, but my point is a seasonal cycle is not 365 days, it's 365 and about a quarter, not it's more precise than that, 20.2524, right? So
right.
But that's really close to a quarter of a day. So every 4 years we add an extra day. And so because we know we add that extra day, I can even guess like 327 years, what day of the week September or April 3rd will be, right? Because we can do that. But they didn't operate that way and that's why I say it's something like they cited the moon to start each month within a given year. But and because of their cycle of adding a month every so often of 30 days, they would dip a year would be under a true solar year, and then it would go over and then back under, and that cycle kept it from deviating more above or less a regular seasonal year. That's what kept them in the right seasons, because they never deviated more than so many days, and it fluctuated. But if we don't know which years they added a 13th month all the way back into that time, for sure,
I'm sure we can calculate it.
And we don't know which years it took an extra day to sight the moon, because it's not in the exact same spot every 30 days. It's like 29.5. So there's going to be, for certain, we don't know. And then weather could obscure it to make it even harder. Like, we could have sighted the moon that day, but because it's in a weird spot, and the weather was bad that year, it took one extra day that time. And then, then that would affect what day, that would affect the cycle of figuring it out, to know when they had to add or subtract a day on those given months to keep it from being a Sabbath, because we don't know the year before if they took an extra day to sight the moon. And so is what that means is, it seems to me, is within any given year, without enough data or record of what day of the week it was, it seems like you can't say for sure. You can say it was probably this day or that day, but we don't know which year back in history, or which particular year it went a day above or a day below, which would mean that you can't know for sure what day of the week the next year that holiday would be on, because you don't know what year it took an extra day on any given month to sight the new moon. It took 2 days instead of 1 because of where the moon was and the weather. We don't know which.
Yeah, but you can always tell when the day of Nisan 14 is, because the moon has got this real ominous, it's not quite full. The next day it's full, but on Nisan 14, it's real weird. Do you guys ever notice that?
Unless you sighted unless that year, that particular month, the sighting of the moon fell in a weird position, and or there's weather obscuring it, and so it took.
Yeah, but you can always use the full moon to confirm when the month actually started. Like, if it was cloudy that day and you're not sure, you can always use the full moon to confirm, that this is the 15th day of the month. So
do you think that, wait though,
been...
the problem is, though, with that, I hear what you're saying, but here's the problem. If it is the case that there was trouble sighting it, would they adjust in the middle of the month because of the full moon falling on, you know what I mean? Like, no,
why not?
Just be off.
You always have that warning of Nisan 14.
No. Think about it, though. The Bible says on the 14th day of the month, and that would be the 14th day after the month started, according to the text.
The 14th day of the month. In the evening of the 14th day, you must eat the Passover.
So it seems to me the full moon, at least in its phase.
But the moon isn't full on the 14th day. The day before it. It's a real weird ominous color. It's like a blood moon is what it's called.
Right. You'd have certain months where it was, because the full moon's going to be out for a day. Oh, I don't know, several days.
Yeah, on Nisan 14, every single year it's a blood moon, and it's like insanely colorful, and it's different. And the next day is the full moon, and it's bright and white.
Yeah. It's probably the case that there's a full moon within the range of that shift of sighting the moon. You'd still get a full moon. I don't know how many days the moon comes out full.
Yeah, it's exactly 15 days after the crescent.
Yeah, but it's not just one single day it's full. There's like 2 or 3 days where it's full.
Yeah, it's almost full. Yeah.
So even with that thing, you'd still end up getting a moon that was bright if the weather was good.
So this year it's set to be April 4th. In the evening of April 4th would be the Passover, and then April 5th would be the full moon. And you'll notice on April 4th, in the evening of April 4th, that moon is going to be way different than any moon you've ever seen, dude. Trust me.
Because now they have now we can use our set calendar, and then they can set theirs to ours, and it's gonna be attached to our calendar like rigidly. But as you go back in history and you don't know more, it seems to me you can't trace that back in the same way, because we don't have enough record to, I'm not saying like they weren't able to. Yeah,
the command says to keep the Passover in the evening of the 14th day. So what do you make of that?
I think that if you look for the new moon that comes after the spring equinox, that will give you your first month, and you won't have to know what, like, that will automatically add or remove, whatever month you may or may not need. Like, just because the only way in my view, that you can get all of your feast to work is if that happens. If like there was one year where the new moon was on the spring equinox, but it was before sundown. And so part of us kept that, the spring equinox basically as the first day of the month. And then there's other people that waited an entire month to start their calendar.
Yeah, that happens.
And then whenever we got to Sukkot, everybody at Sukkot still had crops in their field.
Yeah.
And Sukkot is the feast of end gathering, which means you have finished your gathering.
And you ain't got no crops. They're still out there.
You're now celebrating all of the crops that that God brought you from the field. Like that's what Sukkot is.
So do you set it from how it's sighted from Jerusalem, or do you do it based on where you live?
Yeah. I do it from Jerusalem, yeah. But then I keep the feast on local time, So
when are you keeping
still starts
this
12 hours ahead, or 7 hours ahead.
Are you eating Passover on the evening of April 4th this year?
Let me double check. The evening of April 5th.
April 5th, the evening of April 5th on the full moon.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because I keep it, the Bible says to keep it on
because actually what I do is I wait for the spring equinox. Once that hits, then I look for the new moon. And then once that hits, I wait for sundown. And then that will finish.
Wait, you use the equinox, dude?
But you do the when do you start the month again?
Yeah, so my calendar may be a day off from other people's calendar because they may not wait until sundown. They may just do the full moon after the equinox.
So, but you start the
waiting
month
until sundown
at conjunction, right?
Wait, should we keep Sabbath where we live based on when it's Sabbath in Jerusalem, you think?
No.
It's just that's just kind of a stupid thought.
Yeah,
but no one does that.
I don't think that's how it works.
But do you start the month at the conjunction the day before the sighting of the crescent, right? So you're going to be keeping Sabbath on the evening of the.
Well, you'd only keep it after it's sighted in Jerusalem, based on where you live in comparison. Obviously, you would never keep it before then, would you? If you got the full moon or the sighting of the moon where you live before them, the international dateline could affect how you think about that. If it has to be in Jerusalem and then your night period after that, right? Something like that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's always going to be the moon gets sighted, and then depending on where you live, like it would be after the moon is sighted in Jerusalem, your period of night, next night. That when it becomes night after the moon is sighted in Jerusalem, in like at the same moment, then that next time where it's sundown where you live would be that same day, right? The same day. You would never keep it if you sight the moon before them, if you're ahead of them, right? Where you live, and the moon comes up and you sight it where you live, and then that evening they sight the moon. That's this day they end up sighting.
Well, he said he's keeping Passover on the evening of the 5th of April this year. So
that's so they sight the moon.
If you're starting the month at the conjunction rather than the crescent, then you're going to be eating the Passover in the evening of the 15th day of Nisan 15, right? Or even 16.
What
is that? Because if you start the month at the crescent, if you assume the crescent is the first day, then you would be keeping Passover in the evening of the 14th day.
How many hours after sundown? If we're watching live in Jerusalem and the moon is sighted, how many hours later is it night where you are? Is what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
It's not nighttime where you live when it's nighttime there, right?
The Bible commands us
7 hours behind Jerusalem.
The Bible commands us to keep the Passover on the evening of the 14th day of the month. And so if you're keeping it on April 5th, you're keeping it on the 15th day of the month.
No.
Okay. Let me explain, Dirty. The biblical day starts at sundown. That's why you're eating the Passover meal in the evening before sundown on the 14th. And that's why you have to eat the
It says
Passover
no
with
on the
unleavened bread.
It says in
because
the
once
evening
sundown
of the
hits,
14th day. It says that. So if day starts at sundown, then you're eating the Passover 24 hours before you're going to be doing it.
no,
Because
Dirty.
you're doing it on the
let me
evening of the
explain.
15th day.
Let me explain, Dirty. The 14th day in the evening, you eat the Passover with unleavened bread. Because
The
once
evening
sundown,
of the 14th day
just let me
starts
finish.
24
Once
hours
sundown
before you're
hits,
talking about.
it's now the 15th day and
No,
the
you're
first
saying
day
the
of
evening of the
unleavened bread.
14th day is right before the evening of the 15th day, is what you're saying.
The evening is right before sundown. Yes, you are correct. The evening is when the sun is going down.
So you're
but
saying
once
the
sundown
evening
has actually hit, it starts
now it's
the next
the evening
day.
of the 15th day.
No,
That's the evening when sun's going down. At nighttime, that's the evening. Night is evening. So you're saying only one day of the year on the 14th day, the evening of the 14th day, that's right before the evening of the 15th day. It's like, no, it's 24 hours before that. If the day starts at sundown, then the evening of the 14th day is going to be the very first
evening
portion
is a
of the
completely different
14th
word
day.
from sundown. That should be your key word, Dirty. It's a completely different word.
No,
It says eat it in the evening
Greek
before
time.
sundown.
Jesus
That's what it
died
says.
on the cross.
No, dirty. He's saying when you're eating the meal, yes, the 14th day is coming to a close, and that's when you're eating
Yeah,
it.
well,
As the
the
sun
Bible
goes
says-
down,
There's still sunlight while you're eating the Passover lamb.
No,
even
there's
though it's
not.
evening, there's
and that's
still
the
sunlight.
day. That's the
It
day
says
before
after the sun goes down, that's
Oh my
when
God.
you start
No,
the Passover.
because
You can't-
after the sun
I
goes
get it.
down,
I
then
get
you've hit sundown and it's no longer evening. It is now
it's
dark.
now evening of the 15th day.
Okay, wait. No, the evening is not sundown. Sundown is the next day.
Look, Dirty.
Sundown. So when the sun goes down the next
They
day.
wouldn't
Yeah, I
have
know,
been
that's
worried
what I'm
about getting
saying. The
Jesus
day-
off
the
of the cross
14th
Yeah,
day,
before
and when he said
sundown
evening of
if
the
the day
14th
didn't
day
start
is
at sundown.
before the
Hello,
morning of the 14th day,
wait,
right?
no. The evening would be the very end of a day, and then sundown is the
Oh.
beginning of the next day, which is after the sun goes down. That's the beginning of the next
So
24-hour
the
The
period.
entire
sundown
point
is
of getting
morning.
Jesus off of
You're
the
saying
cross was to get
sundown
him
is
off the
morning.
cross before sundown. Why were they trying to get him off the cross before sundown?
Okay, Jesus went to the cross on
it
the
was-
third hour up until
the
the
Sabbath
ninth
drew on.
hour. What calendar is it talking about?
Why are they worried about the Sabbath day starting at dark? Why are they worried about sundown and the Sabbath?
What do you mean?
Why are they worried about getting Jesus off of the cross before sundown because the
Because
Sabbath
it
is
says
approaching?
anyone who hangs on a tree after sundown is cursed.
No, because the Sabbath was drawing near. Because the Sabbath happens when the sun
Well,
goes down.
that's one version of it.
So I would say that's Friday. He would say that's the day. That's the day before.
Because they took the Sabbath so seriously that they weren't even going to address Jesus's dead body on the Sabbath. They were trying to get all that work done.
Oh no,
before the
Jesus
Sabbath.
was doing. Jesus was doing away with it.
Well, one
Oh,
verse
well,
says
it
the
is
reason they
also-
took
wait.
him down was because the Bible
Because
says
the Sabbath.
you're not allowed to let someone hang on a tree overnight. Any
Yes,
night.
and they
It
had
doesn't
a lot
matter
of
if
work
it's
to
a
do
Sabbath
before the
or not.
non-work day
Any
started.
night. If it's Wednesday, you're still not allowed to do that.
The context being that
Okay,
it's a
maybe.
Sabbath day approaching and they won't be able to do any work, which includes preparing the dead body. They're trying to get the dead
I
body
know,
prepared before sundown.
But Deuteronomy says that you shall never let
Yes,
anyone...
I agree, Dirty. It does.
Yeah,
yes,
and that's
I
one of
perfectly
the
agree with
reasons
you.
it
But that's
gives.
not the context of the verse. The context is that they're trying to get him off of the cross before the Sabbath,
Right.
Because
which
the other verse
starts
says
at sundown.
Yeah, because the other verse
Okay.
says the Sabbath drew nigh. It says.
Right, okay.
That's
I know.
another
That's
indicator.
what one gospel says.
Oh, the one bad gospel.
Well, the one that's
and if-
wrong. The other three say that the reason was because that you're not allowed to let someone
Yeah,
hang
but
on
when
a
I
cross
find
overnight.
something in one of those you don't like, it'll also be
And then
wrong.
I'll probably
Right,
just
but if Jesus
ignore it.
became a curse for us, then it wouldn't matter if he took that curse.
I know,
would
but
it?
you're missing the point. Like the day,
Am I?
you're saying the morning
I think
starts
you're
missing the
when the
point.
sun goes down.
I'm just showing
That's
you how
the
ridiculous it can be when
No, I'm
someone
asking
throws up
you.
one
When the
random
sun
verse.
goes down, is that the morning?
Wait.
Is that a morning? When the sun goes down,
No.
that's not the freaking morning.
Right.
It's the evening.
Yeah, you could say that. You
Yeah,
could say that, but
exactly.
that's
So
not what
the
he was
evening
saying.
of the 14th day and the evening of the 15th day are not touching each other.
Depends what system you're talking.
No, yeah.
Are you talking
Because the
biblical or
day
are you
starts at
talking the way
midnight.
we talk
Jesus
about it?
said the day starts at midnight. When he was crucified from the 3rd hour to the 9th hour. That's talking about midnight to midnight time clock. It's Greek time. Jesus followed Greek time.
Roman
He said
time.
the day has 12
Roman.
hours in a day. And he's talking
It's
about
Roman.
Greek time.
Roman.
Noon is halfway through the day.
Yes, when you use a sundial, there will always be 12 hours in a day.
Yeah.
Those hours will
and
vary in
halfway
length
through the
because
day
of
is
the
noon.
sun.
It's always been that.
Yeah,
Jesus said
isn't
halfway
it
through the
true?
day
Wait.
is noon.
Isn't it true that that people make the case that one of the gospels uses a rendering
Greek
that's
time,
Roman?
yeah, from the
and
3rd
one of
hour
the-
to the 6th hour. That's
Yeah, and
Greek
another
time.
one uses Hebrew time.
No, none of them use
I've
this.
heard
The
that.
day starts at sundown nonsense. That's not biblical. It is absolutely not
What?
biblical
Is
whatsoever.
this a Jehovah's Witness idea?
No,
Where do you get that?
no, not at all.
We know that
Everyone-
the Bible uses Hebrew rendering from Genesis. What do you mean? At
No, it
least in
does
places.
not, dude. The day never started at sundown. That is a lie. It's not biblical. Show me one verse that says that.
It was evening and morning the first day.
Yeah, that means that works in a midnight to midnight scale. First, you've got evening, which is the sun going down, and then you've got morning, which is midnight.
No.
The
that's
sun is
insane.
coming back. Yes, the
No.
sun, that's when the sun starts coming back. That's what morning means. It means the sun is getting closer to you, and evening means the sun is getting farther away from you. Noon is halfway through the day, and when the sun starts to go
That's
down,
horseshit.
that begins evening. And when the sun starts, to
That's
come
just a
back,
that's a
begins
historical
morning.
confusion, dude.
No, it works perfectly.
No,
First,
you're
God created light, and then
Dude.
there was evening, and
Dude,
then
dude.
morning, which is
Dude.
midnight.
dude. Come on, man. Respect my
Got this
channel.
all wrong.
Respect my channel,
I-
man.
You have
It'll-
okay. Sorry, I'll go, but
No,
I
you don't have to
appreciate
go. I just
I appreciate
let
you
me butt
having
in
me
here and there.
up. I mean,
I
I
just-
think I got it all out. I wanted to talk about this.
why
I
do you
got it all out.
insist that the Bible's saying that? We have historical records, bro.
Because man, the Jews.
The Jews
you
are
gotta
evil
follow
and they lie.
It's a
Why did they want to mess that
tradition.
up? Why do they want to mess that up?
It's midnight to midnight. Jesus followed a midnight to midnight clock. He
What's your
died-
evidence?
He died on the 3rd hour.
What's your evidence?
That's the evidence.
It just makes sense to you.
He used a Greek clock. The Gospels are written in Greek. Jesus used a Greek clock. He died on the 6th hour or the 3rd hour up to the 9th hour. That's a Greek clock. That is not a Jewish sundown.
Okay,
clock.
wait. So when the sun is going down and the text suggests that the Sabbath
There's
is drawing
definitely
near.
historians that say that the Gospels were originally written in Hebrew.
Yeah, I've heard
No,
that.
there's
I don't
not,
buy
dude.
that, but I think there certainly was early ones, and it's possible. I just think there's.
I don't think
reason
there's
that-
any evidence that Jesus even spoke Hebrew, dude.
I find the arguments for some of them being Greek more compelling. I kind of want them that not to be the case for various reasons, but I'm not. I'm open to hearing the arguments. I would just say there's idioms that go way back that seem to be that the text was. You can. There's evaluations you can
It
do.
proves it in Lot. If you look at Genesis
But
where
there's also-
Lot sleeps with his
Yeah.
daughters, there's actually a phrase in there that proves that the day starts with at midnight, and it's something that Lot's daughter said. Like, it was in the evening, and she said, "Today I've slept with my father, and tomorrow night you should sleep with our father." And
Okay,
she's
but
talking
wait.
about 24 hours.
Okay.
From
Hold on.
now.
Hold on. Like there's all sorts of like factors there with that. Like for one, we know that there's parts of the Bible that it seems like I've heard arguments that there's ways that the text is written that suggest it's talking in those terms, but we know like historically how the Jews thought it. We know that
I
there's other
know.
parts in books
We know
that
the
render it
Jews
the other
starts
way.
at midnight, or I mean at sundown. We know the Jews do that, but do you believe everything the Jews say?
No.
It's a
My point-
Talmudic tradition. It's not
Dude.
biblical.
But each thing could be written by a different author. Like the Gospels, we don't know for sure who wrote them necessarily, like for certain. And like some of them, there could be parts in certain books that are, it's not for sure who wrote it per se, and what rendering they were using. I would be open to it being different depending on the authorship.
Okay.
And so I think that has to just be something to consider at least. I'm not going to rigidly say every author renders time or speaks in the exact same rendering every time. I think the Bible is coherent. It is what God wants it to be, but I'm open to looking at the evidence. I would just say,
I mean,
what
even
we
a
do know is
kid,
we can't be like
a child
100%
is going to say the new day starts. They're probably going to think it starts
yeah,
in the
but
morning.
there's English.
But then you
rendering
read Genesis
decisions.
1 and you realize that the day started out in darkness.
Yeah, but you
And he had
realize
to
that
create
when
light.
it says and then the evening came, it's talking about the end of the day, and then morning came, which is 12 midnight.
When it says the evening drew on, it
second.
means that sun's starting to go down.
It says that
When it says the morning, it means when the
came.
sun's coming up. But when it talks about the next day about to start, depending on the context and the
Yeah, it
language
gives you
used,
all the events of the first day, and then it says then evening came. So
Okay,
that's
so when
after the
okay.
events of the daylight.
Okay, hold on.
Then morning came, which is
look,
midnight.
Wait. Context matters. Like if I said to you, it was the morning and then it would depend on what they said. Is it because like when it says that the Sabbath drew on, what on our days of the week? What do you think? What is it saying then? When it says the Sabbath drew on, it means it's Friday and the sun is going down. If it says the morning on the day after the Sabbath, I don't think that means the first 12 hours of the day after the Sabbath. When it says he rose on Sunday, I think that means he rose sometime after the sun went down on Saturday night. It could be any time after that, potentially. When it says that he rose on,
the Bible knows the concept of midnight.
Okay,
it
let me
says
ask you this:
at midnight is when Jesus was at the Garden of Gethsemane. Midnight.
Hold on. If it says Jesus rose on the day after the Sabbath, what do you think that? When is the soonest he could have rose on our week?
Sunday morning before the sun came up.
Why aren't you open to the idea that it could be after the sun went down on Saturday night?
Well, it was after the sun went down, but not.
Does it have to be after midnight? Does it have to be after midnight on
yes,
Saturday, or is it potentially
it has to be after midnight?
See, that's dumb. You're
before
dumb.
sunrise.
That's dumb. That's imposing on the text your dumb ideas. It's potentially any time after the sun goes down on Saturday.
So it has to be after midnight before sunrise, because it was
or after sundown on Saturday too. You have to consider. Why say that couldn't be any time after?
Okay,
Saturday
I'll have to think about that. Why couldn't
That's
I say
my
that?
Point. I'm being unbiased. I'm suggesting that it's potentially any time after the sun went down on Saturday.
It says the first day of the week, right?
Right. I don't think midnight's appropriate. Do they even have clocks?
Yes, Jesus was at the Garden of Gethsemane.
Why? How can you even say midnight? They didn't even have clocks that said 12.
Yes, they do. If you've got a clock that says noon, then you have a clock that says midnight. It's the same thing. It's just
you realize that they were using the sun to tell them when noon was, right?
Yeah, and it's pretty.
Okay, so what were they using to tell midnight?
A little bit of sand. You put it in a glass, and that's an
hour.
I don't
know. You realize that the hours change in length depending on the season.
The hourglass was invented 5,000.
That's like assuming they're like synchronizing off of a digital clock, though. It's like. No, look.
It's an hourglass. It's pretty
simple. The 24-hour period. Look, this is how I like to say it.
They called them bells.
Hold on.
Morning bell, evening bell.
When did the 24-hour period that's called the Sabbath come to a close?
There was a bell. They had a bell every hour, dude.
Yeah, it was an alarm clock. It was probably an Emerson.
Well, they had an hourglass.
Radio Shack. No, the Sabbath ends when it gets dark on what we call Saturday night.
I know, it's just weird. You guys, Sabbath is on Friday. You spend your whole life arguing that Sabbath is on Saturday, and then you keep it on Friday. Like, come on.
No, it is mostly Saturday.
Mostly
that's
Saturday,
the day part of it. Because we're not vampires, right?
Who starts work?
You go to bed at nighttime. Dirty. You normally most people go to bed at night.
Because when you don't have electricity, you tend to stop working when the sunlight
you're saying when the
quits.
Sabbath ends on Saturday night, then that's when you can start working again. So you're gonna go to work Saturday night?
No,
that's so dumb.
No, I don't.
Yeah, exactly. Why would
you? You don't have to, but you're able to.
I can purchase.
The new day starts after you wake up. You're supposed to.
I could go shopping.
That's why we call Saturday. You just gave us the reason to why we say it's Saturday, because that's when we wake up.
Right. It's intended for you to be asleep when the new day starts. So it doesn't start at sundown because you're not even asleep then. You wait a few little hours after sundown, then
Yeah.
you go to bed. And then
Actually,
the new
Yeah,
day
now-
people
starts while
at
you're
times
sleeping.
often fell asleep really early and then woke up in the middle of
Okay,
the
well,
night,
yeah,
was up
you're
for a
right.
couple hours, and then went back
And
to
by the
bed.
way, you're always up all night, so your Sabbath does start then, dumb.
I know.
We got 8 people watching now. I guess it's morning.
Squabbing
I'm
about what?
4 o'clock.
Yeah,
Well,
it's 7
Saint,
a.m.
I wish
I got to
Saint
be on
Tommy-
Bob's show this morning.
CJ had to just leave. He didn't even say goodbye. It was funny.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
leave
It
it
was
is
really
late.
annoying.
I don't
know
blame
I
him.
was. I was really annoying, but I really want to like work that out and talk to him about it because I'm convinced. I can't articulate it really well, but my point is just that you
We got
cannot just
Jill
make
in
a
the
measuring
chat
stick.
too.
You
Saint
can't make a
Tommy.
measuring stick from today and know exactly what day of the week it was on a given holiday.
I can.
2,000 years ago, it just doesn't work that way. That's
I
my
can
point.
do it. It's easy. You
We
just,
can- we can be-
I know we have changed topics whenever I mentioned
Jesus-
Hebrews 8, and there's a law preventing Jesus from being a priest on earth, and the priests are still making sacrifices and offerings. I noticed we changed topics rather quickly.
Okay, so this here's a way to illustrate it. I just thought of my point, like hopefully more succinctly. Tell me if you get what I'm saying. If it's true that I can just go calculate back in time and know that like 3 BC on the 14th of Nisan was a Tuesday, and you can just do that right rigidly by like the same way I know 200 years from now the 3rd of April is Tuesday. That's true. I can know exactly because we can print calendars, right? But you couldn't do that. I don't think you can do that all the way back into like the 1st century. And some have suggested like we lost because of the fire of the temple being burned down. They had records that would have told us more information.
Yeah, U.S. Naval Academy has it all mapped out.
Yeah, that's based on our calendar. We don't. So if we don't have records of when they added the months before 200 AD and what date, like on the,
I get what you're saying, Jamie.
Yeah, so I'd say it like this: if it's true that you can just rigidly calculate it back, like we can calculate our calendar now, you can tell me every year when they added and subtracted a day from the 7th and 8th month, and you can.
You can, yes. Okay, the Jews had a calendar where they would add a 13th month 7 times every 19 years, and it's easily calculatable.
Yeah. Go find out which year in 3 BC they add between 10 and 1 BC, which months had an extra day, had 29, and which one had 30 days. Tell me every year which months did.
Well, that doesn't matter. It just matters when they added that 13th month, right?
It matters when you want to know for sure what day of the week it was on a given year on a given holiday.
All you have to know when the full moon was. That's all you need to know.
No, you dumb.
Yes, because the crescent is the first day of the month, and 14 days later is not quite the full moon.
What he's saying is that they didn't use the Gregorian calendar then. So even if you could figure out what the Hebrew day was, you can't necessarily nail down what Gregorian day was. I think that's the point.
Sure, you can. All you have to do is look at when the full moon was.
We can you can use the naval. What you can use the Naval Observatory to do is to know what day of the week on our calendar now it would be back then, based on the moon.
Well, yeah, and you can assume that it was on Nisan 15.
Well, yes, no one's disputing the day that the Hebrews thought it was. We're talking about the Gregorian day.
Yeah, you can line that up with the full moon. It's
nice. Yeah, we know if we project, use the moon and project our calendar based on how we do our calendar into the past, we know what day of the week it was and what date it was on our calendar. I suppose.
Okay, I kind of see what you're saying. Where, there was an extra month added, and so you can't,
or an extra day, or not.
You might be a month off.
Which years they were within the cycle. So then is what I'm saying is it's not certain. You could say it's going to be probably within like a 2 or 3 day range, one less or more. Because if you start that month on one day later than what it would seem to be right for the moon in a given like stretch of time, it's not certain. That's what I'm saying. It's not certain. I'm not saying we can't think it's probably this day, but I think if that was a year where the moon's kind of off and that could affect it,
I mean, I think Jesus died the day after Passover, not the day.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Huh?
The Christians that are like, oh yeah, the Antichrist is going to come and he's going to defile God's temple. But then out of the other side of their mouth, they're like, "Oh, that's going to be a false temple. I will not do sacrifices there." Blah blah blah. It's like, well, how is Antichrist going to defile God's temple if it's not really God's temple?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
my
have it
argument.
both ways.
So what
Yeah.
do you think? Do you think if they build a
I
temple in
don't-
Jerusalem, do you think that's going to be legit?
So that's my contention. You
Dude,
dirty. You
like-
have to say yes.
Legit, like
Not
that is
me.
one of my
I-
biggest fears, because like, I mean, I wouldn't even stop and say that, like, Satan wouldn't set up a false temple, and like I would go even so far as to say that he might even find the Ark of the Covenant and get it to
Yeah.
speak.
I don't know.
Like
Jeremiah says,
what if the beast is literally like an imitation Ark of the Covenant speaking?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that
Jeremiah
would be
does say the Ark of the
severely,
Covenant will never exist again, though.
what do they call that? Deceptive, and he will deceive many.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's wild. Like,
Well, here's a
yeah,
question
I
for you too.
really don't know.
Or what?
It would be hard to
Revelation?
figure.
Sorry there, buddy. Go ahead.
No, I was finished.
This is interesting because I'm not sure. I'm trying to think this through. Like, so Revelation. How do you interpret the idea that in the book of Revelation, John sees the temple in heaven opened up, and the Ark of the Covenant is in the temple in heaven?
Dude,
What are the
that's
implications? What are the
That's
implications?
the
of that?
contradiction of
Well,
Jeremiah.
Moses made a copy of what was in heaven, so it
Jeremiah
doesn't surprise me that there's an Ark of the
specifically
Covenant.
says-
Okay, so you'd say there was one on earth and there's one in heaven. Then.
No,
That's
dude.
fine.
Jeremiah
sense.
specifically says the Ark of the Covenant will never exist, and it will never be
Oh, yeah, what is
called
that?
to mind ever again.
Except for that way, then it's false because
Yeah, that means
Where's
Jeremiah.
that
That
verse
means
at?
Revelation is false, and he was trying to plagiarize
What verse is
all
that
the
in
other
Jeremiah?
books.
I'm not aware of that one.
there is a
Oh,
verse that
yeah,
says something
yeah.
like that, but there's so many ways you can interpret that. Like, does it mean
I know.
that the power of it's doesn't have the same effect? That's suggesting that. Is it saying like people won't care about it anymore, generally speaking, because right, like the Jews don't
Yeah,
even care
it says
about
no
it.
one will say the Ark of
Overall.
the God, the Ark of God. No one will.
I mean, people try to
say-
use that verse.
Sorry,
for
Dirty.
all-
I'm not going to be able to take your word on that one. I'm going to have to look it up and read it.
Yeah, I'll try to find
If
it.
one
real
guy,
quick.
if one guy speaks the words, the
Jeremiah
Ark of the Covenant,
3:16.
or asks the question, "Where's the Ark of the Covenant?" Then that prophecy has failed, and the Bible.
Jeremiah 3:16. In those days, when you multiply and increase in the land, declares the Lord, they will no longer discuss the Ark of the Covenant of the Lord. It will never come to mind, and no one will remember it or miss it, nor will another one ever be made again.
So how do you interpret
That
that?
was Jeremiah
It's
3:16.
failed. Is
Yeah,
that a
Jeremiah
failed prophet then?
3:16.
Because
It's very
you just mentioned
interesting.
it. You just spoke about it. So
I
that's
know,
failed, right?
I know.
That's retarded, obviously, right? That
No,
interpretation.
yeah, you're right. That's retarded.
So, like, what does it mean then? This is what I'm talking
Well,
about. The way you interpret text, you're like, that's wrong because I just mentioned the Ark of the Covenant. I mean, that sounds like something you would say. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe
and I mean, if
openly.
you read Jeremiah 3:17, it kind of lets you know that this is when New Jerusalem has come down and all
Yeah,
the
which-
nations.
Okay,
are
yeah,
gathered
yeah.
to
I
it.
could
So,
I could
some
interpret
context
it that way.
here.
yeah,
This
yeah.
could be on
Which
Judgment
days?
Day. Yeah,
Yeah, which days are those? That's another question. So
yeah,
that's up to
this is in
interpretation.
Judgment Day probably. But
It's after. It's when everything's restored. No one's going
if
to care
this is
about it
in
anymore.
Judgment Day, then Jeremiah 31:31 is also in Judgment Day. So
No.
it's the same logic.
No. It's like this. It's like because Jeremiah 31:31, you could say that here's one way you could say it. If you take the idea that Jeremiah 31:31 is a fulfilled, which I do, there's a sense where I get why people wouldn't say it's at least not fully fulfilled or something,
Well, I
right?
appreciate that. Thank
But
you.
yeah,
Then you could say
and
then you could
the
say
beast that's
that,
given power to speak. Like, yeah, what if the image of the beast is like a fake Ark of the Covenant and a fake temple?
Yeah,
That'd be
the
wild.
image of
probably.
the beast is the thing the beast set up in the place of God.
Yeah,
'Cause,
it's
like,
probably gonna be a fake
I don't
Ark of the
know. I mean,
Covenant.
in my mind, it needs to be able to trick Christians, Muslims,
Yeah.
and Jews. And
Well, I can tell you
the
this.
Muslims have a prophecy that their Mahdi, who sounds a lot like our Antichrist, is going to bring the Ark of the Covenant to the Muslims. So
Well-
you've got that going, and then if you're going to deceive the Jews and the Christians, like the Ark of the Covenant seems like it would fit.
I think
Here's
it's
the-
almost the other way around. Like people are going to be looking for the beast, but they should be looking for Elijah. Like,
Wait a minute. It's
instead of the
both, it's
beast,
both,
they're
it's
going to
both.
think Elijah's the beast.
The problem is, let me make simp for my view a little bit here. So what people, the deception's already taking place because no one's recognizing that. Okay, when you read Daniel, it gives you a succession of kingdoms. Okay. The Daniel 7 is like your first major interpretation of what the powers are going to do. In Revelation 7, the empire, which is the succession from Daniel's time until Christ comes. The Roman Empire is happening when God inaugurates the kingdom of God, when Christ comes the first time and starts the church or whatever, however you want to say it, or calls the nations to Israel. You could say that. I would say that's true too. I would say there's a sense where it's like it's partially begun already, right, in the first century, because that's Daniel's time. The last empire is Rome, and Rome is the one in charge of the empires from the succession of empires from Daniel until Christ comes. It was Rome, and so preterists will say that was the end of it.
Paul was
but
a Roman.
So here's my point. In Revelation or in Daniel 7, the power that is
the little horn,
the last big beast power, the really fierce one, is Rome.
Yeah,
Rome was established when Jesus came the first time,
and Paul
so
was a
we
Roman.
know. So what power opposed the covenant?
The saints.
It was the Roman Empire.
It was Paul.
The people.
Paul killed the saints.
Who is the beast? Who's riding the beast?
Dude, Daniel 7's little horn is Apostle Paul. He's the Antichrist.
Shut up. Let me make my point.
I'm gonna go.
Okay. So think about this, Yahoo. We know that Daniel predicted the succession of empires, one after the other, until the final one, which is Rome. And then it says God will strike the feet of Rome, which is the last empire that goes, at the feet, the iron, and it's described as this iron beast.
Do you see the 10 toes, or as like the 10 generals that took over after Rome fell? It got split into like Eastern and Western Rome. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that.
Well, kind of. Like I would say,
because that does give rise to papal Rome. I was just curious.
Yeah. Like it's undeniable.
I would agree. Like I agree with you. I was just curious if that was like your thought process, I guess.
Yeah, essentially, because if we just follow the pattern, it's one empire after the other, and then it literally describes pagan Rome becoming papal Rome, and then we see the woman riding the beast.
Got papal Rome adopting the colors of the beast.
Yeah, right.
The scarlet and purple, and
no law, no blue.
Wearing their Dagon fish heads and all that good stuff.
They have all the colors, and it's all decked out in gold, and it speaks black. Like think about this, right? Daniel 7. Yeah. That power seeks to change times and laws. It speaks blasphemies. In the New Testament, get this. So it says he'll speak blasphemies. He's then described the literal history of the three kings and the plucking up one of the horns. That's the 3 out from the 10. That's literally the last 3 empires that become Europe, the Europe countries, like the barbarians and the Visigoths. And papal Rome literally defeats that one. It's literally described as a continued succession it lays out the one empire after the other, and then the Rome is the final one, and then it describes the woman riding the beast, and the woman is a harlot, and the true church, or whatever you could argue, is the virgin bride, right? But the harlot is the apostate woman, the whore. The virgin is the true believing ones, and that this harlot persecutes the saints. The saints are the true believers, right? The ones that haven't bowed the knee to Baal, hasn't brought in the merchandise of Babylon.
Rome hasn't done any persecution. Right?
Oh no, not at all. I mean, they didn't kill millions of people in the Dark Ages or anything.
I mean, they weren't like, hey, you need to keep Sunday or we're going to kill you.
They
never said that.
There was Christians keeping Sunday, therefore, changing. We're sola scriptura, and the Pope, the leader of the church, that says he speaks for God and forgives sins and changes the mother of Jesus to make her immaculate, and that she's a mediatrix between you and Jesus. But the Bible, the Word of God, sola scriptura. Man does not live on bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. No. This apostate woman isn't the Roman Empire that becomes a church that's called a whore, that brings in merchandise and is decked out in gold. I mean, she doesn't say she speaks for God and then, make the 10 commandments different than they are in God's word and the way God spoke them on the Mount Sinai, and then changes, the idolatry, takes it out, and then changes the last 2, and then he says he speaks for Christ on earth and can forgive sins. He doesn't speak blasphemies against God. No. In the New Testament, the Pharisees accused Jesus of blasphemy for 2 things: saying he could forgive sins, and saying that he was the Son of God. So he said he spoke for God, that he was the Son of God. And then he speaks for God. And then he said he could forgive sins. And that's exactly what the Roman Church says it can do. Its priests can literally turn stuff make Jesus' dead body appear. Basically, they perpetually have Jesus dead as they feed the dead body literally to you. And then they say their priests can forgive sins when the Bible says, the word of God says otherwise. They accuse Jesus, only he was legit. He actually can forgive sins because he is God, and he actually is God. And so he is the Son of God, the only begotten. And now Rome speaks as if he's the Son of God. He says he's the vicar of Christ, literally the representative of God on earth, and he can forgive sins. The two blasphemies they accuse Jesus of falsely, this church that is the continuation of the Roman Empire does the same thing, only it's actually committing blasphemy when it says it can do that. And it actually changed officially, thought it had the authority to move around the commandments. And in their catechism, and I posted it earlier, at some of the Catholic churches, the 10 commandments are the one in their catechism. And look, he's going to seek to change times and laws, and that last power is going to, you're going to worship the beast. So that's why Adventists think it's the mark of the beast. And what does it say? What do you think that mark on your hand?
So my question would be, why is the times plural if it's only talking about the weekly Sabbath? Why wouldn't we assume that that's all the feast days?
Well, you could.
That's what they did.
I would say they.
Right, but then you're still kind of like iffy on the feast days. So that's why I'm asking you.
So I think it says in general he seeks to change times and laws. I would say I
can't say Torah because the laws doesn't say Torah there. But
otherwise
I'd stick you on that one too. But I just want to put you on the spot.
I'm being honest. I'm saying that it's not.
Yeah, no, I like that you're honest. I wouldn't have asked if I thought that you would have given me some answer.
Well, the reality is I don't think it's a sin to not keep the feast days. But I would say in general he did mess up the calendar as away from God's. I would just be more skeptical that that's necessarily part of, because I'm going to apply that to how it relates to the last test of the mark of the beast. I would say, yeah, there has to be it is the mark of the beast. I would say Sunday is like in concept, but it's not actually the mark of the beast unless the Roman Church would have to, for the final events to actually take place, the Roman Church would have to have civil power again. It doesn't have it.
Right. Yeah.
So like when it'd be, and the idea is it's not saying that like you have the mark of the beast if you keep Sunday, or that you're not keeping it for like in your heart for a good reason. Let's say the question is, when God makes it obvious that he wants people to keep the law, which is essentially, how I understand that anyways, right? The way I do, the differences, but I would just say that, it's certainly the 10 commandments that he changed. That's definitely wrong to start with. Let's say that. And then I would say there has to be like, the test will be, you'll have to do it. It would have to be where you'll be killed if you don't do it. So like, and that's what happens in Daniel 6, right? It's like a little picture of it. It's like when the Daniel in the lion's den, the king, even though he's under the king and he knows that he only worships God, he still makes a decree to worship that golden statue that he has made of himself, a full statue, because he was obviously like, the dream kind of pissed him off because it was saying his kingdom would be passed along, even though he's the head of gold. And then he makes a statue and it's 66 whatever cubits tall, right? 66, right. And then if you don't bow down to it. So the idea in my mind would be the thing that people don't.
And Daniel didn't have the New Testament where it just said submit to the rulers and the principalities.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sunday's all right. I mean, like I remember that story, like when they're coming out of Egypt.
Right. I mean, Daniel believed in God. I mean, he didn't.
Yeah. So why not just do it? I mean, don't be a martyr.
He could have just bowed down. He could have just said the words. It didn't really matter. Yeah,
he said the words. He raised his hand at church when the pastor said, "Now everybody close your eyes and raise your hand."
Then, right? They had pasta sauce back then, right?
Yeah, dude. And I mean, think about it, because like he probably thought he was saving himself by not bowing down. I mean, he's probably self-righteous, thinking, think of all the
trusting in his own works.
Think of all the sauce he could have dunked the pagans in if he hadn't gone to his death all
Dude,
self-righteous.
that picture that I sent you on Facebook was literally prime for you to reply. There's a huge pool of
I missed
ragu at the end of this slide, and you didn't, and I had to say it, and I felt so bad having to just say your punchline. Like,
good, that's cool. Makes me, I'm famous. No, just kidding.
I really do.
I missed
I
it.
think
I don't check
yes.
Facebook often. I got to look at that. Send it to me again. Did you send it in the messenger or did you send it on Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I
mean,
I'm
you
bad.
can get your email and like send me your phone number, but that'd be
No, do it. I'm on WhatsApp. I'll give it to you right now.
I've already. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've already sent you my number. I'm just waiting for you to.
Are you 218? What's your area code?
573.
Okay, I'll look for it. I may just not have known it was you, and then I didn't look. Sorry.
Yep. I know how it is. I'm just that crazy Hebrew guy.
You have my number? Do you have my number?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'm going to give it to you right now. Send me on WhatsApp, and then I'll save your name right now if you send it now.
I was going to say, like, I don't know. Like, I sent you my email, and you got Facebook. So whichever way you want to send it to me.
Well, yeah, I'll give it to you right now because it's a private chat. And then you can, if you send me a message like right away, I'll save your name, and then I won't miss it anymore. That's the problem I have with people. Like, I don't recognize the number, and I'm distracted. But I don't know what's up with my email. So many people are like, the emails aren't getting through. I don't know what it is. Like, cause
I have a feeling you don't get the nicest emails.
Yeah, well, I don't get too many bad ones anymore. They just leave them in my comments. But don't you think Daniel, if like it was kind of self-righteous of him to like not bow down to the statue? Don't you think that's kind of
I mean, like,
he's saving himself
just because the Babylonians made their wine in pigskins, and just because they ate unclean meat, like Daniel was like, sorry, I'm too good for that food.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just bowed to the statue and had his fingers crossed behind his back, and then think of all the I mean, luckily God saved him, that self-righteous idiot, for like into the lion's den, but we shouldn't expect that. I would think God was probably sat him down and maybe spanked him because hey, man, you're about to die, dude. I mean, I had all these pagans ready, lined up to be baptized in sauce. And think of all the pagans that wouldn't have been sauced if I hadn't saved you from the lion's den. So don't ever do that again. Because remember, you're a filthy menstrual rag. And all I want you to do is be that menstrual rag so you can pour sauce on people. And so don't forget it, buddy. This is your last warning. And I swear, man, those martyrs are burning in hell right now. Those martyrs that wouldn't say Caesar is Lord.
Right.
You know how many tomatoes they could have stomped, like if they had kept on living? I mean, thousands.
Or the other three, Shadrach, Meshach, and is it Abednego or Nebedigo?
I think a bed full of Negroes. I think it was a bed full of Negroes, I think.
Oh, gotcha. Wow, I've never heard that.
At least there's probably seven of them in there. One taken, one left, sort of thing.
Ah, interesting. Good thought.
Somebody said that. I think it was Ryan the other day. I was like, I made a total fool of myself too. I won't even say what I said, but he said like a bed full of Negroes or something on accident. That's what it sounded like to me. It was funny, I thought.
Gotcha.
I don't even think you're supposed to say Negro anymore. That's kind of racist, but who knows anymore? All I know is I wanted to be a black man when I grew up when I was younger because I thought all the black kids were cool in my school.
I purposely call all of my white friends honky in public.
You're from you live next door to the what do they call them, the Hatfields or whatever?
I'm pretty close. Like I'm about as far I'm probably as far north as you can get and still be considered in the South.
Oh, okay. What are the Hatfields and McCoys? Which are you?
Well, fun fact, during the Civil War, Missouri joined the North. And then the place where I spent most of my school years was a county that seceded from Missouri during the Civil War so that they could keep their slaves.
Was it an island or was it attached to the South? Connected.
I guess it was an island in the middle of Missouri because it's
funny.
literally like just north of the
awful.
Missouri River. And so,
Interesting.
So this one county, it's now referred to as a kingdom. It's still called that today, which is really weird. But the statue on the capital of Missouri is the Greek goddess for agriculture. And they turned the statue so that the statue's back would be facing this county that seceded because they kept it because of agriculture,
Yeah.
And so it was like, even the Greek god is going to turn its back on you. And so, yeah, they have a World's Fair.
That's like a good
thing. It's wild.
Wow. My friend is related directly to Robert E. Lee.
And I married my cousin. So yeah, I'm definitely in the South.
Second cousins are okay, I think.
I think so.
I heard that. I mean, Jesus is my
did away with the law. Yeah, Jesus did away with that. He fulfilled it. So it's cool.
That's what I like to say. Jesus is my do not marry your sister, I mean, that's what they're saying. It's all one law, and it was nailed to the cross.
Exactly.
I mean, who are you, oh man, to judge me in where I like to party, Who are you, oh man? I want to have a discussion on how do you understand Romans 9?
Romans 9.
Here.
It's not one of. Yeah, I was going to say it's not off the top of my head.
So go down to the book. It says, "Is God unjust? Who are you, oh man?" That part. Because I'm going to talk about this weekend. I got like a panel of people coming on. So that will say to me, why did you find fault for who has resisted his will? Nay, but, O man, who art thou to reply to God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me this? Hath not the potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? What if God, willing to show his wrath and to make his power known, endured with much long... See, that's the part where I think like the Calvinist, he's long suffering. Like, I don't even know what long suffering is if we're not free to obey or not obey. Like,
right.
Long suffering, like God endured with much long suffering the vessels he made for the purpose of his wrath. Like, there's a problem there. Like, hopefully a Calvinist is listening, but like, look, to me, if you're trying to argue that God's saying, I formed people from the womb to be my evil humans so that I could use them as a puppet to do whatever I want for that purpose, and I formed them from the womb to be little evil demons to fulfill my will so I could judge them. Sorry, it's not good. It's not what it's saying. It's saying,
that doesn't make any sense.
Like, because that's what they're arguing. They're arguing basically that like God's not unjust, and why are you and then they'll say the fact that you're questioning that God formed them doomed from the womb for his purposes, holy purposes, so that he can, damn them righteously. The fact that you're questioning that would be righteous proves what this text is saying. Don't say this text is literally talking to you, Jamie, you're literally saying, who are you, oh God? God, how can you do this? It's unjust. And you're literally fulfilling what it's saying by saying that it's not saying that. I'm going, no. You are literally fulfilling it. You are literally saying God's doing something unjust and that it is just. It's not talking to me. It's talking to you. But they all think it's talking to me. I'm not doubting that I'm not saying that God is unjust. I'm saying it's not saying what you're saying it's saying. And if it was, then that would be unjust. But then it would be okay for you to say, why are you like, I think it's saying, don't dare accuse God of being unjust, because we actually have minds and can see that would be unjust. And you're the one saying that God is saying that he did that, formed these people like all along the way to be evil, because he didn't choose them and he's going to use them to do evil things. So then he can judge them for being evil. I'm saying that's unjust. And you're saying I'm fulfilling the interlocutor who's saying, hey, don't call God unjust. No, do you get what I'm saying? They're accusing me for questioning their interpretation. I'm saying their interpretation is making God unjust. And then they turn it to me and say, yeah, you're literally the guy who he's talking to saying, who are you, oh man? That's you. You're the man. And I'm going, no, you're the man, because it's actually saying God doesn't do unjust things, and don't accuse him of it. And that's what you're actually doing, not me. You
Right.
get,
I think I don't know, maybe I'm overanalyzing this, but like if we're the clay and he is, the potter, like
no, that's
the
true.
the
It just doesn't.
things that happen in our life are what shape us. And then how we react to that, shaping going on determines whether we're a vessel that gets made under honor or another for dishonor.
Yes,
If we
exactly.
decide, like if we decide, oh, I can't take this, and we break, well, then what is he going to do with a broken vessel? You throw it
Right.
away, and
It's just like with Pharaoh.
it's now, yeah, it's now fitted for wrath. Like
It's not.
that's
Yeah.
not his intention.
Yeah.
The clay
No,
just was not
but look,
receptive to his movements,
he's
and it
saying
broke.
he's
Like,
okay. So let me play the advocate. They'll say, look, dude, it's saying, if this context is like he chose Jacob before they did anything good or bad. He had chosen Jacob before they did anything good or bad. Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. And so that's the context. So God chose him, had nothing to do with whether they're good or bad. So he chose them for his purposes. And then of course, like they're essentially saying that like that suggests that it has nothing to do with good or bad, but with God's choice. And I agree. It certainly is emphasizing that God is creator. God is in charge. God does the choosing for certain purposes. But what it doesn't say is that because he chose them and it has nothing to do with being good or bad, that's true. It has nothing to do with being good or bad that he chose Jacob for a certain purpose. That's certain. It's certainly saying that. It has nothing to do with him being good or bad. I don't think he hates Esau in the sense that some people would suggest. It's just saying he didn't
right,
choose
I think it's
Esau.
just
He chose Jacob.
yeah, love less is another.
Yeah, is appropriate. Yeah. Yeah. Just like when I say I hate, you want a hot dog or a hamburger? And I was like, I love hot dogs because I want a hot dog, and I hate hamburgers because I'm not going to choose a hamburger. I don't feel like eating one. I want a hot dog. And it's that sort of thing. It could be more than that, but I'm just saying it's not so much about saying he hates him. It's that
God
he
has
chose
favorites
one over the other. Yeah, he
Like,
chose that for a
that's
purpose.
just the way it is. Get over it. Like,
Yes.
I mean, like, that's what Scripture says. That's the end of the story.
Yeah, don't think he necessarily only chooses good people or whatever. He can choose for whatever he feels like, and you don't think he's doing something wrong. And so in that sense, you shouldn't question it. Like, oh, God didn't choose him because he was good. That doesn't, don't say that. It's saying, look, God has purposes. He's in charge. I agree. He's sovereign. He can do whatever he wants. But what is it that he wants? Well, he has certain things he chose, and it has nothing to do with whether they're good or bad. That doesn't mean every single person and everything they do is God's decision and for his purposes. All things are worked for his purposes, but it's really just emphasizing that God's in charge. God can choose who he wants. God has purposes. You can't thwart his purposes. You ain't going to stop him. Don't be judging him unrighteously over it. Don't question it, but not just blindly say anything that you think God does is good because he just declares it. I would argue that don't interpret this in such a way where you make God into somebody unjust. I think God knows that we recognize justice and what's right or wrong. And if you're taking this text to mean that God forms you from the womb to be evil, to do evil, so then he can use you for a holy purpose, which he may do if you're evil. I'm not doubting that. He certainly can and will do that. And that's what it's saying. But it doesn't say he determines everything to that end. I could determine look, if I had enough power and control, I could get my way too by controlling what everybody does all along the way. I just need enough power and control. That's not how God operates. God is in control and he could do that. I just don't think he does. I think that's evident. And Tyler Vela brought this up in his argument. And he's like, look, and then he goes to 2 Thessalonians 2. God sends them strong delusion so that they will believe a lie. That's causal. God determines them to believe a lie. And to that I say, yeah, you're right. God is going to send a delusion into the world so that certain people will believe that lie and they'll be damned for it. It says that. And he knows that these people will believe the lie and that he knows how they're going to respond, and they're going to respond wrong. And then he's going to damn them for it, but not because he caused them and made them believe it in the strong sense. It's that he
No, it was
knows
because that was already
proving
their choice, and he's just giving
Yes.
them over to their own desires. Like that scripture is,
he proved
or
Abraham.
example is over and over again in scripture.
I think
You
this is
know,
the best way to look at that, make a distinction.
Israel would worship God, and then they would see the nations, and they'd be like, "Oh, we're jealous of the nations," and they'd start worshiping after the other gods, and then God would be like, "Hey guys, don't do that," and they'd keep worshiping the other gods, and then God would be like, "All right, fine, go have at it," and then he'd, kick them out, give them over to the other gods, and then they'd end up, in slavery and getting killed and having to eat their own children, and
It's like he told
and
them.
then they would come back to God,
he
and everything
told
would be all hunky dory, and then they'd start, looking over at the greener pastures, and then he's like, "Fine, go over to the greener pastures." Like he will eventually give you exactly what you want. Like,
Yeah,
what a guy! He's a nice guy like that.
So in a sense, he is determining them to believe a lie. But the thing is, not because all along the way he made it so that they would be that person. There's something about doing that that's proving them for what they've become and what they've chosen to be. And that those who humble themselves and turn to God, there's a determined outcome for that group too. And God, which is a mysterious thing, knows who are his and who are not. But I would argue that he's, in the end, is what it's happening there is he's going to send this lie. He's warning everyone right now that that's going to occur. And many people are going to believe the lie and be damned. But the reason he told us about
but
it
it even
is you
tells
don't
you
have
exactly why. They loved not the truth.
Yep.
So they hated the truth, which means they loved lies. So that's what they wanted.
Is? What is
and
the
so
truth?
God gave them exactly what they wanted.
What is the truth?
This
Jesus
it tells you
is the
exactly
truth.
why they're
Thy
getting this
law,
punishment.
Thy law is truth. Jesus is the truth. Sanctify them with thy law. Sanctify them with thy truth. Jesus is the truth. Thy law is truth. Here are they that keep the commandments of God. Here are they that have the testimony of Jesus. You have Jesus, you have God's law written on your heart, and you have God's Savior.
Yes. How many people today have pleasure in not following the law, saying that it's just for the Jews? We don't have to do that. Jesus did it for us. Oh, it's abolished. It's fulfilled. It's whatever. Yes, that's exactly correct.
Yeah, I want to let you say whatever you want. I got to go to bed, but I'm going to give you the last
yeah,
word.
I know. We could rant and rave all night, couldn't we? Or all morning.
I want to show you this funny thing. This guy, he's an Adventist, and he was arguing with some of my critics, which is nice to see because I don't have a lot of people defending my view. I'm not trying to be a baby about it. I'm just saying it's nice when somebody does and take some of the heat off me and make some points. But not saying everybody's attacking me or something, but this is good. He has this thing he posts. He's posted it a couple times. Let's see if I can find it. He's hardcore. He said he lists in like a chiastic structure all the excuses that people give on the Sabbath, and he says, let's see if I can find it. He says, let's see if I can find it. Biodegradable bill or something is good. He says, I'll get it here. One sec. I'll put it on the screen too, but let's see, where is it? Any thoughts?
Antinomians are seething.
Well, just tell him to take another gulp.
Right, I have not been keeping up with the comments. I have too much fun talking to you.
I know, I haven't been either. Okay, here it is. I'll put it on the screen. This is funny because notice how and you'll hear people they'll say these different examples, in the same like few minutes. And they're like, I'm going, do you realize that those are mutually contradictory? You can't have, both of those can't be true. And so like, if you just step back for a second and think to yourself, why are you arguing with me and then giving me contradictory answers that are incoherent? You clearly haven't thought about this. So like, maybe just don't say anything until you've thought about it, because when you're just throwing anything you can out there to hit the wall, it's really obvious that you're not being sincere. I don't mean to be cruel or mean, but I just want people to think. on this matter. Like here, okay, here it is. So he says he's arguing with Dizerner, who I like, by the way. I just think this is interesting. He says, Dizerner says, you can't, it's clear as crystal. That's what the verse is there for. Anyone can explain any verse away given enough time and effort. They're arguing over, I think, second Colossians 2 or whatever, about the Sabbaths. He's saying the Sabbaths have been done away with, right? And he's arguing that. It's not talking about the weekly. It's certainly not talking about the weekly Sabbath. He says, for instance, I agree. For instance, the haters of God's holy law have screamed for the last 200 years. The law was nailed to the cross. And he says, ask a dozen Sunday-going Christians about the Sabbath, and you'll get more than a dozen different contradictory answers. So here's the answers. Jesus is my Sabbath. And many of these, like he said, people will say them within like a few minutes of each other. And it's like, you realize that those both can't be true, right? Jesus is my Sabbath.
Yes, the Antichrist is gonna defile God's temple, but it's not really gonna be God's temple. It's gonna be a fake temple.
Right.
It's gonna be set up by the dirty Jews.
I'm gonna do a video on that, by the way. Sunday is my Sabbath. Okay, so which is it, Jesus or my Sunday? Sunday is the Lord's day. Okay, well, that's not a Sabbath then, you're saying. The law was nailed to the cross. The Sabbath was done away with at the cross. No one knows what day the Sabbath is on. It's lost. We know what Sunday is, but Sabbath is lost somehow. It's the day before Sunday. We worship on Sunday in honor of the resurrection. Oh, okay. So Jesus is your Sabbath and you worship on Sunday now. Okay. The apostles broke bread on the first day of the week. That's one of the most cheesy ones. I can't believe people say that out loud. Jesus broke the Sabbath, showing that it was going to be changed. That's a fun one. That's a real problematic one. God never commanded us to keep the Sabbath in the New Testament. Jesus set us free from the bondage of taking a day off and honoring the Sabbath. Christians don't have to keep the 10 commandments. They have to keep the 9 and then a fake. I worship God every day, not just the Sabbath. Okay, you're lazy. No one has ever kept the 10 commandments. So if you've broken one, you've broken them all. So just go hog wild with it, I guess, is what they mean. Jesus never said to keep the Sabbath. The Sabbath was only for the Jews. Don't you know the Jewish law that's only for the Jews was a schoolmaster for us? The non-Jews that don't have to keep the Jew law. Jesus saved us from our sins, which is breaking the law of the Jews, which isn't for us. Jesus is my Savior for not us, because I'm not a Jew. But that Jew law that's not for me, that breaking it causes you to need a Savior. Which I went to college. I went to the Jew Law College and I graduated, pseudo cum laude and, valedictorian, but it's just for the Jews, And,
right. Yeah. I love that one. It's just for the Jews, but Jesus saved us from it. Wait, what?
Huh? Yeah. That filthy Jew law for the Jews only. Jesus saved me from my sins, that Jew law that's not for me, that when you break it, it's a sin. That one, which I graduated from. That Jew law college, that was a schoolmaster for us non-Jews, that Jewish law for only Jews. Yeah, I graduated from there.
And and that's what gets me too, is the tutor verse. And it's like, man, like, I don't know if you ever went to school or not, but whenever I was in school and someone needed a tutor, it was because they were basically like failing the class. And like, if they didn't have this tutor, they weren't going to pass. You know what I mean?
I've almost scared everybody off. So
that's my interpretation of a tutor. So whenever people are like, oh, the law was a tutor, it's like, well, whoa, buddy, like if you haven't, quote unquote, taken this class, like you're probably not, like I shouldn't go into calculus 2 if I haven't taken calculus 1.
You know what I say now? When anybody brings up that verse, I
think there's some prerequisites that you might want to consider here.
Yeah, I always ask them, what year did you graduate?
Yeah, that's good.
That Jew law, you went to that Jew law college. There was a schoolmaster for who? The Jews or?
Yeah, if that verse truly does say that you need the law to understand Jesus, then perhaps you don't understand Jesus if you haven't read the law.
Why are you Judaizing me with your Jew law? Your Jew not.
Oh, I know, right? I'm such a heretic.
I mean, why are you trying to put me under the bondage of his easy yoke? See, that's what scares me when people say, "Dude, why are you trying to put me under the bondage of the law?" I'm going,
I
I'm
literally like
scared. I'm scared for
I'm
you.
I'm gonna have to get with Charles and see what he thinks of that churches and the Paul's churches video I did today with all those synagogues.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like I
yeah.
can't
That's
wait
the
to
problem.
hear
They
what a
don't think it through, man.
dispensationalism has to say about that.
Yeah, you need to read what the church fathers said. You know, the ones that were the guys appointed that were disciples of the apostles that were appointed over the churches. We have their writings and the things they said. Did you know that they didn't say like we're not supposed to keep the commandments? They say that. They all say that. They all say.
Right.
I read it.
Yeah.
I say that they all say that we have to keep his commandments, and if you don't, you're gonna end up under false teachers, or you're gonna be denying the Lord that bought you. They say you have to keep the commandments, or you'll be found, with the unbelievers and caught up in what you escaped. That you can tell what verses they're thinking of when they say these things, but they're like, how much more will you be condemned? If you don't obey. After the one who saved you.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they say stuff in ways I wouldn't say because I'm so Protestant. But like, my point is what's evident. I tend to agree with CJ that we got to be careful in saying they all believe the same thing. But I'm rather convinced, and I've been asking for people to show me church fathers teaching. It's just interesting to me that so many people tell me the gospel is once saved, always saved, and you don't believe the gospel if you don't believe it. And I'm going, well, you'd think one of the apostles would have reminded people to look out, all the heretics and false teachers in like the numerous places they're mentioned by Peter, by James.
I made a video on the gospel today, and I took them to Hebrews 4:2, where it says that the gospel was preached to them as well as to us. And you have to go back to Hebrews 3 to figure out who the them is. But it turns out that they're the people in the wilderness of Sinai.
Yeah.
So the gospel was preached in the wilderness of Sinai. Well, what was preached in the wilderness of Sinai? Well, it was the law.
Yeah, God's
So
law and God's provision for sin
is the law. So like I kind of wonder if most people even know what the gospel is. So yeah, that was my main question in the video, was like, do you even know what the gospel is? Because all you need is the gospel.
I like the law.
You keep using that word, but I don't think you know how the Bible defines it.
It's good news that God has grace and mercy and forgiveness for those who are breaking his law, which is a good thing and tells you how to be human and how to love and relate to God. And when you mess up and you don't do it, that's when you do this thing where it's called repentance. You ask for forgiveness because you agree with Jesus and God, and you're saying, I am sick of this sin thing. Because honestly, this is the thing we forget so often, because we think about how we think about temptation, but we're
right.
That
was another thing I wanted to bring up earlier whenever we were talking about the punishment of the law. Well, what's the punishment for adultery? Well, one would say, you got to stone them. But then, well, what about divorce? Like, what about forgiveness? Couldn't the husband just be like, well, I forgive you, honey? Or he could have just divorced her. He didn't have to kill her. Like, there's multiple options in the law, and your intent with the law shows where your heart is at, So, yeah, like I think that people often forget some of those things, that there's always forgiveness. Like the punishment was, kind of a last resort sort of thing.
Yeah, God always, I think, is merciful. I would say, somebody was reading Origen, one of the more heretical church fathers, but he was a very smart man and he was sincere.
Oh yeah, like I mean, if you don't think God's merciful, Deuteronomy 4:30, in the latter days, even in the tribulation.
Well, even before,
I mean, that's like at the end right there. If you're talking about the tribulation in the latter days, like I mean, we're literally at the end, and he's like, even in those times, you can still call on me.
Yeah, even before Christ, the Origin was pointing out that like they didn't just execute everybody every time they broke one of God's laws. Like, so
Right,
we
yeah,
always,
like that stoning your rebellious child. Like
yeah,
I
I look at
want to say that that's never been recorded in Jewish history
yeah,
that they
that's true.
actually do that.
I've heard that.
I mean, not that
Well,
they shouldn't have.
you know what I
not
think the
gonna say
right way to
they
look at that
do
is,
that, but
Yahoo?
yeah, like,
Can you hear me?
oh yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So I think one of the ways we should maybe interpret some of the, I forget what they call it. It's called like they're like suzerain something treaties or whatever. It's in the same style, and when scholars look at that, I think there's no problem. I mean, I don't think it's just made up like the ancient Near East culture, but we can look at how I think it's right, makes sense as something somebody was showing me, and I was thinking it probably makes some sense. That like a lot of the penalties were kind of like how we look at law today. It's kind of like a maximum sentence. And so like the worst forms of those sorts of crimes had maximum penalties up to death, but that doesn't mean necessarily you're instantly put to death every time. But it's like probably some truth to that, right? Like it's not that you're not guilty before a holy God. I'm just saying, like, I think sometimes, God wasn't, depending on the circumstance, he's the judge, obviously, right? But I think like the wages of sin is death. That doesn't necessarily mean that God is going to execute you for breaking it every time. I think it would be like that's the result ultimately of that way of living. And I think people lose sight of that, like this idea of sin and the way people have applied the gospel through the history of development of theology and stuff. Like it's just really easy to not take it seriously. And I think the trend is just impractical, and it like people have turned, it's like ultimately they're just saying like, well, Jesus died, and so now it doesn't really matter if you sin. And I think that's just absolutely horrendous to think that way. And it's just like it's a race to the bottom. And so I can appreciate Charles because he'll say he's at least consistent. And so he'll point out the different interpretations, and he'll be like, so he's tried to be consistent. So he'll turn anything about obedience just to be like, that would be good if you did that. But Jesus died and you're saved, and that's the end of the story. And so, but the problem with that is it kind of waters down the whole purpose of Jesus dying in the first place and the severity of sin. I think that's the only way to understand the gospel. I think we're too focused on arguing for whether or not we're going to heaven or not. And I think that's the problem. Everybody's out pious-ing each other. Like, my Jesus
everybody
saved
wants
so
to be
much.
in the 144,000.
Just tell me what to believe. I got sins to get back to. So can you give me your last word before I go to bed? Just tell me what words to say so that I can go about my business here and go to heaven. And just tell me what to affirm, what propositions I have to raise my hand to, so I can get on. I got sins to commit. So
okay, I'm going to end on a serious note and say that if you have not read the law, Deuteronomy is kind of a quick summary of everything, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and speaking to the second generation. If you don't have time to read Deuteronomy, then I recommend reading Deuteronomy 30. Deuteronomy 30 is probably one of the best places to find the gospel. It's probably one of the most quoted and will probably give you some of the most understanding. And I also like Deuteronomy 4 as well. But all in all, yeah, pick whatever one you got time for. But that's what I would recommend if you have no idea what it is that we're talking about up here.
I appreciate you saying that because I wanted to be serious too.
Thank you to the audience for putting up with our shenanigans.
Yeah, we're just messing around. So I want to say this too, because if you see Jesus and you're inspired by his love, I'm just advocating to maybe reconsider the law. Like if you love Jesus, I consider you a brother, at least to some level. And I do take it seriously. I'm not just being a jerk. I'm venting because I get so much pushback from people, and I don't get somebody who agrees with me. So I'm just venting. So, look to the cross, and, follow Christ as best you know how and take it seriously, and just be open-minded, keep your brain inside, and people get ready. Jesus is coming. Don't forget to repent.
And don't give me a cold shoulder, 'cause I am just a fragile can. Whoa. And you could crush me, crush me, crush me with your hand. So just tap me with your finger and I'll understand. So just tap me with your finger, I won't overflow again. I'm not who you think I am. Whoa. They call me sort of pop can man. Whoa. 'Cause I don't do well with pressure. It's such a friendly gesture now. Just get me out of the freezer. And don't give me the cold shoulder, 'cause I am just a fragile man. I'm a castle made of sand. Here comes the tide again to wash me out to sea again. I'm not who you think I am. Whoa. They call me sort of pop can man. Whoa. 'Cause I don't do well with pressure. Such a friendly gesture now. Just keep me out of the freezer. And don't give me the cold shoulder, 'cause I am just a fragile can. Whoa. You could crush me, crush me, crush me with your hand. So just tap me with your